Welcome to Part 2 of Wildfire by Zane Grey.
Chapter 12 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. Bostel slept that night, but his sleep was troubled, and a strange, dreadful roar seemed to run through it like a mournful wind over a dark desert. He was awakened early by a voice at his window. He listened. There came a rap on the wood. "Bostil! Bostil!" It was Holley's voice. Bostil rolled off the bed. He had slept without removing any apparel except his boots. "Well, Hawk, what do you mean waking a man at this unholy hour?" growled Bostil. Holley's face appeared above the rude sill. It was pale and grave, with the hawk eyes like glass. "It ain't so awful early," he said. "Listen, boss." Bostil halted in the act of pulling on a boot. He looked at his man while he listened. The air outside seemed filled with low boom, like thunder at a distance. Bostil tried to look astounded. "Hell, it's the Colorado. She's booming." "Reckon it's hell, all right, for Creech," replied Holley. "Boss, why didn't you fetch them hosses over?" Bostil's face darkened. He was a bad man to oppose, to question at times. "Holley, you're sure powerful anxious about Creech. Are you his friend?" "No, I've little use for Creech," replied Holley. "And you know that. But I hold for his horses as I would any man's." "Uh-huh. And what's your kick?" "Nothin', except you could have fetched them over before the flood come down. That's all." The old horse trader and his right-hand rider looked at each other for a moment in silence. They understood each other. Then Bostil returned to the task of pulling on wet boots, and Holley went away. Bostil opened his door and stepped outside. The eastern ramparts of the desert were bright red with the rising sun, with the night behind him and the morning cool and bright and beautiful. Bostil did not suffer a pang nor feel a regret. He walked around under the cottonwoods where the mocking birds were singing. The shrill screeching bray of a burro split the morning stillness. And with that the sounds of the awakening village drowned that sullen, dreadful boom of the river. Bostil went in to breakfast. He encountered Lucy in the kitchen, and he did not avoid her. He could tell from her smiling greeting that he seemed to her his old self again. Lucy wore an apron, and she had her sleeves rolled up, showing round, strong brown arms. Somehow to Bostil she seemed different. She had been pretty, but now she was more than that. She was radiant. Her blue eyes danced. She looked excited. She had been telling her aunt something, and that worthy woman appeared at once shocked and delighted. But Bostil's entrance had caused a mysterious break in everything that had been going on, except the preparation of the morning meal. "Now, I rode in on some confab or other, that's sure," said Bostil good-naturedly. "You sure did, Dad," replied Lucy with a bright smile. "Well, let me sit in the game," he rejoined. "Dad, you can't even ante," said Lucy. "Jane, what's this kid up to?" asked Bostil, turning to his sister. "The good Lord only knows," replied Aunt Jane with a sigh. "Kid? See here, Dad. I'm 18 long ago. I'm grown up. I can do as I please, go where I like, and anything. Why, Dad, I could get married." "Haw, haw!" laughed Bostil. "Jane, hear the girl." "I hear her, Bostil," sighed Aunt Jane. "Well, Lucy, I'd just like to see you fetch some fool lovesick rider around when I'm feeling good. said Bostil. Lucy laughed, but there was a roguish, daring flash in her eyes.
Dad, you do seem to have all the young fellows scared. Some day maybe one will ride along, a rider like you used to be, that nobody could bluff, and he can have me.
Uh-huh. Lucy, are you in fun? Lucy tossed her bright head, but did not answer. Jane, what's got into her? Asked Bostil, appealing to his sister.
Bostil, she's in fun, of course, declared Aunt Jane. Still, at that, there's some sense in what she says. Come to your breakfast now. Bostil took his seat at the table, glad that he could once more be amiable with his womenfolk.
Lucy, tomorrow'll be the biggest day Bostil's Ford's ever seen, he said.
It sure will be, Dad. The biggest surprising day the Ford ever had,
replied Lucy. Surprising?
Yes, Dad.
Who's gonna get surprised?
Everybody.
Bostil said to himself that he had been used to Lucy's banter, but during his moody spell of days past, he had forgotten how to take her, or else she was different. Brackton tells me you've entered a horse against the field.
It's an open race, isn't it?
Open as the desert, Lucy, he replied. What's this horse, Wildfire, you've entered?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Taunted Lucy. If he's as good as his name, you might be in at the finish. But Lucy, my dear, talking good sense now, you ain't a-gonna go up on some unbroken mustang in this big race.
Dad, I'm going to ride a horse.
But Lucy, ain't it a risk you'll be taking? All for fun?
Fun? I'm in dead earnest.
Bostil liked the look of her then. She had paled a little. Her eyes blazed. She was intense. His question had brought out her earnestness, and straightway Bostil became thoughtful. If Lucy had been a boy, she would have been the greatest rider on the uplands. And even a girl, as she was, superbly mounted, she would have been dangerous in any race. Well, I ain't afraid of your handling a horse, he said soberly. And as long as you're in earnest, I won't stop you. But, Lucy, no betting. I won't let you gamble.
Not even with you? She coaxed.
Bostil stared at the girl. What had gotten into her? What'll you bet? He queried with blunt curiosity.
Dad, I'll go you $100 in gold that I finish 1, 2, 3.
Bostil threw back his head to laugh heartily. What a chip of the old block she was. Child, there's some fast horses that'll be back of the king. You'd be throwing away money. Blue fire shone in his daughter's eyes. She meant business all right, and Bostil thrilled with pride in her.
Dad, I'll bet you 200 even that I beat the king, she flashed.
Well, of all the nerve, ejaculated Bostil. No, I won't take you up. Reckon I never before turned down an even bet. Understand, Lucy, riding in the race is enough for you.
All right, Dad,
replied Lucy obediently. At that juncture, Bostil suddenly shoved back his plate and turned his face to the open door. Don't I hear a running horse? Aunt Jane stopped the noise she was making, and Lucy darted to the door. Then Bostil heard the sharp, rhythmic hoof beats he recognized. They shortened to clatter and pound, then ceased somewhere out in front of the house.
It's the king with Van up,
said Lucy from the door.
Dad, Van's jumped off. He's coming in. He's running. Something has happened. There are other horses coming, riders, Indians.
Bostil knew what was coming and prepared himself. Rapid footsteps sounded without.
Hello, Miss Lucy. Where's Bostil?
A lean, supple rider appeared before the door. It was Van, greatly excited. Come in, boy, said Bostil. What are you flustered about? Van strode in, spurs jangling, cap in hand.
Boss, there's a 60-foot raise in the river," Van panted. "Oh!" cried Lucy, wheeling toward her father. "Wal, Van, I reckon I knowed thet," replied Bostil. "Mebbe I'm gettin' old, but I can still hear. Listen." Lucy tiptoed to the door and turned her head sidewise and slowly bowed it till she stiffened. Outside were sounds of birds and horses and men, but when a lull came it quickly filled with a sullen, low boom. "Highest flood we ever seen," said Van. "You've been down?" queried Bostil, sharply. "Not to the river," replied Van. "I went as far as where the gulch opens on the bluff. There was a string of Navajos going down and some coming up. I stayed there watching the flood, and pretty soon Somers come up the trail with Blakesley and Brack and some riders, and Somers hollered out, 'The boat's gone!'" "Gone!" exclaimed Bostil, his loud cry showing consternation. "Oh, Dad! Oh, Van!" cried Lucy, with eyes wide and lips parted. "Sure, she's gone. And the whole place down there, where the willows was and the sandbar, it was deep under water." "What will become of Creech's horses?" asked Lucy, breathlessly. "My God! Ain't it a shame?" went on Bostil. And he could have laughed aloud at his hypocrisy. He felt Lucy's blue eyes riveted upon his face. "That's what we all was sayin'," went on Van, "while we was watchin' the awful flood an' listenin' to the deep bum, bum, bum of rollin' rocks. Some one seen Creech an' two Piutes leadin' the hosses up thet trail where the slide was. We counted the hosses, 9, and we saw the roan shine blue in the sunlight." "Piutes with Creech!" exclaimed Bostil, the deep gloom in his eyes lighting. "By all that's lucky! Maybe them Indians can climb the hosses out of thet hole and find water and grass enough." "Maybe," replied Van, doubtfully. "Sure them Piutes could if there's a chance. But there ain't any grass." "It won't take much grass traveling by night." "So lots of the boys say. But the Navajos, they shook their heads, and Farlane and Holley, why, they just held up their hands." "With them Indians Creech has a chance to get his horses out," declared Bostil. He was sure of his sincerity, but he was not certain that his sincerity was not the birth of a strange, sudden hope. And then he was able to meet the eyes of his daughter. That was his supreme test. "Oh, Dad, why didn't you hurry Creech's horses over?" said Lucy, with her tears falling. Something tight within Bostil's breast seemed to ease and lessen. "Why didn't I? Well, Lucy, I reckon I wasn't in no hurry to oblige Creech. I'm sorry now." "It won't be so terrible if he doesn't lose the horses," murmured Lucy. "Where's young Joel Creech?" asked Bostil. "He stayed on this side last night," replied Van. "Fact is, Joel's the one who first knew the flood was on. Some one said he slept in the canyon last night. Anyway, he's raving crazy now. And if he doesn't do harm to some one or hisself, I'll miss my guess." "Uh-huh," grunted Bostil. "Right you are." "Dad, can't anything be done to help Creech now?" appealed Lucy, going close to her father. Bostil put his arm around her and felt immeasurably relieved to have the golden head press close to his shoulder. "Child, we can't fly across the river. Now don't you cry about Creech's horses. They ain't starved yet. It's hard luck, but maybe it'll turn out so Creech'll lose only the race. And Lucy, it was a dead sure bet he'd have lost that anyway." Bostil fondled his daughter a moment, the first time in many a day.
and then he turned to his rider at the door. "Van, how's the King?" "Wild to run, Bostil. Just plumb wild. There won't be any hoss with the ghost of a show tomorrow." Lucy raised her drooping head. "Is that so, Van Sickle? Listen here. If you and Sage King don't get more wild running tomorrow than you ever had, I'll never ride again." With this retort, Lucy left the room. Van stared at the door and then at Bostil. "What'd I say, Bostil?" he asked plaintively. "I'm always rilin' her."
"Cheer up, Van. You didn't say much. Lucy is fiery these days. She's got a horse somewhere, and she's going to ride him in the race. She offered to bet on him against the King. It certainly beat me all hollow. But see here, Van, I've a hunch there's a dark horse going to show up in this race. So don't underrate Lucy and her mount, whatever he is. She calls him Wildfire. Ever seen him?"
"I sure haven't. Fact is, I haven't seen Lucy for days and days. As for the hunch you gave, I'll say I was figuring Lucy for some real race. Bostil, she doesn't make a horse run. He'll run just to please her. And Lucy's lighter 'n a feather. Why, Bostil, if she happened to ride out there on Blue Roan or some other horse as fast, I'd just wilt."
Bostil uttered a laugh full of pride in his daughter.
"Well, she won't show up on Blue Roan," he replied with grim gruffness. "That's sure as death. Come on out now. I want to look at the King."
Bostil went into the village. All day long he was so busy with 1,001 things referred to him, put on him, undertaken by him, that he had no time to think. Back in his mind, however, there was a burden of which he was vaguely conscious all the time. He worked late into the night and slept late the next morning. Never in his life had Bostil been gloomy or retrospective on the day of a race. In the press of matters, he had only a word for Lucy, but that earned a saucy, dauntless look. He was glad when he was able to join the procession of villagers, visitors, and Indians moving out toward the sage. The race course lay at the foot of the slope, and now the gray and purple sage was dotted with more horses and Indians, more moving things and colors than Bostil had ever seen there before. It was a spectacle that stirred him. Many fires sent up blue columns of smoke from before the hastily built brush huts where the Indians cooked and ate. Blankets shone bright in the sun. Burros grazed and brayed. Horses whistled piercingly across the slope. Indians lolled before the huts or talked in groups, sitting and lounging on their ponies. Down in the valley, here and there, were Indians racing, and others were chasing the wiry mustangs. Beyond this gay and colorful spectacle stretched the valley, merging into the desert, marked so strikingly and beautifully by the monuments. Bostil was among the last to ride down to the high bench that overlooked the home end of the race course. He calculated that there were 1,000 Indians and whites congregated at that point, which was the best vantage ground to see the finish of a race. And the occasion of his arrival, for all the gaiety, was one of dignity and importance. If Bostil reveled in anything, it was in an hour like this. His liberality made this event a great race day. The thoroughbreds were all there, blanketed, in charge of watchful riders. In the center of the brow of this long bench, lay a huge flat rock which had been Bostil's seat in the watching of many a race. Here were assembled his neighbors and visitors, actively interested in the races, and also the important Indians of both tribes, all waiting for him. As Bostil dismounted, throwing the bridle to a rider, he saw a face that suddenly froze the thrilling delight of the moment. A tall, gaunt man with cavernous black eyes and huge, drooping black mustache fronted him and seemed waiting. Cordts. Bostil had forgotten. Instinctively, Bostil stood on guard. For years he had prepared himself for the moment when he would come face to face with this noted horse thief. "Bostil, how are you?" said Cordts. He appeared pleasant and certainly grateful for being permitted to come there. From his left hand hung a belt containing 2 heavy guns. "Hello, Cordts," replied Bostil, slowly unbending. Then he met the other's proffered hand. "I've bet heavy on the King," said Cordts. For the moment there could have been no other way to Bostil's good graces, and this remark made the gruff old rider's hard face relax. "Well, I was hoping you'd back some other horse so I could take your money," replied Bostil. Cordts held out the belt and guns to Bostil. "I want to enjoy this race," he said with a smile that somehow hinted of the years he had packed those guns day and night. "Cordts, I don't want to take your guns," replied Bostil bluntly. "I've taken your word, and that's enough." "Thanks, Bostil. All the same, as I'm your guest, I won't pack them," returned Cordts, and he hung the belt on the horn of Bostil's saddle. "Some of my men are with me. They were all right until they got outside of Brackton's whiskey, but now I won't answer for them." "Wal, you're square to say that," replied Bostil. "An' I'll run this race an' answer for everybody." Bostil recognized Hutchinson and Dick Sears, but the others of Cordts's gang he did not know. They were a hard-looking lot. Hutchinson was a spare, stoop-shouldered, red-faced, squinty-eyed rider, branded all over with the marks of a bad man. And Dick Sears looked his notoriety. He was a little knot of muscle, short and bow-legged, rough in appearance as cactus. He wore a ragged slouch hat pulled low down. His face and stubby beard were dust-colored, and his eyes seemed sullen, watchful. He made Bostil think of a dusty, scaly, hard desert rattlesnake. Bostil eyed this right-hand man of Cordts and certainly felt no fear of him, though Sears had the fame of swift and deadly skill with a gun. Bostil felt that he was neither afraid nor loath to face Sears in gunplay, and he gazed at the little horse thief in a manner that no one could mistake. Sears was not drunk, neither was he wholly free from the unsteadiness caused by the bottle. Assuredly, he had no fear of Bostil and eyed him insolently. Bostil turned away to the group of his riders and friends, and he asked for his daughter. "Lucy's over there," said Farlane, pointing to a merry crowd. Bostil waved a hand to her, and Lucy, evidently mistaking his action, came forward, leading one of her ponies. She wore a gray blouse with a red scarf and a skirt over overalls and boots. She looked pale, but she was smiling, and there was a dark gleam of excitement in her blue eyes. She did not have on her sombrero, but wore her hair in a braid and had a red band tight above her forehead. Bostil took her in all at a glance. She meant business, and she looked dangerous. Bostil knew once she slipped out of that skirt, she could ride with any rider there. He saw that she had become the center toward which all eyes shifted. It pleased him. She was his, like her mother, and as beautiful and thoroughbred as any rider could wish his daughter. "Lucy, where's your horse?" he asked curiously.
"Never you mind, Dad. I'll be there at the finish," she replied.
"Red's your color for today, then?"
he questioned, as he put a big hand on the bright banded head. She nodded archly.
"Lucy, I never thought you'd flaunt red in your old dad's face. Red when the color of the King is like the sage out yonder. You've gone back on the King."
"No, Dad, I never was for Sage King, else I wouldn't wear red today."
"Child, you sure mean to run this race? The big one?"
"Sure and certain."
"Well, the only bitter drop in my cup today will be seeing you get beat. But if you ran second, I'll give you a present that'll make the purse look sick." Even the Indian chiefs were smiling. Old Horse, the Navajo, beamed benignly upon this daughter of the friend of the Indians. Silver, his brother chieftain, nodded as if he understood Bostil's pride and regret. Some of the young riders showed their hearts in their eyes. Farlane tried to look mysterious, to pretend he was in Lucy's confidence.
"Lucy, if you are really going to race, I'll withdraw my horse so you can win,"
said Wetherby gallantly. Bostil's sonorous laugh rolled down the slope. "Miss Lucy, I sure hate to run a horse against yours," said old Cal Blinn. Then Colson, Sticks, Berthwaite, the other principals, paid laughing compliments to the bright-haired girl. Bostil enjoyed this hugely until he caught the strange intensity of regard in the cavernous eyes of Cordts. That gave him a shock. Cordts had long wanted this girl as much probably as he wanted Sage King. There were dark and terrible stories that stained the name of Cordts. Bostil regretted his impulse in granting the horse thief permission to attend the races. Sight of Lucy's fair, sweet face might inflame this Cordts, this Kentuckian who had boasted of his love of horses and women. Behind Cordts hung the little dust-colored Sears, like a coiled snake ready to strike. Bostil felt stir in him a long dormant fire, a stealing along his veins, a passion he hated.
"Lucy, go back to the women till you're ready to come out on your horse," he said. "And mind you be careful today."
He gave her a meaning glance, which she understood perfectly. He saw, and then he turned to start the day's sport. The Indian races ran in 2s and 3s and on up to a number that crowded the race course. The betting and yelling and running, the wild and plunging mustangs, the heat and dust and pounding of hoofs, the excited betting, the surprises and defeats and victories, the trial tests of the principals jealously keeping off to themselves and the sage, the endless moving, colorful procession, gaudy and swift and thrilling. All these Bostil loved tremendously. But they were as nothing to what they gradually worked up to,
The climax, the great race. It was afternoon when all was ready for this race, and the sage was bright gray in the western sun. Everybody was resting, waiting. The tense quiet of the riders seemed to settle upon the whole assemblage. Only the thoroughbreds were restless. They quivered and stamped and tossed their small, fine heads. They knew what was going to happen. They wanted to run. Blacks, bays, and whites were the predominating colors, and the horses and mustangs were alike in those points of race and speed and spirit that proclaimed them thoroughbreds. Bostil himself took the covering of his favorite. Sage King was on edge. He stood out strikingly in contrast with the other horses. His sage gray body was as sleek and shiny as satin. He had been trained to the hour. He tossed his head as he champed the bit, and every moment his muscles rippled under his fine skin. Proud, mettlesome, beautiful. Sage King was the favorite in the betting. The Indians, who were ardent gamblers, plunging heavily on him. Bostil saddled the horse and was long at the task. Van stood watching. He was pale and nervous. Bostil saw this. "Van," he said, "it's your race." The rider reached a quick hand for bridle and horn, and when his foot touched the stirrup, Sage King was in the air. He came down, springy, quick, graceful, and then he pranced into line with the other horses. Bostil waved his hand. Then the troop of riders and racers headed for the starting point, 2 miles up the valley. Macomber and Blinn, with a rider and a Navajo, were up there as the official starters of the day. Bostil's eyes glistened. He put a friendly hand on Cordts's shoulder, an action which showed the stress of the moment. Most of the men crowded around Bostil. Sears and Hutchinson hung close to Cordts. And Holley, keeping near his employer, had keen eyes for other things than horses. Suddenly he touched Bostil and pointed down the slope. "There's Lucy," he said. "She's riding out to join the bunch." "Lucy? Where? I'd forgotten my girl." "Where? There," repeated Holley as he pointed. Others of the group spoke up, having seen Lucy riding down. "She's on a red horse," said one. "'Pears all fired big to me, her horse," said another. "Who's got a glass?" Bostil had the only field glass there, and he was using it. Across the round, magnified field of vision moved a giant red horse, his mane waving like a flame. Lucy rode him. They were moving from a jumble of broken rocks a mile down the slope. She had kept her horse hidden there. Bostil felt an added stir in his pulse beat. Certainly he had never seen a horse like this one. But the distance was long, the glass not perfect. He could not trust his sight. Suddenly that sight dimmed. "Holley, I can't make out nothin'," he complained. "Take the glass. Give me a line on Lucy's mount." "Boss, I don't need a glass to see that she's up on a hoss," replied Holley as he took the glass. He leveled it, adjusted it to his eyes, and then looked long. Bostil grew impatient. Lucy was rapidly overhauling the troop of racers on her way to the post. Nothing ever hurried or excited Holley. "Well, can't you see any better'n me?" queried Bostil eagerly. "Come on, Hall. Give us a tip before she gets to the post," spoke up a rider. Cordts showed intense eagerness, and all the group were excited. Lucy's advent on an unknown horse that even her father could not disparage was the last and unexpected addition to the suspense. They all knew that if the horse was fast, Lucy would be dangerous. Holley at last spoke. She's on a wild stallion. He's red, like fire. He's mighty big, strong. Looks as if he didn't want to go near the bunch. Lord, what action! Bostil, I'd say a great horse." There was a moment's intense silence in the group round Bostil. Holley was never known to mistake a horse or to be extravagant in judgment or praise. "A wild stallion," echoed Bostil. "Uh-huh. And she calls him Wildfire. Where'd she get him? Give me that glass." But all Bostil could make out was a blur. His eyes were wet. He realized now that his first sight of Lucy on the strange horse had been clear and strong, and it was that which had dimmed his eyes. "Holley, you use that glass and tell me what comes off," said Bostil, as he wiped his eyes with his scarf. He was relieved to find that his sight was clearing. My God, if I couldn't see this finish! Then everybody watched the close, dark mass of horses and riders down the valley, and all waited for Holley to speak. "They're lining up," began the rider. "Having some muss, too, it 'pears. Bostil, that red horse is raising hell. He wants to fight. There, he's up in the air. Boys, he's a devil, a horse killer like all them wild stallions. He's plunging at the King, striking. There, Lucy got him down. She's handling him. Now they got the King on the other side. That's better. But Lucy's horse won't stand. Anyway, it's a running start. Van's got the best position, foxy Van. He'll be leading 'fore the rest know the race is on. Them Indian mustangs are behaving scandalous. Guess the red stallion scared 'em. Now they're all lined up back of the post. Ah, gun smoke. They move. It looks like a go." Then Holley was silent, strained and watching. So were all the watchers silent. Bostil saw far down the valley a moving dark line of horses. "They're off! They're off!" called Holley thrillingly. Bostil uttered a deep and booming yell, which rose above the shouts of the men around him, and was heard even in the din of the Indian cries. Then, as quickly as the yells had risen, they ceased. Holley stood up on the rock with leveled glass. Max dropped the flag. "It's a sure go. Now! Van's out there front, inside. The King's got his stride. Boss, the King's stretching out. Look, look! See that red horse leap! Bostil, he's running down the King. I knowed it. He's like lightning. He's pushing the King over, off the course. See him plunge! Lord, Lucy can't pull him. She goes up, down, tossed, but she sticks like a burr. Good, Lucy. Hang on. My God. Bostil, the King's thrown. He's down. He comes up, off the course. The others flash by. Van's out of the race. And Bostil, and gentlemen, there ain't anything more to this race but a red horse." Bostil's heart gave a great leap and then seemed to stand still. He was half cold, half hot. What a horrible, sickening disappointment! Bostil rolled out a cursing query. Holley's answer was short and sharp. The King was out. Bostil raved. He could not see. He could not believe. After all the weeks of preparation, of excitement, of suspense, only this. There was no race. The King was out. The thing did not seem possible. 1,000 thoughts flitted through Bostil's mind. Rage, impotent rage, possessed him. He cursed Van. He swore he would kill that red stallion. And someone shook him hard. Someone's incisive words cut into his thick, throbbing ears. Luck of the game. The King ain't beat. He's only out. Then the rider's habit of mind asserted itself, and Bostil began to recover. For the King to fall was hard luck. But he had not lost the race. Anguish and pride battled for mastery over him. Even if the King were out, it was a Bostil who would win the great race. "He ain't beat,"
muttered Bostil. "It ain't fair. He's run off the track by a wild stallion." His dimmed sight grew clear and sharp, and with a gasp he saw the moving dark line take shape as horses. A bright horse was in the lead. Brighter and larger he grew. Swiftly and more swiftly he came on. The bright color changed to red. Bostil heard Holley's calling and Cordts calling and other voices, but he did not distinguish what was said. The line of horses began to bob, to bunch. The race looked close, despite what Holley had said. The Indians were beginning to lean forward here and there, uttering a short, sharp yell. Everything within Bostil grew together in one great, throbbing, tingling mass. His rider's eye, keen once more, caught a gleam of gold above the red, and that gold was Lucy's hair. Bostil forgot the King. Then Holley bawled into his ear. "They're half away!" The race was beautiful. Bostil strained his eyes. He gloried in what he saw. Lucy low over the neck of that red stallion. He could see plainer now. They were coming closer. How swiftly! What a splendid race! But it was too swift. It would not last. The Indians began to yell, drowning the hoarse shouts of the riders. Out of the tail of his eye Bostil saw Cordts and Sears and Hutchinson. They were acting like crazy men. Strange that horse thieves should care. The million thrills within Bostil coalesced into one great shudder of rapture. He grew wet with sweat. His stentorian voice took up the call for Lucy to win. "Three quarters!" bawled Holley into Bostil's ear. "And Lucy, give that wild horse free rein. Look, Bostil, you never in your life seen a horse run like that." Bostil never had. His heart swelled. Something shook him. Was that his girl? That tight little gray burr half hidden in the huge stallion's flaming mane? The distance had been close between Lucy and the bunched riders, but it lengthened. How it widened! That flame of a horse was running away from the others, and now they were close, coming into the home stretch. A deafening roar from the onlookers engulfed all other sounds. A straining, stamping, arm-flinging horde surrounded Bostil. Bostil saw Lucy's golden hair whipping out from the flame-streaked mane, and then he could only see that red brute of a horse. Wildfire before the wind. Bostil thought of the leaping prairie flame, storm-driven. On came the red stallion. On, on. What a tremendous stride! What a marvelous recovery! What ease! What savage action! He flashed past, low, pointed, long, going faster every magnificent stride. Winner by a dozen lengths. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Wildfire ran on down the valley, far beyond the yelling crowd lined along the slope. Bostil was deaf to the throng. He watched the stallion till Lucy forced him to stop and turn. Then Bostil whirled to see where Van was with the King. Most of the crowd surged down to surround the racers, and the yells gave way to the buzz of many voices. Some of the ranchers and riders remained near Bostil, all apparently talking at once. Bostil gathered that Holley's Whitefoot had ran second, and the Navajo's mustang third. It was Holley himself who verified what Bostil had heard. The old rider's hawk eyes were warm with delight. "Boss, he runs second," Holley kept repeating. Bostil had the heart to shake hands with Holley,
and say he was glad, when it was on his lips to blurt out there had been no race. Then Bostil's nerves tingled at sight of Van trotting the King up the course toward the slope. Bostil watched with searching eyes. Sage King did not appear to be injured. Van rode straight up the slope and leaped off. He was white and shaking. The King's glossy hide was dirty with dust and bits of cactus and brush. He was not even hot. There did not appear to be a bruise or mark on him. He whinnied and rubbed his face against Bostil, and then, flinching, he swept up his head, ears high. Both fear and fire shone in his eyes. "Well, Van, get it out of your system," said Bostil kindly. He was a harder loser before a race was run than after he had lost it. "That red horse run in on the King before the start and scared the race out of him," replied Van swiftly. "We had a hunch, you know. But at that, Lucy's horse was a surprise. I'll say, sir, that Lucy rode her wild horse and handled him. Twice she pulled him off the King. He meant to kill the King. Ask any of the boys. We got started. I took the lead, sir. The King was in the lead. I never looked back till I heard Lucy scream. She couldn't pull Wildfire. He was rushing the King, meant to kill him. And Sage King wanted to fight. If I could only have kept him running, that would have been a race. But Wildfire got in closer and closer. He crowded us. He bit at the King's flank and shoulder and neck. Lucy pulled till I yelled she'd throw the horse and kill us both. Then Wildfire jumped for us, running and striking with both feet at once. Bostil, that horse is hell. Then he hit us and down we went. I had a bad spill, but the King's not hurt, and that's a blessed wonder." "No race, Van. It was hard luck. Take him home," said Bostil. Van's story of the accident vindicated Bostil's doubts. A new horse had appeared on the scene, wild and swift and grand. But Sage King was still unbeaten in a fair race. There would come a reckoning, Bostil grimly muttered. Who owned this Wildfire? Holley might as well have read his mind. "Reckon this feller riding up will take down the prize money," remarked Holley, and he pointed to a man who rode a huge, shaggy black horse and was leading Lucy's pony. "Uh-huh!" exclaimed Bostil. "A strange rider." "And here comes Lucy coaxing the stallion back," added Holley. "A wild stallion, never clear broke," ejaculated Cordts. All the men looked, and all had some remark of praise for Lucy and her mount. Bostil gazed with a strange, irresistible attraction. Never had he expected to live to see a wild stallion like this one, to say nothing of his daughter mounted on him, with the record of having put Sage King out of the race. 1,000 pairs of eyes watched Wildfire. He pranced out there beyond the crowd of men and horses. He did not want to come closer, yet he did not seem to fight his rider. Lucy hung low over his neck, apparently exhausted, and she was patting him and caressing him. There were horses and Indians on each side of the racetrack, and between these lines Lucy appeared reluctant to come. Bostil strode down and, waving and yelling for everybody to move back to the slope, he cleared the way and then stood out in front alone. "Ride up now," he called to Lucy. It was then Bostil discovered that Lucy did not wear a spur, and she had neither quirt nor whip. She turned Wildfire, and he came prancing on, head and mane and tail erect. His action was beautiful, springy,
and every few steps, as Lucy touched him, he jumped with marvelous ease and swiftness. Bostil became all eyes. He did not see his daughter as she paraded the winner before the applauding throng, and Bostil recorded in his mind that which he would never forget: a wild stallion with unbroken spirit, a giant of a horse, glistening red, with mane like dark striped wind-blown flame, all muscle, all grace, all power, a neck long and slender and arching to the small, savagely beautiful head, the jaws open, and the thin-skinned, pink-colored nostrils that proved the Arabian blood. The slanting shoulders and the deep, broad chest. The powerful legs and knees, not too high nor too low. The symmetrical dark hoofs that rang on the little stones. All these marks so significant of speed and endurance. A stallion with a wonderful physical perfection that matched the savage, ruthless spirit of the desert killer of horses. Lucy waved her hand, and the strange rider to whom Holley had called attention strode out of the crowd toward Wildfire. Bostil's gaze took in the splendid build of this lithe rider, the clean-cut face, the dark eye. This fellow had a shiny, coiled lasso in hand. He advanced toward Wildfire. The stallion snorted and plunged. If ever Bostil saw hate expressed by a horse, he saw it then. But he seemed to be tractable to the control of the girl. Bostil swiftly grasped the strange situation. Lucy had won the love of the savage stallion. That always had been the secret of her power. And she had hated Sage King because he alone had somehow taken a dislike to her. Horses were as queer as people, thought Bostil. The rider walked straight up to the trembling Wildfire. When Wildfire plunged and reared up, and up the rider leaped for the bridle, and with an iron arm pulled the horse down. Wildfire tried again, almost lifting the rider, but a stinging cut from the lasso made him come to a stand. Plainly the rider held the mastery. "Dad!" called Lucy faintly. Bostil went forward, close, while the rider held Wildfire. Lucy was as wan-faced as a flower by moonlight. Her eyes were dark with emotions, fear predominating. Then for Bostil the half of his heart that was human reasserted itself. Lucy was only a girl now, and weakening. Her fear, her pitiful little smile, as if she dared not hope for her father's approval, yet could not help it, touched Bostil to the quick, and he opened his arms. Lucy slid down into them.
"Lucy, girl, you've won the King's race and double-crossed your poor old dad."
"Oh, Dad, I never knew. I never dreamed Wildfire would jump the King,"
Lucy faltered.
"I couldn't hold him. He was terrible. It made me sick. Daddy, tell me Van wasn't hurt, or the King."
"The horse is all right, and so's Van," replied Bostil. "Don't cry, Lucy. It was a fool trick you pulled off, but you did it great. By gad, you sure was riding that red devil. And say, it's all right with me." Lucy did not faint then, but she came near it. Bostil put her down and led her through the lines of admiring Indians and applauding riders, and then left her with the women. When he turned again, he was in time to see the strange rider mount Wildfire. It was a swift and hazardous mount, the stallion being in the air.
When he came down he tore the turf and sent it flying, and when he shot up again he was doubled in a red knot, bristling with fiery hair, a furious wild beast, mad to throw the rider. Bostil never heard as wild a scream uttered by a horse. Likewise, he had never seen so incomparable a horseman as this stranger. Indians and riders alike thrilled at a sight which was after their own hearts. The rider had hooked his long spurs under the horse and now appeared a part of him. He could not be dislodged. It was not a bucking mustang, but a fierce, powerful, fighting stallion. No doubt, thought Bostil, this fight took place every time the rider mounted his horse. It was the sort of thing riders loved. Most of them would not own a horse that would not pitch. Bostil presently decided, however, that in the case of this red stallion, no rider in his right senses would care for such a fight, simply because of the extraordinary strength, activity, and ferocity of the stallion. The riders were all betting the horse would throw the stranger, and Bostil, seeing the gathering might of Wildfire's momentum, agreed with them. No horseman could stick on that horse. Suddenly Wildfire tripped in the sage and went sprawling in the dust, throwing his rider ahead. Both man and beast were quick to rise, but the rider had a foot in the stirrup before Wildfire was under way. Then the horse plunged, ran free, came circling back, and slowly gave way to the rider's control. Those few moments of frenzied activity had brought out the foam and the sweat. Wildfire was wet. The man pulled him in before Bostil and dismounted. "Sometimes I ride him, then sometimes I don't," he said with a smile. Bostil held out his hand. He liked this rider. He would have liked the frank face, less hard than that of most riders, and the fine dark eyes, straight and steady, even if their possessor had not come with the open sesame to Bostil's regard, a grand, wild horse, and the nerve to ride him. "Well, you rode him longer than any of us figured," said Bostil heartily, shaking the man's hand. "I'm Bostil. Glad to meet you." "My name's Slone, Lin Slone," replied the rider frankly. "I'm a wild horse hunter and hail from Utah." "Utah? How'd you ever get over?" "Well, you got a grand horse, and you put a grand rider up on him in the race, my girl Lucy." Bostil hesitated. His mind was running swiftly. Back of his thoughts gathered the desire and the determination to get possession of this horse, Wildfire. He had forgotten what he might have said to this stranger under different circumstances. He looked keenly into Slone's face and saw no fear, no subterfuge. The young man was honest. "Bostil, I chased this wild horse days and weeks and months, hundreds of miles, across the canyon and the river." "No," interrupted Bostil blankly. "Yes, I'll tell you how later. Out here somewhere I caught Wildfire, broke him as much as he'll ever be broken. He played me out and got away. Your girl rode along, saved my horse and saved my life, too. I was in bad shape for days, but I got well. And then she wanted me to let her run Wildfire in the big race. I couldn't refuse, and it would have been a great race but for the unlucky accident to Sage King. I'm sorry, sir." "Slone, it jarred me some, that disappointment. But it's over," replied Bostil. "And so that's how Lucy found her horse. She sure was mysterious. Well, well." Bostil became aware of others behind him. "Holley, shake hands with Slone, horse wrangler out of Utah.
You too, Cal Blinn, and Macomber, and Weatherby. Meet my friend here, young Slone. And Cordts, shake hands with a feller that owns a grand hoss." Bostil laughed as he introduced the horse thief to Slone. The others laughed, too, even Cordts joining in. There was much of the old rider daredevil spirit left in Bostil, and it interested and amused him to see Cordts and Slone meet. Assuredly, Slone had heard of the noted stealer of horses. The advantage was certainly on Cordts's side, for he was good-natured and pleasant, while Slone stiffened, paling slightly as he faced about to acknowledge the introduction. "Howdy, Slone," drawled Cordts, with hand outstretched. "I sure am glad to meet you. I'd like to trade the Sage King for this red stallion." A roar of laughter greeted this sally, all but Bostil and Slone joining in. The joke was on Bostil, and he showed it. Slone did not even smile. "Howdy, Cordts," he replied. "I'm glad to meet you, so I'll know you when I see you again." "Wal, we're all good fellers today," interposed Bostil. "And now let's ride home and eat. Slone, you come with me." The group slowly mounted the slope where the horses waited. Macomber, Wetherby, Burthwait, Blinn, all Bostil's friends, proffered their felicitations to the young rider, and all were evidently prepossessed with him. The sun was low in the west. Purple shades were blotting out the gold lights down the valley. The day of the great races was almost done. Indians were still scattered here and there in groups. Others were turning out the mustangs, and the majority were riding and walking with the crowd toward the village. Bostil observed that Cordts had hurried ahead of the group and now appeared to be saying something emphatic to Dick Sears and Hutchinson. Bostil heard Cordts curse. Probably he was arraigning the sullen Sears. Cordts had acted first rate, had lived up to his word, as Bostil thought he would do. Cordts and Hutchinson mounted their horses and rode off, somewhat to the left of the scattered crowd. But Sears remained behind. Bostil thought this strange and put it down to the surliness of the fellow who had lost on the races. Bostil, wishing Sears would get out of his sight, resolved never to make another blunder like inviting horse thieves to a race. All the horses except Wildfire stood in a bunch back on the bench. Sears appeared to be fussing with the straps on his saddle, and Bostil could not keep his glance from wandering back to gloat over Wildfire's savage grace and striking size. Suddenly there came a halt in the conversation of the men, a curse in Holley's deep voice, a violent split in the group. Bostil wheeled to see Sears in a menacing position with two guns leveled low. "Don't holler," he called, "and don't move." "What in the HL now, Sears?" demanded Bostil. "I'll bore you if you move, that's what," replied Sears. His eyes, bold, steely, with a glint that Bostil knew, vibrated as he held in sight all points before him. A vicious little sand rattlesnake about to strike. "Holley, turn your back," ordered Sears. The old rider, who stood foremost of the group, instantly obeyed, with hands up. He took no chances here, for he alone packed a gun. With swift steps Sears moved, pulled Holley's gun, flung it aside into the sage. "Sears, it ain't a holdup," expostulated Bostil. The act seemed too bold, too wild, even for Dick Sears. "Ain't it?" scoffed Sears malignantly. "Bostil,
I was after the King, but I reckon I'll get the hoss that beat him." Bostil's face turned dark blood color and his neck swelled.
"By God, Sears, you ain't a-goin' to steal this boy's hoss!"
"Shut up!" hissed the horse thief. He pushed a gun close to Bostil. "I've always laid for you. I'm aching to bore you now. I would but for scaring this horse. If you yap again, I'll kill you anyhow and take a chance." All the terrible hate and evil and cruelty and deadliness of his kind burned in his eyes and stung in his voice. "Sears, if it's my horse you want, you needn't kill Bostil," spoke up Slone. The contrast of his cool, quiet voice eased the terrible strain. "Lead him round here," snapped Sears. Wildfire appeared more shy of the horses back of him than of the men. Slone was able to lead him, however, to within several paces of Sears. Then Slone dropped the reins. He still held a lasso which was loosely coiled, and the loop dropped in front of him as he backed away. Sears sheathed the left-hand gun. Keeping the group covered with the other, he moved backward, reaching for the hanging reins. Wildfire snorted, appeared about to jump, but Sears got the reins. Bostil, standing like a stone, his companions also motionless, could not help but admire the daring of this upland horse thief. How was he to mount that wild stallion? Sears was noted for two qualities: his nerve before men and his skill with horses. Assuredly he would not risk an ordinary mount. Wildfire began to suspect Sears, to look at him instead of the other horses. Then, quick as a cat, Sears vaulted into the saddle. Wildfire snorted and lifted his 4 feet in a lunge that meant he would bolt. Sears, in vaulting up, had swung the gun aloft. He swept it down, but waveringly, for Wildfire had begun to rear. Bostil saw how fatal that single instant would have been for Sears if he or Holley had a gun. Something whistled. Bostil saw the leap of Slone's lasso, the curling, snaky dart of the noose which flew up to snap around Sears. The rope sung taut. Sears was swept bodily clean from the saddle to hit the ground in sodden impact. Almost swifter than Bostil's sight was the action of Slone, flashing by in the air, himself on the plunging horse. Sears shot once, twice. Then Wildfire bolted as his rider whipped the lasso round the horn. Sears, half rising, was jerked 10 feet. An awful shriek was throttled in his throat. A streak of dust on the slope, a tearing, parting line in the sage. Bostil stood amazed. The red stallion made short plunges. Slone reached low for the tripping reins. When he straightened up in the saddle, Wildfire broke wildly into a run. It was characteristic of Holley that at this thrilling, tragic instant he walked over into the sage to pick up his gun. "Throw the gun on me! Got the drop and pitched mine away," muttered Holley in disgust. The way he spoke meant that he was disgraced.
"By God, I was scared that Sears would get the horse," rolled out Bostil.
Holley thought of his gun. Bostil thought of the splendid horse. The thoughts were characteristic of these riders. The other men, however, recovering from a horror-broken silence, burst out in acclaim of Slone's feat. "Dick Sears is finished, roped by a boy rider!" exclaimed Cal Blinn fervidly. "Bostil, that rider is worthy of his horse," said Wetherby. "I think Sears would have bored you. I saw his finger pressing on the trigger. Men like Sears can't help but pull at that stage." "That was the quickest trick I ever seen," declared Macomber. They watched Wildfire run down the slope out into the valley. with a streak of rising dust out behind. They all saw when there ceased to be that peculiar rising of dust. Wildfire appeared to shoot ahead at greater speed. Then he slowed up. The rider turned him and faced back toward the group, coming at a stiff gallop. Soon Wildfire breasted the slope and halted, snorting, shaking before the men. The lasso was still trailing out behind, limp and sagging. There was no weight upon it now. Bostil strode slowly ahead. He sympathized with the tension that held Slone. He knew why the rider's face was gray, why his lips only moved mutely, why there was horror in the dark, strained eyes, why the lean, strong hands, slowly taking up the lasso, now shook like leaves in the wind. There was only dust on the lasso, but Bostil knew, they all knew, that none the less it had dealt a terrible death to the horse thief. Somehow Bostil could not find words for what he wanted to say. He put a hand on the red stallion, patted his shoulder. Then he gripped Slone close and hard. He was thinking how he would have gloried in a son like this young wild rider. Then he again faced his comrades.
"Fellas, do you think Cordts was in on that trick?"
he queried. "No, Cordts was on the square," replied Holley. "But he must have seen it coming and left Sears to his fate. It sure was a fitting last ride for a horse thief." Bostil sent Holley and Farlane on ahead to find Cordts and Hutchinson with their comrades, to tell them the fate of Sears and to warn them to leave before the news got to the riders. The sun was setting golden and red over the broken battlements of the canyons to the west. The heat of the day blew away on a breeze that bent the tips of the sagebrush. A wild song drifted back from the riders to the fore, and the procession of Indians moved along, their gay trappings and bright colors beautiful in the fading sunset light. When Bostil and his guests arrived at the corrals, Holley with Farlane and other riders were waiting. "Boss," said Holley, "Cordts and his outfit never rid in. They was last seen by some Navajos heading for the canyon."
"That's good," ejaculated Bostil in relief. "Well, boys, look after the horses. Slone, just turn Wildfire over to the boys with instructions and feel safe."
Farlane scratched his head and looked dubious. "I'm wondering how safe it'll be for us." "I'll look after him," said Slone. Bostil nodded as if he had expected Slone to refuse to let any rider put the stallion away for the night. Wildfire would not go into the barn, and Slone led him into one of the high barred corrals. Bostil waited, talking with his friends until Slone returned, and then they went toward the house.
"I reckon we couldn't get inside Brack's place now," remarked Bostil. "But in a case like this, I can scare up a drink."
Lights from the windows shone bright through the darkness under the cottonwoods. Bostil halted at the door, as if suddenly remembering, and he whispered huskily,
"Let's keep the women from learning about Sears tonight, anyway."
Then he led the way through the big door into the huge living room. There were hanging lights on the walls and blazing sticks on the hearth. Lucy came running in to meet them. It did not escape Bostil's keen eyes that she was dressed in her best white dress. He had never seen her look so sweet and pretty, and for that matter, so strange. The flush, the darkness of her eyes, the added something in her face, tender, thoughtful, strong. These were new. Bostil pondered while she welcomed his guests. Slone, who had hung back, was last in turn. Lucy greeted him as she had the others. Slone met her with awkward constraint. The gray had not left his face. Lucy looked up at him again and differently. What has happened?" she asked. It annoyed Bostil that Slone and all the men suddenly looked blank. "Why, nothin'," replied Slone slowly, "'cept I'm fagged out." Lucy or any other girl could have seen that he was evading the truth. She flashed a look from Slone to her father. "Until today we never had a big race that something dreadful didn't happen," said Lucy. "This was my day, my race. And oh, I wanted it to pass without
"Well, Lucy, dear," replied Bostil as she faltered, "nothin' came off that'd make you feel bad. Young Slone had a scare about his horse. Wildfire's safe out there in the corral, and he'll be guarded like the king and such. Slone needs a drink and something to eat, same as all of us." Lucy's color returned and her smile, but Bostil noted that while she was serving them and brightly responsive to compliments, she gave more than one steady glance at Slone. She was deep, thought Bostil, and it angered him a little that she showed interest in what concerned this strange rider. Then they had dinner, with 12 at table. The wives of Bostil's 3 friends had been helping Aunt Jane prepare the feast, and they added to the merriment. Bostil was not much given to social intercourse. He would have preferred to be with his horses and riders. But this night he outdid himself as host, amazed his sister Jane, who evidently thought he drank too much, and delighted Lucy. Bostil's outward appearance and his speech and actions never reflected all the workings of his mind. No one would ever know the depth of his bitter disappointment at the outcome of the race. With Creech's Blue Roan out of the way, another horse, swifter and more dangerous, had come along to spoil the King's chance. Bostil felt a subtly increasing covetousness in regard to Wildfire, and this colored all his talk and action. The upland country, vast and rangy, was for Bostil too small to hold Sage King and Wildfire unless they both belonged to him. And when old Cal Blinn gave a ringing toast to Lucy, hoping to live to see her up on Wildfire in the grand race that must be run with the King, Bostil felt stir in him the birth of a subtle, bitter fear. At first he mocked it. He, Bostil, afraid to race. It was a lie of the excited mind. He repudiated it. Insidiously it returned. He drowned it down, smothered it with passion. Then the ghost of it remained hauntingly. After dinner, Bostil, with the men, went down to Brackton's, where Slone and the winners of the day received their prizes. "Why, it's more money than I ever had in my whole life!" exclaimed Slone, gazing incredulously at the gold. Bostil was amused and pleased, and back of both amusement and pleasure was the old inventive, driving passion to gain his own ends. Bostil was abnormally generous in many ways, monstrously selfish in one way. "Slone, I seen you didn't drink none," he said curiously.
No, I don't like liquor.
Do you gamble?
I like a little bet on a race," replied Slone frankly.
Well, that ain't gambling. These fool riders of mine will bet on the switching of a horse's tail." He drew Slone a little aside from the others, who were interested in Brackton's delivery of the different prizes. "Slone, how'd you like to ride for me?"
Slone appeared surprised. "Why, I never rode for anyone," he replied slowly. "I can't stand to be tied down. I'm a horse hunter, you know." Bostil eyed the young man, wondering what he knew about the difficulties of the job offered. It was no news to Bostil that he was at once the best and the worst man to ride for in all the uplands.
"Sure, I know. But that doesn't make no difference," went on Bostil persuasively. "If we got along, well, you'd save some of that yellow coin you're jingling. A Roman rider never builds no corral."
"Thank you, Bostil," replied Slone, earnestly. "I'll think it over. It would seem kind of tame now to go back to wild horse wrangling after I've caught Wildfire. I'll think it over. Maybe I'll do it, if you're sure I'm good enough with rope and horse."
"Well, by God!" blurted out Bostil. "Holley says he'd rather you throwed a gun on him than a rope. So would I. And as for your handling a horse, I never seen no better."
Slone appeared embarrassed and kept studying the gold coins in his palm. Someone touched Bostil, who, turning, saw Brackton at his elbow. The other men were now bantering with the Indians. "Come now, while I've got a minute," said Brackton, taking up a lantern. "I've something to show you." Bostil followed Brackton, and Slone came along. The old man opened a door into a small room, half full of stores and track. The lantern only dimly lighted the place. "Look there!" And Brackton flashed the light upon a man lying prostrate. Bostil recognized the pale face of Joel Creech.
"Brack, what's this? Is he dead?"
Bostil sustained a strange, incomprehensible shock. Sight of a dead man had never before shocked him. "Nope, he ain't dead, which, if he was, might be good for this community," replied Brackton. "He's only fallen in a fit. First off, I reckoned he was drunk, but it ain't that."
"Well, what do you want to show him to me for?"
demanded Bostil gruffly. "I reckon you ought to see him."
"And why, Brackton?"
Brackton set down the lantern and, pushing Slone outside, said, "Just a minute, son." And then he closed the door. "Joel's been on my hands since the flood cut him off from home," said Brackton. "And he's been some trial. But nobody else would have done nothing for him, so I had to. I reckon I felt sorry for him. He cried like a baby that had lost its mother. Then he gets wild looking and raved around. When I wasn't busy, I kept an eye on him. But some of the time I couldn't, and he stole drinks, which made him worse. And when I seen he was trying to sneak one of my guns, I up and get suspicious. Once he said, 'My dad's horses are gonna starve, and I'm gonna kill somebody.' He was out of his head and dangerous. Well, I was worried some, but all I could do was lock up my guns. Last night I caught him confabbing with some men out in the dark behind the store. They all skedaddled except Joel. But I recognized Cordts. I didn't like this, nuther. Joel was surly and ugly. And when one of the riders called him, he said that boat never drifted off. For the night of the flood, I went down there myself and tied the ropes. They never come untied. Somebody cut them just before the flood to make sure my dad's horses couldn't be crossed. Somebody figured the river and the flood. And if my dad's horses starve, I'm going to kill somebody."
Brackton took up the lantern and placed a hand on the door, ready to go out.
Then a rider punched Joel. I never seen who, and Joel had a fit. I dragged him in here, and as you see, he ain't come to yet."
"Wal, Brackton, the boy's crazy,"
said Bostil. "So I reckon, and I'm afeared he'll burn us out. He's crazy on fires, anyway, or do something like."
"He's sure a problem." "Well, we'll see," replied Bostil soberly.
And they went out to find Slone waiting. Then Bostil called his guests, and with Slone also accompanying him, went home. Bostil threw off the recurring gloom, and he was good-natured when Lucy came to his room to say good night. He knew she had come to say more than that.
"Hello, daughter," he said. "Aren't you ashamed to come facing your poor old dad?"
Lucy eyed him dubiously. "No, I'm not ashamed, but I'm still a little afraid."
"I'm harmless, child. I'm a broken man. When you put Sage King out of the race, you broke me."
"Dad, that isn't funny. You make me angry when you hint I did something underhand."
"Well, you didn't consult me."
"I thought it would be fun to surprise you all. Why, you're always delighted with a surprise in a race, unless it beats you. Then it was my great and only chance to get out in front of the King. Oh, how grand it had been! Dad, I'd have run away from him the same as the others."
"No, you wouldn't," declared Bostil.
"Dad, Wildfire can beat the King."
"Never, girl. Knocking a good-tempered hoss off his pins ain't beating him in a running race."
Then father and daughter fought over the old score, the one doggedly, imperturbably, the other spiritedly, with flashing eyes. It was different this time, however, for it ended in Lucy saying Bostil would never risk another race. That stung Bostil, and it cost him an effort to control his temper.
"Let that go now. Tell me all about how you saved Wildfire and Slone, too."
Lucy readily began the narrative, and she had scarcely started before Bostil found himself intensely interested. Soon he became absorbed. That was the most thrilling and moving kind of romance to him, like his rider's dreams.
"Lucy, you're sure a game kid," he said fervidly, when she had ended. "I reckon I don't blame Slone for falling in love with you."
"Who said that?" inquired Lucy.
"Nobody. But it's true, ain't it?"
She looked up with eyes as true as ever they were, yet a little sad, he thought, a little wistful and wondering, as if a strange and grave thing confronted her. "Yes, Dad, it's true," she answered haltingly.
"Well, you didn't need to tell me, but I'm glad you did."
Bostil meant to ask her then if she in any sense returned the rider's love, but unaccountably he could not put the question. The girl was as true as ever, as good as gold. Bostil feared a secret that might hurt him. Just as sure as life was there and death but a step away, some rider sooner or later would win this girl's love. Bostil knew that, hated it, feared it. Yet he would never give his girl to a beggarly rider. Such a man as Wetherby ought to win Lucy's hand. And Bostil did not want to know too much at present. He did not want his swift mountain animosity roused so soon. Still, he was curious, and wanting to get the drift of Lucy's mind, he took to his old habit of teasing.
"Another moonstruck rider," he said.
Your eyes are sure full moons, Lucy. I'd be ashamed to trifle with these poor fellows.
Dad!
You're a heartless flirt, same as your mother was before she met me.
I'm not, and I don't believe Mother was either,
replied Lucy. It was easy to strike fire from her.
Well, you did dead wrong to ride out there day after day meeting Slone, because, young woman, if he ever has the nerve to ask me for you, I'll beat him up bad.
Then you'd be a brute,
retorted Lucy.
Well, maybe,
returned Bostil, secretly delighted and surprised at Lucy's failure to see through him. But she was looking inward. He wondered what hid there deep in her.
But I can't stand for the nerve of that.
He means to ask you.
The H. Huh.
Lucy did not catch the slip of tongue. She was flushing now.
He said he'd never have let me meet him out there alone unless he loved me. And as our neighbors and the riders would learn of it and talk, he wanted you and them to know he'd asked to marry me.
Well, he's a square young man,
ejaculated Bostil involuntarily. It was hard for Bostil to hide his sincerity and impulsiveness, much harder than to hide unworthy attributes. Then he got back on the other track.
That'll make me treat him decent, so when he rides up to ask for you, I'll let him off with no.
Lucy dropped her head. Bostil would have given all he had, except his horses, to feel sure she did not care for Slone.
Dad, I said no for myself,
she murmured. This time Bostil did not withhold the profane word of surprise. So, he's asked you, then. Well, well.
When? Today, out there in the rocks where he waited with Wildfire for me. He
Lucy slipped into her father's arms and her slender form shook. Bostil instinctively felt what she then needed was her mother. Her mother was dead, and he was only a rough, old, hard rider. He did not know what to do, to say. His heart softened, and he clasped her close. It hurt him keenly to realize that he might have been a better, kinder father if it were not for the fear that she would find him out. But that proved he loved her, craved her respect and affection.
Well, little girl,
tell me, he said.
He broke his word to me.
That's too bad. And how did he?
He...
Lucy seemed to catch her tongue. Bostil was positive she had meant to tell him something and suddenly changed her mind. Suddenly the child vanished. A woman remained. Lucy sat up self-possessed once more. Some powerfully impelling thought had transformed her. Bostil's keen sense gathered that what she would not tell was not hers to reveal. For herself, she was the soul of simplicity and frankness.
Days ago, I told him I cared for him,
she went on,
but I forbade him to speak of it to me. He promised. I wanted to wait till after the race, till after I'd found courage to confess to you. He broke his word. Today, when he put me up on Wildfire, he suddenly lost his head.
The slow scarlet welled into Lucy's face, and her eyes grew shamed. But bravely she kept facing her father.
He pulled me off. He hugged me. He kissed me. Oh, it was dreadful, shameful. Then I gave him back something he had given me. And I told him I hated him. And I told him no."
"But you rode his horse in the race," said Bostil. Lucy bowed her head at that.
I couldn't resist."
Bostil stroked the bright head. What a quandary for a thick-skulled old horseman. "Well, it seems to me Slone didn't act so bad, considerin' you told him you cared for him. If it wasn't for that, I remember I did much the same to your mother. She raised the devil, but I never seen as she cared any less for me."
"I'll never forgive him,"
Lucy cried passionately.
"I hate him. A man who breaks his word in one thing will do it in another."
Bostil sadly realized that his little girl had reached womanhood and love, and with them the sweet, bitter pangs of life. He realized also that there was a crisis when a word, an unjust or lying word from him, would forever ruin any hope that might still exist for Slone. Bostil realized this acutely, but the realization was not even a temptation.
"Well, listen. I'm bound to confess your new rider is sure swift. And Lucy, today, if he hadn't been as swift with a rope as he is in love, well, your old daddy might be dead."
She grew white as her dress.
"Oh, Dad, I knew something had happened,"
she cried, reaching for him. Then Bostil told her how Dick Sears had menaced him, how Slone had foiled the horse thief. He told the story bluntly but eloquently, with all a rider's praise. Lucy rose with hands pressed against her breast. When had Bostil seen eyes like those? Dark, shining, wonderful. Ah, he remembered her mother's once, only once, as a girl. Then Lucy kissed him, and without a word fled from the room. Bostil stared after her. "D—n me!" he swore, as he threw a boot against the wall. "I reckon I'll never let her marry Slone, but I just had to tell her what I think of him."
End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, Part 1 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva.
Slone lay wide awake under an open window, watching the stars glimmer through the rustling foliage of the cottonwoods. Somewhere a lonesome hound bayed. Very faintly came the silvery tinkle of running water. For 5 days Slone had been a guest of Bostil's, and the whole 5 days had been torment. On the morning of the day after the races, Lucy had confronted him. Would he ever forget her eyes, her voice?
"Bless you for saving my dad,"
she had said.
"It was brave. But don't let Dad fool you. Don't believe in his kindness. Above all, don't ride for him. He only wants Wildfire, and if he doesn't get him, he'll hate you."
That speech of Lucy's had made the succeeding days hard for Slone. Bostil loaded him with gifts and kindnesses and never ceased importuning him to accept his offers. But for Lucy, Slone would have accepted. It was she who cast the first doubt of Bostil into his mind. Lucy averred that her father was splendid and good in every way, except in what pertained to fast horses. There he was impossible. The great stallion that Slone had nearly sacrificed his life to catch was like a thorn in the rider's flesh. Slone lay there in the darkness, restless, hot, rolling from side to side, or staring out at the star-studded sky. Miserably unhappy, all on account of that horse. Almost he hated him. What pride he had felt in Wildfire. How he had gloried in the gift of the stallion to Lucy. Then on the morning of the race had come that unexpected, incomprehensible, and wild act of which he had been guilty. Yet not to save his life, his soul, could he regret it. Was it he who had been responsible, or an unknown savage within him? He had kept his word to Lucy when day after day he had burned with love until that fatal moment when the touch of her, as he lifted her to Wildfire's saddle, had made a madman out of him. He had swept her into his arms and held her breast to his, her face before him, and had kissed the sweet parting lips till he was blind. Then he had learned what a little fury she was. Then he learned how he had fallen, what he had forfeited. In his amaze at himself, in his humility and shame, he had not been able to say a word in his own defense. She did not know yet that his act had been ungovernable, and that he had not known what he was doing till too late. And she had finished with,
"I'll ride Wildfire in the race, but I won't have him. And I won't have you. No!"
She had the steel and hardness of her father. For Slone, the watching of that race was a blend of rapture and despair. He lived over in mind all the time between the race and this hour when he lay there sleepless and full of remorse. His mind was like a race course with many races, and predominating in it was that swift, strange, stinging race of his memory of Lucy Bostil's looks and actions. What an utter fool he was to believe she had meant those tender words when, out there under the looming monuments, she had accepted Wildfire. She had been an impulsive child. Her scorn and fury that morning of the race had left nothing for him except footless fancies. She had mistaken love of Wildfire for love of him. No, his case was hopeless with Lucy, and if it had not been so, Bostil would have made it hopeless. Yet there were things Slone could not fathom. The willful, contradictory, proud and cold, and unaccountably sweet looks and actions of the girl. They haunted Slone. They made him conscious he had a mind and tortured him with his development. But he had no experience with girls to compare with what was happening now. It seemed that accepted fact and remembered scorn and cold certainty were somehow at variance with hitherto unknown intuitions and instincts. Lucy avoided him if by chance she encountered him alone. When Bostil or Aunt Jane or anyone else was present, Lucy was kind, pleasant, agreeable. What made her flush red at sight of him and then pale? Why did she often at table or in the big living room softly brush against him when it seemed she could have avoided that? Many times he had felt some inconceivable drawing power and looked up to find her eyes upon him. Strange eyes, full of mystery, that were suddenly averted. Was there any meaning attachable to the fact that his room was kept so tidy and neat,
that every day something was added to its comfort or color, that he found fresh flowers whenever he returned, or a book, or fruit, or a dainty morsel to eat, and once a bunch of Indian paintbrush, wildflowers of the desert that Lucy knew he loved. Most of all, it was Lucy's eyes which haunted Slone, eyes that had changed, darkened, lost their audacious flash, and yet seemed all the sweeter. The glances he caught, which he fancied were stolen, and then derided his fancy, thrilled him to his heart. Thus Slone had spent waking hours by day and night, mad with love and remorse, tormented 1 hour by imagined grounds for hope, and resigned to despair the next. Upon the 6th morning of his stay at Bostil's, Slone rose with something of his former will reasserting itself. He could not remain in Bostil's home any longer unless he accepted Bostil's offer, and this was not to be thought of. With a wrench, Slone threw off the softening indecision and hurried out to find Bostil while the determination was hot. Bostil was in the corral with Wildfire. This was the second time Slone had found him there. Wildfire appeared to regard Bostil with a much better favor than he did his master. As Slone noted this, a little heat stole along his veins. That was gall to a rider. "I like your horse," said Bostil with gruff frankness, but a tinge of red showed under his beard. "Bostil, I'm sorry, but I can't take you up on the job," rejoined Slone swiftly. "It's been hard for me to decide. You've been good to me. I'm grateful, but it's time I was telling you." "Why can't you?" demanded Bostil, straightening up with a glint in his big eyes. It was the first time he had asked Slone that. "I can't ride for you," replied Slone briefly. "Anything to do with Lucy?" queried Bostil. "How so?" returned Slone, conscious of more heat. "Well, you was sweet on her, and she wouldn't have you," replied Bostil. Slone felt the blood swell and boil in his veins. This Bostil could say as harsh and hard things as repute gave him credit for. "Yes, I am sweet on Lucy, and she won't have me," said Slone steadily. "I asked her to let me come to you and tell you I wanted to marry her, but she wouldn't." "Well, it's just as good you didn't come, because I might." Bostil broke off his speech and began again. "You don't lack nerve, Slone. What did you have to offer Lucy?" "Nothing, except but that doesn't matter," replied Slone, cut to the quick by Bostil's scorn. "I'm glad you know, and so much for that." Bostil turned to look at Wildfire once more, and he looked long. When he faced around again, it was another man. Slone felt the powerful, driving passion of this old horse trader. "Slone, I'll give you pick of 100 mustangs and $1,000 for Wildfire." So he unmasked his power in the face of a beggarly rider. Though it struck Slone like a thunderbolt, he felt amused. But he did not show that. Bostil had only one possession among all his uncounted wealth that could win Wildfire from his owner. "No," said Slone briefly. "I'll double it," returned Bostil just as briefly. "No, I'll—" "Save your breath, Bostil," flashed Slone. "You don't know me, but let me tell you, you can't buy my horse." The great veins swelled and churned in Bostil's bull neck. A thick and ugly contortion worked in his face. His eyes reflected a sick rage. Slone saw that two passions shook Bostil. One, a bitter, terrible disappointment, and the other, the passion of a man who could not brook being crossed.
It appeared to Slone that the best thing he could do was to get away quickly, and to this end he led Wildfire out of the corral to the stable courtyard and there quickly saddled him. Then he went into another corral for his other horse, Nagger, and bringing him out, returned to find Bostil had followed as far as the court. The old man's rage apparently had passed or had been smothered.
"See here,"
he began in thick voice.
"don't be a
fool and ruin your chance in life.
I'll..."
"Bostil, my one chance was ruined, and you know who did it,"
replied Slone as he gathered Nagger's rope and Wildfire's bridle together.
"I've no hard feelings, but I can't sell you my horse, and I can't ride for you because it would breed trouble."
"And what kind?" queried Bostil. Holley, Farlane, and Van, with several other riders, had come up and were standing open-mouthed. Slone gathered from their manner and expression that anything might happen with Bostil in such a mood. "We'd be racing the King and Wildfire, wouldn't we?" replied Slone.
"And supposing we would,"
returned Bostil ominously. His huge frame vibrated with a slight start.
"Wildfire would run off with your favorite, and you wouldn't like that,"
answered Slone. It was his rider's hot blood that prompted him to launch this taunt. He could not help it.
"You wild horse chaser!"
roared Bostil.
"Your Wildfire may be a bloody killer, but he can't beat the King in a race."
"Excuse me, Bostil, but Wildfire did beat the King." This was only adding fuel to the fire. Slone saw Holley making signs that must have meant silence would be best, but Slone's blood was up. Bostil had rubbed him the wrong way.
"You're a liar,"
declared Bostil, with a tremendous stride forward. Slone saw then how dangerous the man really was.
"It was no race. Your wild horse knocked the King off the track."
"Sage King had the lead, didn't he? Why didn't he keep it?" Bostil was like a furious, intractable child whose favorite precious treasure had been broken, and he burst out into a torrent of incoherent speech, apparently reasons why this and that were so. Slone did not make out what Bostil meant, for he did not care. When Bostil got out of breath, Slone said, "We're both wasting talk, and I'm not wanting you to call me a liar twice. Put your rider up on the King and come on right now. I'll..." "Slone, shut up and chase yourself," interrupted Holley. "You go to H.L.," returned Slone coolly. There was a moment's silence in which Slone took Holley's measure. The hawk-eyed old rider may have been square, but he was then thinking only of Bostil. "What am I up against here?" demanded Slone. "Am I going to be shot because I'm taking my own part? Holley, you and the rest of your pards are all afraid of this old devil, but I'm not, and you stay out of this." "Well, son, you needn't get riled," replied Holley placatingly. "I was only trying to stave off talk you might be sorry for." "Sorry for nothing. I'm going to make this great horse trader, this rich and mighty rancher, this judge of grand horses, this Bostil, I'm going to make him race the King or take water." Then Slone turned to Bostil. That worthy evidently had been stunned by the rider who dared call him to his face. "Come on, fetch the King. Let your own riders judge the race." Bostil struggled both to control himself and to speak.
"No, I ain't gonna see that red horse killer jump the King again."
"You're afraid. You know there'd be no girl on his back. You know he can outrun the King, and that's why you want to buy him." Slone caught his breath then. He realized suddenly, at Bostil's paling face, that perhaps he had dared too much. Yet maybe the truth flung into this hard old rider's teeth was what he needed more than anything else. Slone divined rather than saw that he had done an unprecedented thing. "I'll go now, Bostil." Slone nodded a goodbye to the riders, and turning away, he led the two horses down the lane toward the house. It scarcely needed sight of Lucy under the cottonwoods to still his anger and rouse his regret. Lucy saw him coming, and as usual started to avoid meeting him, when sight of the horses, or something else, caused her to come toward him instead. Slone halted. Both Wildfire and Nagger whinnied at sight of the girl. Lucy took one flashing glance at them, at Slone, and then she evidently guessed what was amiss. "Lucy, I've done it now. Played hob, sure," said Slone. "What?" she cried. "I called your dad. Called him good and hard. And he... "Lin! Oh, don't say Dad!" Lucy's face whitened, and she put a swift hand upon his arm, a touch that thrilled him. "Lin, there's blood on your face. Don't tell me Dad hit you." "I should say not," declared Slone, quickly lifting his hand to his face. "Must be from my cut, that blood. I barked my hand, holding Wildfire." "Oh, I was sick with " Lucy faltered and broke off, and then drew back quickly, as if suddenly conscious of her actions and words. Then Slone began to relate everything that had been said, and before he concluded his story his heart gave a wild throb at the telltale face and eyes of the girl. "You said that to Dad?" she cried in amaze and fear and admiration. "Oh, Dad richly deserved it. But I wish you hadn't. Oh, I wish you hadn't." "Why?" asked Slone. But she did not answer that. "Where are you going?" she questioned. "Come to think of that, I don't know," replied Slone blankly. "I started back to fetch my things out of my room. That's as far as my muddled thoughts got." "Your things? Oh!" Suddenly she grew intensely white. The little freckles that had been so indistinct stood out markedly, and it was as if she had never had any tan. One brown hand went to her breast. The other fluttered to his arm again. "You mean to go away for good?" "Sure. What else can I do?" "Lin! Oh, there comes Dad. He mustn't see me. I must run. Lin, don't leave Bostil's Ford. Don't go. Don't!" Then she flew around the corner of the house to disappear. Slone stood there transfixed and thrilling. Even Bostil's heavy tread did not break the trance, and a meeting would have been unavoidable had not Bostil turned down the path that led to the back of the house. Slone, with a start, collecting his thoughts, hurried to the little room that had been his and gathered up his few belongings. He was careful to leave behind the gifts of guns, blankets, gloves, and other riders' belongings which Bostil had presented to him. Thus laden, he went outside, and tingling with emotions utterly sweet and bewildering, he led the horses down into the village. Slone went down to Brackton's and put the horses into a large, high-fenced pasture adjoining Brackton's house. Slone felt reasonably sure his horses would be safe there, but he meant to keep a mighty close watch on them. And old Brackton, as if he could read Slone's mind, said this: "Keep your eye on that daffy boy Joel Creech. He hangs round my place, sleeps out somewheres, and he's crazy about horses." Slone did not need any warning like that, nor any information to make him curious regarding young Creech. Lucy had seen to that, and, in fact, Slone was anxious to meet this half-witted fellow who had so grievously offended and threatened Lucy. That morning, however, Creech did not put in an appearance. The village had nearly returned to its normal state now, and the sleepy tenor of its way. The Indians had been the last to go, but now none remained. The days were hot, while the sun stayed high, and only the riders braved its heat. The morning, however, did not pass without an interesting incident. Brackton approached Slone with an offer that he take charge of the freighting between Ford and Durango. "What would I do with Wildfire?" was Slone's questioning reply, and Brackton held up his hands. A later incident earned more of Slone's attention. He had observed a man in Brackton's store, and it chanced that this man heard Slone's reply to Brackton's offer, and he said, "You sure need to corral that red stallion. Grandest hoss I ever seen." That praise won Slone, and he engaged in conversation with the man, who said his name was Vorhees. It developed soon that Vorhees owned a little house, a corral, and a patch of ground on a likely site up under the bluff, and he was anxious to sell cheap because he had a fine opportunity at Durango, where his people lived. What interested Slone most was the man's remark that he had a corral which could not be broken into. The price he asked was ridiculously low if the property was worth anything. An idea flashed across Slone's mind. He went up to Vorhees' place and was much pleased with everything, especially the corral, which had been built by a man who feared horse thieves as much as Bostil. The view from the door of the little cabin was magnificent beyond compare. Slone remembered Lucy's last words. They rang like bells in his ears. "Don't go! Don't!" They were enough to chain him to Bostil's Ford until the crack of doom. He dared not dream of what they meant. He only listened to their music as they pealed over and over in his ears. "Vorhees, are you serious?" he asked. "The money you ask is little enough." "It's enough and to spare," replied the man. "And I'd take it as a favor of you." "Well, I'll go you," said Slone, and he laughed a little irrationally. "Only you needn't tell right away that I bought you out." The deal was consummated, leaving Slone still with half of the money that had been his prize in the race. He felt elated. He was rich. He owned 2 horses, one the grandest in all the uplands, the other the faithfulest. And he owned a neat little cabin where it was a joy to sit and look out, and a corral which would let him sleep at night. And he had money to put into supplies and furnishings, and a garden. After he drank out of the spring that bubbled from under the bluff, he told himself it alone was worth the money. "Looks right down on Bostil's place," Slone soliloquized with glee. "Won't he be mad? And Lucy, whatever's she gonna think?" The more Slone looked around and thought, the more he became convinced that good fortune had knocked at his door at last. And when he returned to Brackton's, he was in an exultant mood. The old storekeeper gave him a nudge and pointed underhand to a young man of ragged aspect sitting gloomily on a box. Slone recognized Joel Creech. The fellow surely made a pathetic sight, and Slone pitied him. He looked needy and hungry. "Say," said Slone impulsively, "want to help me carry some grub and stuff?" "Howdy," replied Creech, raising his head. "Sure do." Slone sustained the queerest shock of his life when he met the gaze of those contrasting eyes. Yet he did not believe that his strange feeling came from sight of different colored eyes. There was an instinct or portent in that meeting. He purchased a bill of goods from Brackton, and with Creech helping, carried it up to the cabin under the bluff.
3 trips were needed to pack up all the supplies, and meanwhile Creech had but few words to say, and these of no moment. Slone offered him money, which he refused. "I'll help you fix up and eat a bite," he said. "Nice up here." He seemed rational enough and certainly responded to kindness. Slone found that Vorhees had left the cabin so clean there was little cleaning to do. An open fireplace of stone required some repair, and there was wood to cut. "Joel, you start a fire while I go down after my horses," said Slone. Young Creech nodded, and Slone left him there. It was not easy to catch Wildfire, nor any easier to get him into the new corral. But at last Slone saw him safely there, and the bars and locks on the gate might have defied any effort to open or break them quickly. Creech was standing in the doorway, watching the horses, and somehow Slone saw, or imagined he saw, that Creech wore a different aspect. "Grand wild horse. He did what Blue was a goin' to do. Beat that there Bostil's King." Creech wagged his head. He was gloomy and strange. His eyes were unpleasant to look into. His face changed, and he mumbled. Slone pitied him the more, but wished to see the last of him. Creech stayed on, however, and grew stranger and more talkative during the meal. He repeated things often, talked disconnectedly, and gave other indications that he was not wholly right in his mind. Yet Slone suspected that Creech's want of balance consisted only in what concerned horses and the Bostils. And Slone, wanting to learn all he could, encouraged Creech to talk about his father and the racers and the river and the boat, and finally Bostil. Slone became convinced that whether young Creech was half crazy or not, he knew his father's horses were doomed, and that the boat at the ferry had been cut adrift. Slone could not understand why he was convinced, but he was. Finally, Creech told how he had gone down to the river only a day before, how he had found the flood still raging, but much lower, how he had worked round the cliffs and had pulled up the rope cables to find they had been cut. "You see, Bostil cut them when he didn't need to," continued Creech shrewdly. "But he didn't know the flood was comin' down so quick. He was afeared we'd come across an' get the boat thet night. An' he meant to take away them cut cables, but he hadn't no time." "Bostil?" queried Slone, as he gazed hard at Creech. The fellow had told that rationally enough. Slone wondered if Bostil could have been so base. No, and yet, when it came to horses, Bostil was scarcely human. Slone's query served to send Creech off on another tangent, which wound up in dark, mysterious threats. Then Slone caught the name of Lucy. It abruptly killed his sympathy for Creech. "What's the girl got to do with it?" he demanded angrily. "If you want to talk to me, don't use her name." "I'll use her name when I want," shouted Creech. "Not to me." "Yes, to you, mister. I ain't carin' a D.N. for you." "You crazy loon!" exclaimed Slone, with impatience and disgust added to anger. "What's the use of being decent to you?" Creech crouched low, his hands digging like claws into the table, as if he were making ready to spring. At that instant he was hideous. "Crazy, am I?" he yelled. "Maybe not D.N. crazy. I can tell you're gone on Lucy Bostil. I seen you with her out there in the rocks the morning of the race. I seen what you did to her, and I'm a gonna tell it. And I'm a gonna catch Lucy Bostil and strip her naked. And when I get through with her, I'll tie her on a horse and fire the grass. By God, I am!" Livid and wild, he breathed hard as he got up, facing Slone malignantly. "Crazy or not, here goes!" muttered Slone grimly, and leaping up, with one blow he knocked Creech half out of the door and then kicked him the rest of the way. "Go on and have a fit!" cried Slone. "I'm liable to kill you if you don't have one." Creech got up and ran down the path, turning twice on the way. Then he disappeared among the trees. Slone sat down. "Lost my temper again," he said. "This has been a day. Guess I'd better cool off right now and stay here. That poor devil, maybe he's not so crazy, but he's wilder than an Indian. I must warn Lucy. Lord, I wonder if Bostil could have held back repairing that boat and then cut it loose. I wonder. Yesterday I'd have sworn never. Today." Slone drove the conclusion of that thought out of his consciousness before he wholly admitted it. Then he set to work cutting the long grass from the wet and shady nooks under the bluff where the spring made the ground rich. He carried an armful down to the corral. Nagger was roaming around outside, picking grass for himself. Wildfire snorted as always when he saw Slone, and Slone, as always, when time permitted, tried to coax the stallion to him. He had never succeeded, nor did he this time. When he left the bundle of grass on the ground and went outside, Wildfire readily came for it. "You're that tame, anyhow, you hungry red devil," said Slone, jealously. Wildfire would take a bunch of grass from Lucy Bostil's hand. Slone's feelings had undergone some reaction, though he still loved the horse. But it was love mixed with bitterness. More than ever he made up his mind that Lucy should have Wildfire. Then he walked around his place, planning the work he meant to start at once. Several days slipped by with Slone scarcely realizing how they flew. Unaccustomed labor tired him so that he went to bed early and slept like a log. If it had not been for the ever-present worry and suspense and longing in regard to Lucy, he would have been happier than ever he could remember. Almost at once he had become attached to his little home, and the more he labored to make it productive and comfortable, the stronger grew his attachment. Practical toil was not conducive to daydreaming, so Slone felt a loss of something vague and sweet. Many times he caught himself watching with eager eyes for a glimpse of Lucy Bostil down there among the cottonwoods. Still he never saw her, and in fact he saw so few villagers that the place began to have a loneliness which endeared it to him the more. Then the view down the gray valley to the purple monuments was always thrillingly memorable to Slone. It was out there Lucy had saved his horse and his life. His keen desert gaze could make out even at that distance the great dark monument, gold crowned, in the shadow of which he had heard Lucy speak words that had transformed life for him. He would ride out there some day. The spell of those looming, grand shafts of colored rock was still strong upon him. End of chapter 14, part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. One morning Slone had a visitor, old Brackton. Slone's cordiality died on his lips before it was half uttered. Brackton's former friendliness was not in evidence. Indeed, he looked at Slone with curiosity and disfavor. "Howdy, Slone.
I just wanted to see what you was doing up here," he said.
Slone spread his hands and explained in few words.
"So you took over the place, eh? We all figured that. But Voorhees was mum. Fact is, he was sure mysterious." Brackton sat down and eyed Slone with interest. "Folks are talking a lot about you," he said, bluntly. "Is that so?" "You appear to be a pretty mysterious kind of a feller, Slone. I kind of took a shine to you at first, and that's why I come up here to tell you. It'd be wise for you to vamoose." "What?" exclaimed Slone.
Brackton repeated substantially what he had said, then, pausing an instant, continued.
"I've no call to give you a hunch, but I'll do it just because I did like you first off."
The old man seemed fussy, nervous, and patronizing and disparaging all at once.
"What'd you beat up that poor Joel Creech fer?" demanded Brackton.
"He got what he deserved," replied Slone, and the memory coming on the head of this strange attitude of Brackton's roused Slone's temper.
"Well, Joel tells some queer things about you. For instance, how you took advantage of little Lucy Bostil, grabbing her and mauling her the way Joel seen you."
"D in the loon," muttered Slone, rising to pace the path.
"Well, Joel's a bit off, but he's not loony all the time. He's seen you, and he's telling it. When Bostil hears it, you'd better be across the canyon."
Slone felt the hot, sick rush of blood to his face, and humiliation and rage overtook him.
"Joel's down at my house. He had fits after you beat him, and he ain't got over them yet. But he could blab to the riders. Van Sickle's looking for you. And today, when I was alone with Joel, he told me some more queer things about you. I shut him up quick, but I ain't guaranteeing I can keep him shut up."
"I bet you I shut him up," declared Slone. "What more did the fool say?"
"Slone, have you been round these here parts, down among the monuments, for any considerable time?" queried Brackton.
"Yes, I have. Several weeks out there, and about 10 days or so around the ford."
"Where was you the night of the flood?"
The shrewd scrutiny of the old man, the suspicion, angered Slone.
"If it's any of your mix, I was out on the slope among the rocks. I heard that flood coming down long before it got here," replied Slone deliberately.
Brackton averted his gaze and abruptly rose as if the occasion was ended.
"Well, take my hunch and leave,"
he said, turning away.
"Brackton, if you mean well, I'm much obliged," returned Slone, slowly, ponderingly. "But I'll not take the hunch." "Suit yourself," added Brackton, coldly, and went away.
Slone watched him go down the path and disappear in the lane of cottonwoods.
"I'll be darned," muttered Slone. "Funny old man. Maybe Creech is not the only loony one hereabouts."
Slone tried to laugh off the effect of the interview, but it persisted and worried him all day. After supper he decided to walk down into the village, and would have done so but for the fact that he saw a man climbing his path. When he recognized the rider Holley, he sensed trouble, and straightway he became gloomy. Bostil's right-hand man could not call on him for any friendly reason. Holley came up slowly, awkwardly, after the manner of a rider unused to walking. Slone had built a little porch on the front of his cabin and a bench, which he had covered with goat skins. It struck him a little strangely that he should bend over to rearrange these skins just as Holley approached the porch. "Howdy, son," was the rider's drawled remark.
Sure makes me puff to climb up this mountain."
Slone turned instantly, surprised at the friendly tone, doubting his own ears and wanting to verify them. He was the more surprised to see Holley unmistakably amiable.
"Hello, Holley. How are you?" he replied. "Have a seat."
"Well, I'm right spry for an old bird, but I can't climb worth a d-n. Say, this here beats Bostil's view."
"Yes, it's fine,"
replied Slone rather awkwardly, as he sat down on the porch step. What could Holley want with him? This old rider was above curiosity or gossip. "Slone, you ain't holding it agin me that I tried to shut you up the other day?" he drawled with dry frankness.
"Why, no, Holley, I'm not. I saw your point. You were right. But Bostil made me mad."
"Sure, it'd make anybody mad. I've seen riders bite themselves, they was so mad at Bostil. You called him, and you sure tickled all the boys. But you hurt yourself, for Bostil owns and runs this here Ford."
"So I've discovered,"
replied Slone. "You got yourself in bad right off, for Bostil has turned the riders agin you, and this here punching of Creech has turned the village folk agin you. What did you pitch into him fer?" Slone caught the kindly interest and intent of the rider, and it warmed him as Brackton's disapproval had alienated him. "Well, I reckon I'd better tell you," drawled Holley as Slone hesitated, "that Lucy wants to know if you beat up Joel and why you did." "Holley, did she ask you to find out?" "She sure did. The girl's worried these days, Slone. You see, you haven't been around, and you don't know what's coming off."
"Brackton was here today, and he told me a good deal. I'm worried, too,"
said Slone dejectedly. "That horse of yours, Wildfire, he's enough to make you hated in Bostil's camp, even if you hadn't made a fool of yourself, which you sure have." Slone dropped his head as admission. "What Creech swears he's seen you do to Miss Lucy out there among the rocks where you was hid with Wildfire, is there any truth in that?" asked Holley earnestly. "Tell me, Slone. Folks believe it, and it's hurt you at the Ford. Bostil hasn't heard it yet, and Lucy, she doesn't know. But I'm figuring that you punched Joel because he throwed it in your face."
"He did, and I lambasted him,"
replied Slone with force.
"You did right. But what I want to know is it true what Joel's seen?" "It's true, Holley. But what I did isn't so bad as he'd make it look."
"Well, I knowed that. I knowed for a long time how Lucy cares for you," returned the old rider kindly. Slone raised his head swiftly, incredulously.
"Holley, you can't be serious."
"Well, I am. I've been sort of a big brother to Lucy for 18 years. I carried her in these here hands when she weighed no more than my spurs. I taught her how to ride, what she knows about horses, and she knows more'n her dad. I taught her to shoot. I know her better than anybody, and lately she's been different. She's worried and unhappy."
"But, Holley, all that, it doesn't seem—"
"I reckon not," went on Holley as Slone halted. "I think she cares for you, and I'm your friend, Slone. You're going to buck up against some hell round here sooner or later, and you'll need a friend."
"Thanks, Holley,"
replied Slone, unsteadily. He thrilled under the iron grasp of the rider's hard hand. "You've got another friend you can gamble on," said Holley, significantly.
"Another? Who? Lucy Bostil. And don't you forget that. I bet she'll raise more trouble than Bostil when she hears what Joel Creech is telling. For she's bound to hear it. Van Sickle swears he's a-goin' to tell her and then beat you up with a quirt." "He is he?" snapped Slone darkly. "I've a hunch Lucy's guessed why you punched Joel, but she wants to know for sure. Now, Slone, I'll tell her why." "Oh, don't," said Slone involuntarily. "Wal, it'll be better comin' from you an' me. Take my word for that. I'll prepare Lucy, an' she's as good a scrapper as Bostil any day." "It all scares me," replied Slone. He did feel panicky, and that was from thoughts of what shame might befall Lucy. The cold sweat oozed out of every pore. What might not Bostil do? "Holley, I love the girl, so I didn't insult her. Bostil will never understand. And what's he going to do when he finds out?" "Well, let's hope you won't get any worse'n you give Joel." "Let Bostil beat me," ejaculated Slone. "I think I'm willing now, the way I feel. But I've a temper, and Bostil rubs me the wrong way." "Well, leave your gun home and fight Bostil. You're pretty husky. Sure, he'll lick you, but maybe you could give the old cuss a black eye." Holley laughed as if the idea gave him infinite pleasure. "Fight Bostil? Lucy would hate me," cried Slone. "Nix! You don't know that kid. If the old man goes after you, Lucy'll care more for you. She's just like him in some ways." Holley pulled out a stubby black pipe, and filling and lighting it, he appeared to grow more thoughtful. "It wasn't only Lucy that sent me up here to see you. Bostil had been pesterin' me for days, but I kept fightin' shy of it till Lucy got hold of me." "Bostil sent you? Why?" "Reckon you can guess. He can't sleep thinkin' about your red hoss. None of us has ever seen Bostil have such a bad case. He raised Sage King, but he's always been crazy for a great wild stallion. And here you come along, and your hoss jumps the King, and there's trouble generally." "Holley, do you think Wildfire can beat Sage King?" asked Slone eagerly. "Reckon I do. Lucy says so, and I'll back her any day. But, son, I ain't paradin' what I think. I'd get in bad myself. Farlane and the other boys, they're with Bostil. Van, he's to blame for that. He's taken a dislike to you right off. And what he tells Bostil and the boys about that race don't agree with what Lucy tells me. Lucy says Wildfire ran fiery and cranky at the start. He wanted to run round and kill the King instead of racing. So he was 3 lengths behind when Macomber dropped the flag. Lucy says the King got into his stride. She knows. And there Wildfire comes from behind and climbs all over the King. Van tells a different story." "It came off just as Lucy told you," declared Slone. "I saw every move." "Well, that's neither here nor there. What you're up agin is this. Bostil is sore since you called him, but he holds himself in because he hasn't given up hope of getting Wildfire. And Slone, you're sure wise, ain't you, that if Bostil doesn't buy him, you can't stay on here?" "I'm wise, but I won't sell Wildfire," replied Slone doggedly. "Well, I'd never wasted my breath telling you all this if I hadn't figured about Lucy. You've got her to think of." Slone turned on Holley passionately. "You keep hinting there's a hope for me when I know there's none." "You're only a boy," replied Holley.
Son, where there's life, there's hope. I ain't a-goin' to tell you again that I know Lucy Bostil." Slone could not stand, nor walk, nor keep still. He was shaking from head to foot.
"Wildfire's not mine to sell. He's Lucy's," confessed Slone.
"The devil you say!" ejaculated Holley, and he nearly dropped his pipe.
"I gave Wildfire to her. She accepted him. It was done. Then I lost my head and made her mad. And she said she'd ride him in the race, but wouldn't keep him. But he is hers." "Oh, I see. Slone, I was going to advise you to sell Wildfire, all on account of Lucy. You're young, and you'd have a big start in life if you would. But Lucy's your girl, and you give her your horse. That settles that." "If I go away from here and leave Wildfire for Lucy, do you think she could keep him? Wouldn't Bostil take him from her?"
"Well, son, if he tried that on Lucy, she'd jump Wildfire and hit your trail and hang on to it till she found you."
"What'll you tell Bostil?" asked Slone, half beside himself.
"I'm consarned if I know," replied Holley. "Maybe I'll think of some idea. I'll go back now. And say, son, I reckon you better hang close to home. If you meet Bostil down in the village, you two'd clash sure. I'll come up soon, but it'll be after dark."
"Holley, all this is good of you,"
said Slone.
I'll
"Shut up, son," interrupted the rider dryly. "That's your only weakness, so far as I can see. You say too much." Holley started down then, his long, clinking spurs digging into the steep path. He left Slone a prey to deep thoughts, at once anxious and dreamy. Next day Slone worked hard all day, looking forward to nightfall, expecting that Holley would come up. He tried to resist the sweet and tantalizing anticipation of a message from Lucy, but in vain. The rider had immeasurably uplifted Slone's hope that Lucy at least cared for him. Not for a moment all day could Slone drive away the hope. At twilight he was too eager to eat, too obsessed to see the magnificent sunset. But Holley did not come, and Slone went to bed late, half sick with disappointment. The next day was worse. Slone found work irksome, yet he held to it. On the third day he rested and dreamed, and grew doubtful again, and then moody. On the fourth day Slone found he needed supplies that he must obtain from the store. He did not forget Holley's warning, but he disregarded it, thinking there would scarcely be a chance of meeting Bostil at midday. There were horses standing, bridles down, before Brackton's place, and riders lounging at the rail and step. Some of these men had been pleasant to Slone on earlier occasions. This day they seemed not to see him. Slone was tingling all over when he went into the store. Some deviltry was afoot. He had an angry thought that these riders could not have minds of their own. Just inside the door, Slone encountered Wetherby, the young rancher from Durango. Slone spoke, but Wetherby only replied with an insolent stare. Slone did not glance at the man to whom Wetherby was talking. Only a few people were inside the store, and Brackton was waiting upon them. Slone stood back a little in the shadow. Brackton had observed his entrance, but did not greet him. Then Slone absolutely knew that for him The goodwill of Bostil's Ford was a thing of the past. Presently Brackton was at leisure, but he showed no disposition to attend to Slone's wants. Then Slone walked up to the counter and asked for supplies. "Have you got the money?" asked Brackton, as if addressing one he would not trust. "Yes," replied Slone, growing red under an insult that he knew Wetherby had heard. Brackton handed out the supplies and received the money without a word. He held his head down. It was a singular action for a man used to dealing fairly with everyone. Slone felt outraged. He hurried out of the place with shame burning him, with his own eyes downcast, and in his hurry he bumped square into a burly form. Slone recoiled, looked up. Bostil. The old rider was eyeing him with cool speculation. "Well, are you drunk?" he queried, without any particular expression. Yet the query was to Slone like a blow. It brought his head up with a jerk, his glance steady and keen on Bostil's. "Bostil, you know I don't drink," he said. "Uh-huh. I know a lot about you, Slone. I heard you bought Voorhees's place up on the bench." "Yes." "Did he tell you it was mortgaged to me for more'n it's worth?" "No, he didn't." "Did he make over any papers to you?" "No." "Well, if it interests you, I'll show you papers that proves the property's mine." Slone suffered a pang. The little home had grown dearer and dearer to him. "All right, Bostil. If it's yours, it's yours," he said, calmly enough. "I reckon I drove you out before this, if I hadn't felt we could make a deal." "We can't agree on any deal, Bostil," replied Slone steadily. It was not what Bostil said, but the way he said it, the subtle meaning and power behind it, that gave Slone a sense of menace and peril. These he had been used to for years. He could meet them, but he was handicapped here because it seemed that though he could meet Bostil face to face, he could not fight him. For he was Lucy's father. Slone's position, the impotence of it, rendered him less able to control his temper. "Why can't we?" demanded Bostil. "If you wasn't so touchy, we could. And let me say, young fella, that there's more reason now that you do make a deal with me." "Deal? What about?" "About your red horse." "Wildfire? No deals, Bostil," returned Slone, and made as if to pass him. The big hand that forced Slone back was far from gentle, and again he felt the quick rush of blood. "Maybe I can tell you something that'll make you sell Wildfire," said Bostil. "Not if you talked yourself dumb," flashed Slone. There was no use to try to keep cool with this Bostil if he talked horses. "I'll race Wildfire against the King, but no more." "Race? Well, we don't run races around here without stakes," replied Bostil with deep scorn. "And what can you bet? That little dab of prize money is gone, and wouldn't be enough to meet me. You're a strange one in these parts. I've pride and reputation to uphold. You brag of racing with me, and you a beggarly rider. You wouldn't have them clothes and boots if my girl hadn't fetched them to you." The riders behind Bostil laughed. Wetherby's face was there in the door, not amused, but hard with scorn and something else. Slone felt a sickening, terrible gust of passion. It fairly shook him, and as the wave subsided, the quick cooling of skin and body pained him like a burn made with ice.
"Yes, Bostil, I'm what you say," responded Slone, and his voice seemed to fill his ears. "But you're dead wrong when you say I've nothin' to bet on a race."
"And what'll you bet?"
"My life and my horse."
The riders suddenly grew silent and intense. Bostil vibrated to that. He turned white. He, more than any rider on the uplands, must have felt the nature of that offer.
"Again what?"
he demanded, hoarsely.
"Your daughter, Lucy."
One instant the surprise held Bostil mute and motionless. Then he seemed to expand. His huge bulk jerked into motion, and he bellowed like a mad bull. Slone saw the blow coming, made no move to avoid it. The big fist took him square on the mouth and chin and laid him flat on the ground. Sight failed Slone for a little, and likewise ability to move, but he did not lose consciousness. His head seemed to have been burst into rays and red mist that blurred his eyes. Then these cleared away, leaving intense pain. He started to get up, his brain in a whirl. Where was his gun? He had left it at home. But for that he would have killed Bostil. He had already killed one man. The thing was a burning flash. Then all over. He could do it again. But Bostil was Lucy's father. Slone gathered up the packages of supplies, and without looking at the men, he hurried away. He seemed possessed of a fury to turn and run back. Some force, like an invisible hand, withheld him. When he reached the cabin, he shut himself in and lay on his bunk, forgetting that the place did not belong to him, alive only to the mystery of his trouble, smarting with the shame of the assault upon him. It was dark before he composed himself and went out, and then he had not the desire to eat. He made no move to open the supplies of food, did not even make a light. But he went out to take grass and water to the horses. When he returned to the cabin, a man was standing at the porch. Slone recognized Holley's shape and then his voice. "Son, you raised the devil today."
"Holley, don't you go back on me," cried Slone. "I was driven."
"Don't talk so loud," whispered the rider in return. "I've only a minute. Here, a letter from Lucy. And son, don't get the idea that I'll go back on you." Slone took the letter with trembling fingers. All the fury and gloom instantly fled. Lucy had written him. He could not speak. "Son, I'm double crossing the boss right this minute," whispered Holley hoarsely. "And the same time I'm playing Lucy's game. If Bostil finds out, he'll kill me. I mustn't be ketched up here, but I won't lose track of you wherever you go." Holley slipped away stealthily in the dusk, leaving Slone with a throbbing heart.
"Wherever you go," he echoed. "Ah, I forgot. I can't stay here."
Lucy's letter made his fingers tingle, made them so hasty and awkward that he had difficulty in kindling blaze enough to see to read. The letter was short, written in lead pencil on the torn leaf of a ledger. Slone could not read rapidly. Those years on the desert had seen to that, and his haste to learn what Lucy said bewildered him. At first all the words blurred.
"Come at once to the bench in the cottonwoods. I'll meet you there. My heart is breaking. It's a lie what they say. I'll swear you were with me the night the boat was cut adrift. I know you didn't do that. I know who. Oh, come. I will stick to you. I will run off with you. I love you. End of chapter 14, part 2. Chapter 15 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Slone's heart leaped to his throat, and its beating choked his utterances of rapture and amaze and dread. But rapture dominated the other emotions. He could scarcely control the impulse to run to meet Lucy without a single cautious thought. He put the precious letter inside his blouse, where it seemed to warm his breast. He buckled on his gun belt, and, extinguishing the light, he hurried out. A crescent moon had just tipped the bluff. The village lanes and cabins and trees lay silver in the moonlight. A lonesome coyote barked in the distance. All else was still. The air was cool, sweet, fragrant. There appeared to be a glamour of light, of silence, of beauty over the desert. Slone kept under the dark lee of the bluff and worked around so that he could be above the village, where there was little danger of meeting anyone. Yet presently he had to go out of the shadow into the moon-blanched lane. Swift and silent as an Indian he went along, keeping in the shade of what trees there were, until he came to the grove of cottonwoods. The grove was a black mystery lanced by silver rays. He slipped in among the trees, halting every few steps to listen. The action, the realization had helped to make him cool, to steel him, though never before in his life had he been so exalted. The pursuit and capture of Wildfire, at one time the desire of his heart, was nothing to this. Love had called him, and life, and he knew death hung in the balance. If Bostil found him seeking Lucy, there would be blood spilled. Slone quaked at the thought, for the cold and ghastly oppression following the death he had meted out to Sears came to him at times. But such thoughts were fleeting. Only one thought really held his mind, and the one was that Lucy loved him, had sent strange, wild, passionate words to him. He found the narrow path, its white crossed by slowly moving black bars of shadow, and stealthily he followed this, keen of eye and ear, stopping at every rustle. He well knew the bench Lucy had mentioned. It was in a remote corner of the grove under big trees near the spring. Once Slone thought he had a glimpse of white. Perhaps it was only moonlight. He slipped on, and when beyond the branching paths that led toward the house, he breathed freer. The grove appeared deserted. At last he crossed the runway from the spring, smelled the cool, wet moss and watercress, and saw the big cottonwood looming dark above the other trees. A patch of moonlight brightened a little glade just at the edge of dense shade cast by the cottonwood. Here the bench stood. It was empty. Slone's rapture vanished. He was suddenly chilled. She was not there. She might have been intercepted. He would not see her. The disappointment, the sudden relaxation was horrible. Then a white, slender shape flashed from beside the black tree trunk and flew toward him.
It was noiseless, like a specter, and swift as the wind. Was he dreaming? He felt so strange. Then the white shape reached him, and he knew. Lucy leaped into his arms.
Lin, Lin. Oh, I'm so glad to see you,
she whispered. She seemed breathless, keen, new to him, not in the least afraid nor shy. Slone could only hold her. He could not have spoken, even if she had given him a chance.
I know everything. What they accuse you of, how the riders treated you, how my dad struck you. Oh, he's a brute. I hate him for that. Why didn't you keep out of his way? Van saw it all. Oh, I hate him too. He said you lay still where you fell. Dear Lin, that blow may have hurt you dreadfully, shamed you because you couldn't strike back at my dad, but it reached me too. It hurt me. It woke my heart. Where did he hit you? Oh, I've seen him hit men. His terrible fists.
Lucy, never mind, whispered Slone. I'd stood to be shot just for this. He felt her hand softly on his face, feeling around tenderly till they found the swollen bruise on mouth and chin.
Oh, he struck you, and I'll kiss you,
she whispered.
If kisses will make it well, it'll be well.
She seemed strange, wild, passionate in her tenderness. She lifted her face and kissed him softly again and again and again, till the touch that had been exquisitely painful to his bruised lips became rapture. Then she leaned back in his arms, her hands on his shoulders, white-faced, dark-eyed, and laughed up in his face lovingly, daringly, as if she defied the world to change what she had done.
Lucy, Lucy, he can beat me again,
said Slone, low and hoarsely.
If you love me, you'll keep out of his way,
replied the girl.
If I love you, my God, I've felt my heart die 1,000 times since that morning when you... Lin, I didn't know,
she interrupted with sweet, grave earnestness.
I know now.
And Slone could not but know, too, looking at her, and the sweetness, the eloquence, the noble abandon of her avowal sounded to the depths of him. His dread, his resignation, his shame all sped forever in the deep, full breath of relief with which he cast off that burden. He tasted the nectar of happiness, the first time in his life. He lifted his head, never, he knew, to lower it again. He would be true to what she had made him. "Come in the shade," he whispered, and with his arm round her he led her to the great tree trunk.
"Is it safe for you here? And how long can you stay? I had it out with Dad. Left him licked for once in his life," she replied. "Then I went to my room, fastened the door, and slipped out of my window. I can stay out as long as I want. No one will know."
Slone's heart throbbed. She was his. The clasp of her hands on his, the gleam of her eyes, the white, daring flash of her face in the shadow of the moon, these told him she was his. How it had come about was beyond him, but he realized the truth. What a girl! This was the same nerve which she showed when she had run Wildfire out in front of the fleetest horses in the uplands. "Tell me, then," he began quietly, with keen gaze roving under the trees and eyes strained tight. "Tell me what's come off."
"Don't you know?"
she queried in amaze. "Only that for some reason I'm done in Bostil's Ford. It can't be because I punched Joel Creech. I felt it before I left Bostil at the store. He taunted me.
We had bitter words. He told me before all of them how the outfit I wore you gave me. And then I dared him to race the King, my horse and my life, against you. Yes, I know, she whispered softly. It's all over town. Oh, Lin, it was a grand bet. And Bostil four-flushed, as the riders say. For days a race between Wildfire and the King has been in the air. There'll never be peace in Bostil's Ford again till that race is run. But, Lucy, could Bostil's wanting Wildfire and hating me because I won't sell, could that ruin me here at the Ford? It could. But, Lin, there's more. Oh, I hate to tell you, she whispered passionately. I thought you'd know. Joel Creech swore you cut the ropes on the ferry boat and sent it adrift. The loon! Ejaculated Slone, and he laughed low in both anger and ridicule. Lucy, that's only a fool's talk. He's crazy. Oh, if I ever get him in front of me again when I'm on Sarch, I'll... She ended with a little gasp and leaned a moment against Slone. He felt her heart beat, felt the strong clasp of her hands. She was indeed Bostil's flesh and blood, and there was that in her dangerous to arouse. Lin, the folks here are queer, she resumed more calmly. For long years, Dad has ruled them. They see with his eyes and talk with his voice. Joel Creech swore you cut those cables, swore he trailed you. Brackton believed him. Van believed him. They told my father. And he, my dad, God forgive him, he jumped at that. The village as one person now believes you sent the boat adrift so Creech's horses could not cross, and you could win the race. Lucy, if it wasn't so funny, I'd be mad as burst out Slone. It isn't funny. It's terrible. I know who cut those cables. Holley knows. Dad knows. And, oh, Lin, I hate my own father. My God, gasped Slone, as the full signification burst upon him. Then his next thought was for Lucy. Listen, dear, you mustn't say that, he entreated. He's your father. He's a good man every way except when he's after horses. Then he's half horse. I understand him. I feel sorry for him. And if he's throwed the blame on me, all right. I'll stand it. What do I care? I was queered anyhow because I wouldn't part with my horse. It can't matter so much if people think I did that just to help win a race. But if they knew your father did it, and if Creech's horses starve, why, it'd be a disgrace for him and you. Lin Slone, you'll accept the blame? She whispered, with wide, dark eyes on him, hands at his shoulders. Sure I will, replied Slone. I can't be any worse off. You're better than all of them, my rider, she cried, full-voiced and tremulous. Lin, you make me love you so it hurts. And she seemed about to fling herself into his arms again. There was a strangeness about her, a glory. But you'll not take the shame of that act, for I won't let you. I'll tell my father I was with you when the boat was cut loose. He'll believe me. Yes, and he'll kill me, groaned Slone. Good Lord, Lucy, don't do that. I will, and he'll not kill you, Lin. Dad took a great fancy to you. I know that. He thinks he hates you, but in his heart he doesn't. If he got hold of Wildfire, why, he'd never be able to do enough for you. He never could make it up. What do you think? I told him you hugged and kissed me shamefully that day. Oh, Lucy, you didn't, implored Slone. I sure did. And what do you think? He said he once did the same to my mother. No, Lin, Dad'll never kill you for anything except a fury about horses. All the fights he ever had were over horse deals. The two men he Lucy faltered, and her shudder was illuminating to Slone. "Both of them fights over horse trades." "Lucy, if I'm ever unlucky enough to meet Bostil again, I'll be deaf and dumb. And now you promise me you won't tell him you were with me that night." "Lin, if the occasion comes, I will. I couldn't help it," replied Lucy. "Then fight shy of the occasion," he rejoined earnestly, "for that would be the end of Lin Slone." "Then what on earth can we do?" Lucy said, with sudden break of spirit. "I think we must wait. You wrote in your letter you'd stick to me. You'd—" He could not get the words out. The thought so overcame him. "If it comes to a finish, I'll go with you," Lucy returned, with passion rising again. "Oh, to ride off with you, Lucy, to have you all to myself! I daren't think of it. But that's only selfish." "Maybe it's not so selfish as you believe. If you left the Ford now, it'd break my heart. I'd never get over it." "Lucy, you love me that well?" Then their lips met again, and their hands locked, and they stood silent, straining toward each other. He held the slight form, so pliant, so responsive, so alive, close to him, and her face lay hidden on his breast. And he looked out over her head into the quivering moonlight shadows. The night was as still as one away on the desert, far from the abode of men. It was more beautiful than any dream of a night in which he had wandered far into strange lands where wild horses were and forests lay black under moon-silvered peaks. "We'll run, then, if it comes to a finish," said Slone, huskily. "But I'll wait. I'll stick it out here. I'll take what comes. So maybe I'll not disgrace you more." "I told Van I gloried in being hugged by you that day," she replied, and her little defiant laugh told what she thought of the alleged disgrace. "You torment him," remonstrated Slone. "You set him against us. It would be better to keep still." "But my blood is up," she said, and she pounded his shoulder with her fist. "I'll fight! I'll fight! I couldn't avoid Van. It was Holley who told me Van was threatening you. And when I met Van he told me how everybody said you insulted me, had been worse than a drunken rider, and that he'd beat you half to death. So I told Van Joel Creech might have seen us. I didn't doubt that. But he didn't see that I liked being hugged." "What did Van say then?" asked Slone, all aglow with his wonderful joy. "He wilted. He slunk away. And so I'll tell them all. But, Lucy, you've always been so truthful." "What do you mean?" "Well, to say you liked being hugged that day was a story, wasn't it?" "That was what made me so furious," she admitted shyly. "I was surprised when you grabbed me off Wildfire, and my heart beat so when you hugged me. And when you kissed me, I was petrified. I knew I liked it then, and I was furious with myself." Slone drew a long, deep breath of utter enchantment. "You'll take back Wildfire?" "Oh, Lin, don't ask me," she implored. "Take him back, and me with him." "Then I will. But no one must know that yet." They drew apart then. "And now you must go," said Slone, reluctantly. "Listen, I forgot to warn you about Joel Creech. Don't ever let him near you. He's crazy and he means evil." "Oh, I know, Lin. I'll watch. But I'm not afraid of him." "He's strong, Lucy. I saw him lift bags that were hefty for me. Lucy, do you ride these days?" "Every day. If I couldn't ride I couldn't live." "I'm afraid," said Slone, nervously. "There's Creech and Cordts. Both have threatened you." "I'm afraid of Cordts," replied Lucy with a shiver. "You should have seen him look at me race day. It made me hot with anger. yet weak, too, somehow. But Dad says I'm never in any danger if I watch out. And I do. Who could catch me on Sarch? Any horse can be tripped in the sage. You told me how Joel tried to rope Sage King. Did you ever tell your dad that? I forgot, but then I'm glad I didn't. Dad would shoot for that quicker than if Joel tried to rope him. Don't worry, Lin. I always pack a gun.
But can you use it? Lucy laughed.
Do you think I can only ride?
Slone remembered that Holley had said he had taught Lucy how to shoot as well as ride.
You'll be watchful, careful, he said earnestly. Oh, Lin, you need to be that more than I. What will you do? I'll stay up at the little cabin I thought I owned till today. Didn't you buy it? Asked Lucy quickly. I thought I did, but never mind. Maybe I won't get put out just yet. And when will I see you again? Here, every night. Wait till I come, she replied. Good night, Lin.
I'll wait, he exclaimed, with a catch in his voice.
Oh, my luck. I'll wait, Lucy, every day, hoping and praying that this trouble will lighten. And I'll wait at night for you.
He kissed her goodbye and watched the slight form glide away, flit to and fro, white in the dark patches, grow indistinct and vanish. He was left alone in the silent grove. Slone stole back to the cabin and lay sleepless and tranced, watching the stars till late that night. All the next day he did scarcely anything but watch and look after his horses and watch and drag the hours out and dream despite his dread. But no one visited him. The cabin was left to him that day. It had been a hot day, with great thunderhead, black and creamy white clouds rolling down from the canyon country. No rain had fallen at the ford, though storms nearby had cooled the air. At sunset, Slone saw a rainbow bending down, ruddy and gold, connecting the purple of cloud with the purple of horizon. Out beyond the valley, the clouds were broken, showing rifts of blue, and they rolled low, burying the heads of the monuments, creating a wild and strange spectacle. Twilight followed and appeared to rise to meet the darkening clouds. And at last the gold on the shafts faded, the monuments faded, and the valley grew dark. Slone took advantage of the hour before moonrise to steal down into the grove, there to wait for Lucy. She came so quickly he scarcely felt that he waited at all. And then the time spent with her, sweet, fleeting, precious, left him stronger to wait for her again, to hold himself in, to cease his brooding, to learn faith in something deeper than he could fathom. The next day he tried to work, but found idle waiting made the time fly swifter, because in it he could dream. In the dark of the rustling cottonwoods he met Lucy, as eager to see him as he was to see her, tender, loving, remorseful, 100 sweet and bewildering things, all so new, so unbelievable to Slone. That night he learned that Bostil had started for Durango with some of his riders. This trip surprised Slone and relieved him likewise, for Durango was over 200 miles distant, and a journey there, even for the hard riders, was a matter of days. "He left no orders for me," Lucy said, "except to behave myself. Is this behaving?" she whispered, and nestled close to Slone, audacious, tormenting as she had been before this dark cloud of trouble. "But he left orders for Holley to ride with me and look after me. Isn't that funny? Poor old Holley.
He hates to double-cross Dad, he says." "I'm glad Holley's to look after you," replied Slone. "Yesterday I saw you tearing down into the sage on Sarch. I wondered what you'd do, Lucy, if Cordts or that loon Creech should get hold of you." "I'd fight. But, child, that's nonsense. You couldn't fight either of them." "Couldn't I? Well, I just could. I'd shoot Cordts. And I'd whip Joel Creech with my quirt. And if he kept after me, I'd let Sarch run him down. Sarch hates him." "You're a brave sweetheart," mused Slone. "Suppose you were caught and couldn't get away. Would you leave a trail somehow?" "I sure would. Lucy, I'm a wild horse hunter," he went on thoughtfully, as if speaking to himself. "I never failed on a trail. I could track you over bare rock." "Lin, I'll leave a trail, so never fear," she replied. "But don't borrow trouble. You're always afraid for me. Look at the bright side. Dad seems to have forgotten you. Maybe it all isn't so bad as we thought. Oh, I hope so. How is my horse, Wildfire? I want to ride him again. I can hardly keep from going after him." And so they whispered while the moments swiftly passed. It was early during the afternoon of the next day that Slone, hearing the clip-clop of unshod ponies, went outside to look. One part of the lane he could see plainly, and into it stalked Joel Creech, leading the leanest and gauntest ponies Slone had ever seen. A man as lean and gaunt as the ponies stalked behind. The sight shocked Slone. Joel Creech and his father. Slone had no proof, because he had never seen the elder Creech, yet strangely he felt convinced of it. And grim ideas began to flash into his mind. Creech would hear who was accused of cutting the boat adrift. What would he say? If he believed, as all the villagers believed, then Bostil's Ford would become an unhealthy place for Lin Slone. Where were the great racehorses, Blue Roan and Peg, and the other thoroughbreds? A pang shot through Slone. "Oh, not lost, not starved," he muttered. "That would be hell." Yet he believed just this had happened. How strange he had never considered such an event as the return of Creech. "I'd better look him up before he looks me," said Slone. It took but an instant to strap on his belt and gun. Then Slone strode down his path out into the lane toward Brackton's. Whatever before boded ill to Slone had been nothing to what menaced him now. He would have a man to face, a man whom repute called just but stern. Before Slone reached the vicinity of the store, he heard riders come out to meet the Creech party. It so happened there were more riders than usually frequented Brackton's at that hour. The old storekeeper came stumbling out and raised his hands. The riders could be heard loud-voiced and excited. Slone drew nearer, and the nearer he got, the swifter he strode. Instinct told him that he was making the right move. He would face this man whom he was accused of ruining. The poor mustangs hung their heads dejectedly. "Bags of bones," some rider loudly said. And then Slone drew close to the excited group. Brackton held the center. He was gesticulating. His thin voice rose piercingly. "Creech, where's Peg and the roan? God Almighty, man! You ain't meanin' them cayuses there are all you've got left of that grand bunch of horses?" There was scarcely a sound. All the riders were still. Slone fastened his eyes on Creech. He saw a gaunt, haggard face, almost black with dust, worn and sad, with big eyes of terrible gloom. He saw an unkempt, ragged form that had been wet and muddy and was now dust-caked.
Creech stood silent in a dignity of despair that wrung Slone's heart. His silence was an answer. It was Joel Creech who broke the suspense.
"Didn't I tell you all what'd happen?"
he shrilled.
"Parched and starved."
"Oh, no!" chorused the riders. Brackton shook all over. Tears dimmed his eyes, tears that he had no shame for.
"So help me God, I'm sorry,"
was his broken exclamation. Slone had forgotten himself and possible revelation concerning him. But when Holley appeared close to him with a significant warning look, Slone grew keen once more on his own account. He felt a hot flame inside him, a deep and burning anger at the man who might have saved Creech's horses. And he, like Brackton, felt sorrow for Creech and a rider's sense of loss, of pain. These horses, these dumb brutes, faithful and sometimes devoted, had to suffer an agonizing death because of the selfishness of men. "I reckon we'd all like to hear what come off, Creech, if you don't feel too bad to tell us," said Brackton.
"Give me a drink," replied Creech.
"Well, in my old head," exclaimed Brackton. "I'm getting old. Come on in, all of you. We're glad to see Creech home."
The riders filed in after Brackton and the Creeches. Holley stayed close beside Slone, both of them in the background. "I heard the flood comin' that night," said Creech to his silent and tense-faced listeners. "I heard it miles up the canyon. 'Peared a bigger roar than any flood before. As it happened, I was alone, and it took time to get the hosses up. If there'd been an Indian with me, or even Joel, maybe." His voice quavered slightly, broke, and then he resumed. "Even when I got the horses over to the landing, it wasn't too late. If only someone had heard me and come down. I yelled and shot. Nobody heard. The river was rising fast, and that roar had begun to make my hair rise. It seemed like years the time I waited there. Then the flood came down, black and windy and awful. I had hell getting the horses back. Next morning, 2 Piutes come down. They had lost mustangs up on the rocks. All the feed on my place was gone. There wasn't nothing to do but try to get out. The Piutes said there wasn't no chance north, no water, no grass. And so I decided to go south. If we could climb over that last slide, Peg broke her leg there, and I had to shoot her. But we climbed out with the rest of the bunch. I left it then to the Piutes. We traveled 5 days west to head the canyons. No grass and only a little water. Salt at that. Blue Roan was game if ever I seen a game horse. Then the Piutes took to working in and out and around, not to get out, but to find a little grazing. I never knowed the earth was so barren. One by one them horses went down, and at last I couldn't see Blue Roan starving, dying right before my eyes, and I shot him too. And what hurts me most now is that I didn't have the nerve to kill him first off." There was a long pause in Creech's narrative. "Them Piutes will get paid if ever I can pay them. I'd parched myself but for them. We circled and crossed them red cliffs and then the strip of red sand, and worked down into the canyon. Under the wall was a long stretch of beach, sandy, and at the head of this we found Bostil's boat." "Well," burst out the profane Brackton. "Bostil's boat! Say, ain't Joe told you yet about that boat?" "No.
"Joel ain't said a word about the boat," replied Creech. "What about it?" "It was cut loose just before the flood." Manifestly Brackton expected this to be staggering to Creech, but he did not even show surprise. "There's a rider here named Slone, a wild horse wrangler," went on Brackton. "And Joel swears this Slone cut the boat loose so's he'd have a better chance to win the race. Joel swears he tracked this feller, Slone." For Slone the moment was fraught with many emotions, but not one of them was fear. He did not need the sudden force of Holley's strong hand pushing him forward. Slone broke into the group and faced Creech. "It's not true. I never cut that boat loose," he declared ringingly. "Who are you?" queried Creech. "My name's Slone. I rode in here with a wild horse and he won a race. Then I was blamed for this trick." Creech's steady, gloomy eyes seemed to pierce Slone through. They were terrible eyes to look into, yet they held no menace for him. "And Joel accused you?" "So they say. I fought with him, struck him for an insult to a girl." "Come round here, Joel," called Creech sternly. His big, scaly black hand closed on the boy's shoulder. Joel cringed under it. "Son, you've lied. What for?" Joel showed abject fear of his father. "He's gone on Lucy, and I seen him with her," muttered the boy. "And you lied to hurt Slone?" Joel would not reply to this in speech, though that was scarcely needed to show he had lied. He seemed to have no sense of guilt. Creech eyed him pityingly and then pushed him back. "Men, my son has done this rider dirt," said Creech. "You all see that. Slone never cut the boat loose. And say, you all seem to think cutting that boat loose was the crime. No, that wasn't the crime. The crime was keeping the boat out of the water for days when my horses could have been crossed." Slone stepped back, forgotten, it seemed to him. Both joy and sorrow swayed him. He had been exonerated, but this hard and gloomy Creech, he knew things, and Slone thought of Lucy. "Who did cut that thar boat loose?" demanded Brackton, incredulously. Creech gave him a strange glance. "As I was sayin', we come on the boat fast at the head of the long stretch. I seen the cables had been cut, an' I seen more'n thet. Wal, the river was high an' swift, but this was a long stretch with good landin' way below on the other side. We got the boat in, an' by rowin' hard an' driftin' we got acrost, leadin' the horses. We had 5 when we took to the river. 2 went down on the way over. We climbed out then. The Piutes went to find some Navajos an' get horses. An' I headed for the ford. Made camp twice. An' Joel seen me comin' out a ways." "Creech, was there anything left in thet boat?" began Brackton, with intense but pondering curiosity. "Anything on the ropes or so that might give an idea who cut her loose?" Creech made no reply to that. The gloom burned darker in his eyes. He seemed a man with a secret. He trusted no one there. These men were all friends of his, but friends under strange conditions. His silence was tragic, and all about the man breathed vengeance. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Part 1 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. No moon showed that night,
and few stars twinkled between the slow-moving clouds. The air was thick and oppressive, full of the day's heat that had not blown away. A dry storm moved in dry majesty across the horizon, and the sheets and ropes of lightning, blazing white behind the black monuments, gave weird and beautiful grandeur to the desert. Lucy Bostil had to evade her aunt to get out of the house, and the window that had not been the means of exit since Bostil left once more came into use. Aunt Jane had grown suspicious of late, and Lucy, much as she wanted to trust her with her secret, dared not do it. For some reason unknown to Lucy, Holley had also been hard to manage, particularly today. Lucy certainly did not want Holley to accompany her on her nightly rendezvous with Slone. She changed her light gown to the darker and thicker riding habit. There was a longed-for, all-satisfying flavor in this night adventure, something that had not all to do with love. The stealth, the outwitting of guardians, the darkness, the silence, the risk, all these called to some deep, undeveloped instinct in her and thrilled along her veins, cool, keen, exciting. She had the blood in her of the greatest adventurer of his day. Lucy feared she was a little late, allaying the suspicions of Aunt Jane, and changing her dress had taken time. Lucy burned with less cautious steps. Still, she had only used caution in the grove because she had promised Slone to do so. This night she forgot or disregarded it, and the shadows were thick, darker than at any other time when she had undertaken this venture. She had always been a little afraid of the dark, a fact that made her contemptuous of herself. Nevertheless, she did not peer into the deeper pits of gloom. She knew her way and could slip swiftly along with only a rustle of leaves she touched. Suddenly she imagined she heard a step, and she halted, still as a tree trunk. There was no reason to be afraid of a step. It had been a surprise to her that she had never encountered a rider walking and smoking under the trees. Listening, she assured herself she had been mistaken, and then went on. But she looked back. Did she see a shadow, darker than others, moving? It was only her imagination, yet she sustained a slight chill. The air seemed more oppressive, or else there was some intangible and strange thing hovering in it. She went on, reached the lane that divided the grove, but she did not cross at once. It was lighter in this lane. She could see quite far. As she stood there listening, keenly responsive to all the influences of the night, she received an impression that did not have its origin in sight nor sound, and only the leaves touched her, and only their dry fragrance came to her. But she felt a presence, a strange, indefinable presence. But Lucy was brave, and this feeling, whatever it might be, angered her. She entered the lane and stole swiftly along toward the end of the grove. Paths crossed the lane at right angles, and at these points she went swifter. It would be something to tell Slone. She had been frightened, but thought of him drove away her fear and nervousness,
and her anger with herself. Then she came to a wider path. She scarcely noted it and passed on. Then came a quick rustle, a swift shadow between two steps. As her heart leaped, violent arms swept her off the ground. A hard hand was clapped over her mouth. She was being carried swiftly through the gloom. Lucy tried to struggle. She could scarcely move a muscle. Iron arms wrapped her in coils that crushed her. She tried to scream, but her lips were tight pressed. Her nostrils were almost closed between two hard fingers that smelled of horse. Whoever had her, she was helpless. Lucy's fury admitted of reason. Then both succumbed to a paralyzing horror. Cordts had got her. She knew it. She grew limp as a rag and her senses dulled. She almost fainted. The sickening paralysis of her faculties lingered, but she felt her body released. She was placed upon her feet. She was shaken by a rough hand. She swayed, and but for that hand might have fallen. She could see a tall, dark form over her and horses in the gloomy gray open of the sage slope. The hand left her face. "Don't yak, girl." This command in a hard, low voice pierced her ears. She saw the glint of a gun held before her. Instinctive fear revived her old faculties. The horrible, sick weakness, the dimness, the shaken internal collapse all left her. "I'll be quiet," she faltered. She knew what her father had always feared had come to pass. And though she had been told to put no value on her life in that event, she could not run. All in an instant, when life had been so sweet, she could not face pain or death. The man moved back a step. He was tall, gaunt, ragged, but not like Cordts. Never would she forget Cordts. She peered up at him. In the dim light of the few stars, she recognized Joel Creech's father. "Oh, thank God!" she whispered in the shock of blessed relief. "I thought you were Cordts." "Keep quiet," he whispered back sternly, and with rough hand he shook her. Lucy awoke to realities. Something evil menaced her, even though this man was not Cordts. Her mind could not grasp it. She was amazed, stunned. She struggled to speak, yet to keep within that warning command. "What on earth does this mean?" she gasped, very low. She had no sense of fear of Creech. Once, when he and her father had been friends, she had been a favorite of Creech's. When a little girl, she had ridden his knee many times. Between Creech and Cordts there was immeasurable distance, yet she had been violently seized and carried out into the sage and menaced. Creech leaned down. His gaunt face, lighted by terrible eyes, made her recoil. "Bostil ruined me and killed my horses," he whispered grimly. "And I'm taking you away. And I hold you in ransom for the king in Sarchedon and all his racers." "Oh!" cried Lucy in startling surprise that yet held a pang. "Oh, Creech! Then you mean me no harm?" The man straightened up and stood a moment, darkly silent, as if her query had presented a new aspect of the case. "Lucy Bostil, I'm a broken man, and wild and full of hate. But God knows I never thought of that, of harm to you. No, child, I won't harm you. But you must obey and go quietly, for there's a devil in me." "Where will you take me?" she asked. "Down in the canyons, where no one can track me," he said. "It'll be hard going for you, child, and hard fare. But I'm striking at Bostil's heart as he has broken mine. I'll send him word, and I'll tell him if he won't give his horses that I'll sell you to Cordts." "Oh, Creech, but you wouldn't," she whispered, and her hand went to his brawny arm. "Lucy, in that case I'd make as poor a blackguard as anything else I've been," he said, forlornly. "But I'm figuring Bostil will give up his horses for you." "Creech, I'm afraid he won't. You'd better give me up and let me go back. I'll never tell. I don't blame you. I think you're square. My dad is. But oh, don't make me suffer. You used to care for me when I was little." "That ain't no use," he replied. "Don't talk no more. Get up hyar now and ride in front of me." He led her to a lean mustang. Lucy swung into the saddle. She thought how singular a coincidence it was that she had worn a riding habit. It was dark and thick and comfortable for riding. Suppose she had worn the flimsy dress in which she had met Slone every night save this one. Thought of Slone gave her a pang. He would wait and wait and wait. He would go back to his cabin, not knowing what had befallen her. Suddenly Lucy noticed another man near at hand, holding two mustangs. He mounted, rode before her, and then she recognized Joel Creech. Assurance of this brought back something of the dread. But the father could control the son. "Ride on," said Creech, hitting her horse from behind. And Lucy found herself riding single file, with two men and a pack horse, out upon the windy, dark sage slope. They faced the direction of the monuments, looming now and then so weirdly black and grand against the broad flare of lightning blazed sky. Ever since Lucy had reached her teens, there had been predictions that she would be kidnapped, and now the thing had come to pass. She was in danger, she knew, but in infinitely less than had any other wild character of the uplands been her captor. She believed, if she went quietly and obediently with Creech, that she would be at least safe from harm. It was hard luck for Bostil, she thought, but no worse than he deserved. Retribution had overtaken him. How terribly hard he would take the loss of his horses. Lucy wondered if he really ever would part with the King, even to save her from privation and peril. Bostil was more likely to trail her with his riders and to kill the Creeches than to concede their demands. Perhaps, though, that threat to sell her to Cordts would frighten the hard old man. The horses trotted and swung up over the slope, turning gradually, evidently to make a wide detour round the ford, until Lucy's back was toward the monuments. Before her stretched the bleak, barren, dark desert, and through the opaque gloom she could see nothing. Lucy knew she was headed for the north, toward the wild canyons, unknown to the riders. Cordts and his gang hidden there. What might not happen if the Creeches fell in with the Cordts? Lucy's confidence sustained a check. Still, she remembered the Creeches were like Indians. And what would Slone do? He would ride out on her trail. Lucy shivered for the Creeches. If Slone ever caught up with them, and remembering his wild horse hunter's skill at tracking and the fleet and tireless Wildfire, she grew convinced that Creech could not long hold her captive. for Slone would be wary. He would give no sign of his pursuit. He would steal upon the Creeches in the dark. And Lucy shivered again. What an awful fate had been that of Dick Sears. So, as she rode on, Lucy's mind was full. She was used to riding, and in the motion of a horse there was something in harmony with her blood. Even now, with worry and dread and plotting strong upon her, habit had such power over her that riding made the hours fleet. She was surprised to be halted, to see dimly low, dark mounds of rock ahead. "Get off," said Creech. "Where are we?" asked Lucy. "Reckon hyar's the rocks. An' you sleep some, fer you'll need it." He spread a blanket, laid her saddle at the head of it, and dropped another blanket. "What I want to know is, shall I tie you up or not?" asked Creech. "If I do, you'll get sore. And this'll be the toughest trip you ever made." "You mean, will I try to get away from you or not?" queried Lucy. "Just that." Lucy pondered. She divined some fineness of feeling in this coarse man. He wanted to spare her not only pain, but the necessity of watchful eyes on her every moment. Lucy did not like to promise not to try to escape if opportunity presented. Still, she reasoned that once deep in the canyons, where she would be in another day, she would be worse off if she did get away. The memory of Colt's cavernous, hungry eyes upon her was not a small factor in Lucy's decision. "Creech, if I give my word not to try to get away, would you believe me?" she asked. Creech was slow in replying. "Reckon I would," he said finally. "All right, I'll give it. And that's sense. Now you lay down." Lucy did as she was bidden and pulled the blanket over her. The place was gloomy and still. She heard the sound of mustangs' teeth on grass and the soft footfalls of the men. Presently these sounds ceased. A cold wind blew over her face and rustled in the sage near her. Gradually the chill passed away, and a stealing warmth took its place. Her eyes grew tired. What had happened to her? With eyes closed, she thought it was all a dream. Then the feeling of the hard saddle as a pillow under her head told her she was indeed far from her comfortable little room. What would poor Aunt Jane do in the morning when she discovered who was missing? What would Holley do? When would Bostil return? It might be soon, and it might be days. And Slone? Lucy felt sorriest for him, for he loved her best. She thrilled at the thought of Slone on that grand horse, on her Wildfire, and with her mind running on and on, seemingly making sleep impossible, the thoughts at last became dreams. Lucy awakened at dawn. One hand ached with cold, for it had been outside the blanket. Her hard bed had cramped her muscles. She heard the crackling of fire and smelled cedar smoke. In the gray of morning she saw the Creeches round a campfire. Lucy got up then. Both men saw her, but made no comment. In that cold gray dawn she felt her predicament more gravely. Her hair was damp. She had ridden nearly all night without a hat. She had absolutely nothing of her own except what was on her body. But Lucy thanked her lucky stars that she had worn the thick riding suit and her boots, for otherwise, in a summer dress, her condition would soon have been miserable. "Come and eat," said Creech. "You have sense, and eat if it sticks in your throat." Bostil had always contended in his arguments with riders that a man should eat heartily on the start of a trip so that the finish might find him strong. And Lucy ate, though the coarse fare sickened her. Once she looked curiously at Joel Creech. She felt his eyes upon her, but instantly he averted them. He had grown more haggard and sullen than ever before. The Creeches did not loiter over the camp tasks. Lucy was left to herself. The place appeared to be a kind of depression from which the desert rolled away to a bulge against the rosy east, and the rocks behind rose broken and yellow, fringed with cedars.
"Get the horses in if you want to," Creech called to her.
And then as Lucy started off to where the mustangs grazed, she heard him curse his son.
"Come back here. Leave the girl alone or I'll rap you one."
Lucy drove 3 of the mustangs into camp, where Creech began to saddle them. The remaining one, the pack animal, Lucy found among the scrub cedars at the base of the low cliffs. When she drove him in, Creech was talking hard to Joel, who had mounted.
"When you come back, work up this canyon till you get up. It heads on the pine plateau. I can't miss seeing you or any one long before you get up on top. And you needn't come without Bostil's horses. You know what to tell Bostil if he threatens you or refuses to send his horses or turns his riders on my trail. That's all. Now get."
Joel Creech rode away toward the rise in the rolling, barren desert.
"And now we'll go on,"
said Creech to Lucy. When he had gotten all in readiness, he ordered Lucy to follow closely in his tracks. He entered a narrow cleft in the low cliffs which wound in and out and was thick with sage and cedars. Lucy, riding close to the cedars, conceived the idea of plucking the little green berries and dropping them on parts of the trail where their tracks would not show. Warily she filled the pockets of her jacket. Creech led the way without looking back, and did not seem to care where the horses stepped. The time had not yet come, Lucy concluded, when he was ready to hide his trail. Presently the narrow cleft opened into a low-walled canyon, full of debris from the rotting cliffs, and this in turn opened into a main canyon with mountain yellow crags. It appeared to lead north. Far in the distance above, rims and crags rose in a long black line like a horizon of dark cloud. Creech crossed this wide canyon and entered one of the many breaks in the wall. This was one full of splintered rock and weathered shale, the hardest kind of travel for both man and beast. Lucy was nothing if not considerate of a horse, and here she began to help her animal in all the ways a good rider knows. Much as this taxed her attention, she remembered to drop some of the cedar berries upon hard ground or rocks, and she knew she was leaving a trail for Slone's keen eyes. That day was the swiftest and the most strenuous in all Lucy Bostil's experience in the open. At sunset, when Creech halted in a niche in a gorge between lowering cliffs, Lucy fell off her horse and lay still and spent on the grass. Creech had a glance of sympathy and admiration for her, but he did not say anything about the long day's ride. Lucy never in her life before appreciated rest, nor the softness of grass, nor the relief at the end of a ride. She lay still with a throbbing, burning ache in all her body. Creech, after he had turned the horses loose, brought her a drink of cold water from the brook she heard somewhere nearby. "How far did we come?" she whispered. "By the way round, I reckon nigh on to 60 miles. he replied. "But we ain't half that far from where we camped last night." Then he set to work at camp tasks. Lucy shook her head when he brought her food, but he insisted, and she had to force it down. Creech appeared rough but kind. After she had become used to the hard, gaunt, black face, she saw sadness and thought in it. One thing Lucy had noticed was that Creech never failed to spare a horse if it was possible. He would climb on foot over bad places. Night soon mantled the gorge in blackness thick as pitch. Lucy could not tell whether her eyes were open or shut. So far as what she saw was concerned, her eyes seemed filled, however, with 1,000 pictures of the wild and tortuous canyons and gorges through which she had ridden that day. The ache in her limbs and the fever in her blood would not let her sleep. It seemed that these were forever to be a part of her. For 12 hours she had ridden and walked with scarce a thought of the nature of the wild country. Yet once she lay down to rest, her mind was an endless, hurrying procession of pictures. Narrow red clefts choked with green growths, yellow gorges, and weathered slides, dusty, treacherous divides connecting canyons, jumbles of ruined cliffs, and piles of shale, miles and miles, and endless winding miles of yellow, low, beetling walls. And through it all she had left a trail. Next day Creech climbed out of that low-walled canyon, and Lucy saw a wild, rocky country cut by gorges, green and bare, or yellow and cedared. The long, black fringed lines she had noticed the day before loomed closer, overhanging this crisscrossed region of canyons. Every half hour Creech would lead them downward and presently climb out again. There was sand and hard ground and thick turf and acres of bare rock where even a shod horse would not leave a track. But the going was not so hard, and there was not so much travel on foot for Lucy, and she finished that day in better condition than the first one. Next day Creech proceeded with care and caution. Many times he left the direct route, bidding Lucy wait for him, and he would ride to the rims of canyons or the tops of ridges of cedar forests, and from these vantage points he would survey the country. Lucy gathered after a while that he was apprehensive of what might be encountered, and particularly so of what might be feared in pursuit. Lucy thought this strange because it was out of the question for anyone to be so soon on Creech's trail. These peculiar actions of Creech were more noticeable on the third day, and Lucy grew apprehensive herself. She could not divine why, but when Creech halted on a high crest that gave a sweeping vision of the broken tableland they had traversed, Lucy made out for herself faint, moving specks miles behind. "I reckon you see that," said Creech. "Horses," replied Lucy. He nodded his head gloomily and seemed pondering a serious question. "Is someone trailing us?" asked Lucy, and she could not keep the tremor out of her voice. "Well, I should smile. For 2 days, and it sure beats me. They've never had a sight of us, but they keep comin'." "They? Who?" she asked swiftly. "I hate to tell you, but I reckon I ought. That's Cordts and 2 of his gang." "Oh, don't tell me so." cried Lucy, suddenly terrified. Mention of Cordts had not always had power to frighten her, but this time she had a return of that shaken fear which had overcome her in the grove the night she was captured. "Cordts all right," replied Creech. "I knowed thet before I seen him. For 2 mornings back I seen his hoss grazin' in thet wide canyon. But I thought I'd slipped by. Some one seen us, or they seen our trail. Anyway, he's after us. What beats me is how he sticks to thet trail. Cordts never was no tracker, an' since Dick Sears is dead, there ain't a tracker in Cordts' outfit. An' I always could hide my tracks. Beats me." "Creech, I've been leavin' a trail," confessed Lucy. "What?" Then she told him how she had been dropping cedar berries and bits of cedar leaves along the bare and stony course they had traversed. "Well, I'm—" Creech stifled an oath. Then he laughed, but gruffly. "You are a cute one. But I reckon you didn't promise not to do thet. An' now if Cordts gets you, there'll be only yourself to blame." "Oh!" cried Lucy, frantically looking back. The moving specks were plainly in sight. "How can he know he's trailin' me?" "Thet I can't say. Maybe he doesn't know. His hosses are fresh, though, an' if I can't shake him he'll find out soon enough who he's trailin'." "Go on. We must shake him. I'll never do that again. For God's sake, Creech, don't let him get me."
And Creech led down off the high open land into canyons again.
The day ended, and the night seemed a black blank to Lucy. Another sunrise found Creech leading on, sparing neither Lucy nor the horses. He kept on a steady walk or trot, and he picked out ground less likely to leave any tracks. Like an old deer, he doubled on his trail. He traveled down stream beds where the water left no trail. That day the mustangs began to fail. The others were wearing out. The canyons ran like the ribs of a washboard, and they grew deep and verdant with looming, towered walls. That night Lucy felt lost in an abyss. The dreaming silence kept her awake many moments while sleep had already seized upon her eyelids. And then she dreamed of Cordts capturing her, of carrying her miles deeper into these wild and purple cliffs, of Slone in pursuit on the stallion Wildfire, and of a savage fight. And she awoke terrified and cold in the blackness of the night.
End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, part 2 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva.
On the next day, Creech traveled west. This seemed to Lucy to be far to the left of the direction taken before. And Lucy, in spite of her utter weariness and the necessity of caring for herself and her horse, could not but wonder at the wild and frowning canyon. It was only a tributary of the great canyon, she supposed, but it was different, strange, impressive, yet intimate, because all about it was overpowering, near at hand, even the beetling crags. And at every turn it seemed impossible to go farther over that narrow and rock-bestrewn floor. Yet Creech found a way on. Then came hours of climbing such slopes and benches and ledges as Lucy had not yet encountered. The grasping spikes of dead cedar tore her dress to shreds, and many a scratch burned her flesh.
About the middle of the afternoon Creech led up over the last declivity, a yellow slope of cedar, to a flat upland covered with pine and high bleached grass. They rested. "We've fooled Cordts. You can be sure of that," said Creech. "You're a game kid, and by Gord, if I had this job to do over I'd never tackle it again." "Oh, you're sure we've lost him?" implored Lucy. "Sure as I am of death. And we'll make surer in crossin' this bench. It's miles to the other side where I'm to keep watch for Joel, and we won't leave a track all the way." "But this grass?" questioned Lucy. "It'll show our tracks. Look at the lanes and trails between. All pine mats, thick and soft and springy. Only an Indian could follow us here on Wild Horse Bench." Lucy gazed before her under the pines. It was a beautiful forest, with trees standing far apart, yet not so far but that their foliage intermingled. A dry fragrance, thick as heavy perfume, blew into her face. She could not help but think of fire, how it would race through here, and that recalled Joel Creech's horrible threat. Lucy shuddered and put away the memory. "I can't go any farther today," she said. Creech looked at her compassionately. Then Lucy became conscious that of late he had softened. "You'll have to come," he said. "There's no water on this side, short of that canyon bed, and across there's water close under the wall." So they set out under the forest, and Lucy found that after all she could go on. The horses walked, and on the soft, springy ground did not jar her. Deer and wild turkey abounded there and showed little alarm at sight of the travelers. And before long Lucy felt that she would become intoxicated by the dry odor. It was so strong, so thick, so penetrating. Yet, though she felt she would reel under its influence, it revived her. The afternoon passed. The sun set off through the pines, a black streaked, golden flare. Twilight shortly changed to night. The trees looked spectral in the gloom, and the forest appeared to grow thicker. Wolves murmured, and there were wild cries of cat and owl. Lucy fell asleep on her horse. At last, sometime late in the night, when Creech lifted her from the saddle and laid her down, she stretched out on the soft mat of pine needles and knew no more. She did not awaken until the afternoon of the next day. The site where Creech had made his final camp overlooked the wildest of all that wild upland country. The pines had scattered and trooped around a beautiful park of grass that ended abruptly upon bare rock. Yellow crags towered above the rim, and under them a yawning, narrow gorge, overshadowed from above, blue in its depths, split the end of the great plateau and opened out sheer into the head of the canyon, which, according to Creech, stretched away through that wilderness of red stone and green clefts. When Lucy's fascinated gaze looked afar, she was stunned at the vast, billowy, bare surfaces. Every green cleft was a short canyon running parallel with this central and longer one. The dips and breaks showed how all those canyons were connected. They led the gaze away, descending gradually to the dim purple of distance, the bare, rolling desert upland. Lucy did nothing but gaze. She was unable to walk or eat that day. Creech hung around her with a remorse he apparently felt, yet could not put into words. "Do you expect Joel to come up this big canyon?" "I reckon I do, some day," replied Creech. "And I wish he'd hurry." "Does he know the way?" "Nope.
but he's good at finding places. And I told him to stick to the main canyon. Would you believe you could ride off of this rim straight down there for 50 miles and never get off your horse? No, I wouldn't believe it possible. Well, it's so. I've done it, and I didn't want to come up that way because I'd had to leave tracks. Do you think we're safe from Cordts now? She asked. I reckon so. He's no tracker. But suppose he does trail us? Well, I reckon I've a shade the best of Cordts at gunplay any day. Lucy regarded the man in surprise. Oh, it's so strange, she said. You'd fight for me, yet you dragged me for days over these awful rocks. Look at me, Creech. Do I look much like Lucy Bostil? Creech hung his head. Well, I reckoned I wasn't a blackguard, but I am. You used to care for me when I was little. I remember how I used to take rides on your knee. Lucy, I never thought of that when I catched you. You was only a means to an end. Bostil hated me. He ruined me. I give up to revenge, and I could only get that through you. Creech, I'm not defending Dad. He's no good where horses are concerned. I know he wronged you. Then why didn't you wait and meet him like a man instead of dragging me to this misery? Well, I never thought of that either. I wish I had. He grew gloomier then and relapsed into silent watching. Lucy felt better next day and offered to help Creech at the few camp duties. He would not let her. There was nothing to do but rest and wait, and the idleness appeared to be harder on Creech than on Lucy. He had always been exceedingly active. Lucy divined that every hour his remorse grew keener, and she did all she could think of to make it so. Creech made her a rude brush by gathering small roots and binding them tightly and cutting the ends square. And Lucy, after the manner of an Indian, got the tangles out of her hair. That day Creech seemed to want to hear Lucy's voice, and so they often fell into conversation. Once he said thoughtfully, I'm trying to remember something I heard at the Ford. I meant to ask you. Suddenly he turned to her with animation. He who had been so gloomy and lusterless and dead showed a bright eagerness. I heard you beat the King on a red horse, a wild horse. That must have been a joke, like one of Joel's. No, it's true, and Dad nearly had a fit. Well, Creech simply blazed with excitement. I ain't wondering if he did. His own girl. Lucy, come to remember, you always said you'd beat that gray racer. For the Lord's sake, tell me all about it. Lucy warmed to him because, broken as he was, he could be genuinely glad some horse but his own had won a race. Bostil could never have been like that. So Lucy told him about the race. And then she had to tell about Wildfire, and then about Slone. But at first, all of Creech's interest centered around Wildfire and the race that had not really been run. He asked 100 questions. He was as pleased as a boy listening to a good story. He praised Lucy again and again. He crowed over Bostil's discomfiture. And when Lucy told him that Slone had dared her father to race, had offered to bet Wildfire and his own life against her hand, then Creech was beside himself. This here Slone, he called Bostil's hand. He's a wild horse hunter, and he can trail us. Trail us? Slone! Say, Lucy, are you in love with him? Lucy uttered a strange little broken sound, half laugh, half sob. "Love him? Ah! An' your dad agin him. Sure, Bostil hate any rider with a fast horse. Why didn't the darn fool sell his stallion to your father? He gave Wildfire to me. I'd have done the same. Well, now, when you get back home, what's comin' of it all?"
Lucy shook her head sorrowfully.
"God only knows. Dad will never own Wildfire, and he'll never let me marry Slone. And when you take the King away from him to ransom me, then my life will be hell. For if Dad sacrifices Sage King, afterward he'll hate me as the cause of his loss." "I can sure see the sense of all that," replied Creech soberly, and he pondered. Lucy saw through this man as if he had been an inch of crystal water. He was no villain, and just now in his simplicity, in his plodding thought of sympathy for her, he was lovable. "It's one hell of a muss, if you'll excuse my talk," said Creech. "An' I don't like the looks of what I appear to be throwing in your way. But see here, Lucy, if Bostil didn't give up, or say he gets the King back, that wouldn't make your chance with Slone any brighter." "I don't know."
"That race will have to be ran."
"What good will that do?" cried Lucy with tears in her eyes. "I don't want to lose Dad. I love him, mean as he is, and it'll kill me to lose Lin, because Wildfire can beat Sage King, and that means Dad will be forever against him."
"Couldn't this wild horse feller
Let the King win that race? Oh, he could, but he wouldn't.
Can't you be sweet round him? Fetch him over to that?"
"Oh, I could, but I won't."
Creech might have been plotting the happiness of his own daughter. He was so deeply in earnest. "Well, maybe you don't love each other so much after all. Fast horses mean much to a man in this here country. I know, for I lost mine.
But they ain't all. I reckon you young folks don't love so much after all." "But we do!"
cried Lucy with a passionate sob. All this talk had unnerved her. "Then the only way is for Slone to lie to Bostil."
"Lie!"
exclaimed Lucy.
"That's it. Fetch about a race, somehow, one Bostil can't see, and then lie and say the King run Wildfire off his legs."
Suddenly it occurred to Lucy that one significance of this idea of Creech's had not dawned upon him.
"You forget that soon my father will no longer own Sage King or Sarchedon or Dusty Ben or any racer. He loses them or me, I thought. That's what I am here for."
Creech's aspect changed. The eagerness and sympathy fled from his face, leaving it once more hard and stern. He got up and stood a tall, dark, and gloomy man, brooding over his loss. And he watched the canyon. Still, there was in him then a struggle that Lucy felt. Presently he bent over and put his big hand on her head. It seemed gentle and tender compared with former contacts, and it made Lucy thrill. She could not see his face. What did he mean? She divined something startling and sat there trembling in suspense. Bostil won't lose his only girl or his favorite horse. Lucy, I never had no girl, but it seems I'm remembering them rides you used to have on my knee when you was little." Then he strode away toward the forest. Lucy watched him with a full heart, and as she thought of his overcoming the evil in him when her father had yielded to it, she suffered poignant shame. This Creech was not a bad man. He was going to let her go. And he was going to return Bostil's horses when they came. Lucy resolved with a passionate determination that her father must make ample restitution for the loss Creech had endured. She meant to tell Creech so. Upon his return, however, he seemed so strange and forbidding again that her heart failed her. Had he reconsidered his generous thought? Lucy almost believed so. These old horse traders were incomprehensible in any relation concerning horses. Recalling Creech's intense interest in Wildfire and in the inevitable race to be run between him and Sage King, Lucy almost believed that Creech would sacrifice his vengeance just to see the red stallion beat the gray. If Creech kept the King in ransom for Lucy, he would have to stay deeply hidden in the wild breaks of the canyon country or leave the uplands, for Bostil would never let that deed go unreckoned with. Like Bostil, old Creech was half horse and half human. The human side had warmed to remorse. He had regretted Lucy's plight. He wanted her to be safe at home again and to find happiness. He remembered what she had been to him when she was a little girl. Creech's other side was more complex. Before the evening meal ended, Lucy divined that Creech was dark and troubled because he had resigned himself to a sacrifice harder than it had seemed in the first flush of noble feeling. But she doubted him no more. She was safe. The King would be returned. She would compel her father to pay Creech horse for horse. And perhaps the lesson to Bostil would be worth all the pain of effort and distress of mind that it had cost her. That night, as she lay awake listening to the roar of the wind in the pines, a strange premonition, like a mysterious voice, came to her with the assurance that Slone was on her trail. On the following day, Creech appeared to have cast off the brooding mood. Still, he was not talkative. He applied himself to constant watching from the rim. Lucy began to feel rested. That long trip with Creech had made her thin and hard and strong. She spent the hours under the shade of a cedar on the rim that protected her from sun and wind. The wind, particularly, was hard to stand. It blew a gale out of the west, a dry, odorous, steady rush that roared through the pine tops and flattened the long white grass. This day Creech had to build up a barrier of rock round his campfire to keep it from blowing away, and there was a constant danger of firing the grass. Once Lucy asked Creech what would happen in that case. "Wal, I reckon the grass would burn back even agin that wind," replied Creech. "I'd hate to see fire in the woods now, before the rain come. It's been the longest dry spell I ever lived through. But for that, my horses. This hyar's a west wind, and it's blowin' harder every day. It'll fetch the rains." Next day, about noon, when both wind and heat were high, Lucy was awakened from a doze. Creech was standing near her. When he turned his long gaze away from the canyon, he was smiling. It was a smile at once triumphant and sad. "Joel's comin' with the horses." Lucy jumped up, trembling and agitated. "Oh, where? Where?" Creech pointed carefully with bent hand like an Indian, and Lucy either could not get the direction or see far enough. "Right down along the base of that red wall.
A line of horses, just like a few crawling ants. And now they're creeping out of sight. "Oh, I can't see them!" cried Lucy. "Are you sure?" "Positive and sartin," he replied. "Joel's comin'. He'll be up hyar before long. I reckon we'd just as well let him come, fer there's water an' grass hyar, an' down below grass is scarce."
It seemed an age to Lucy, waiting there until she did see the horses zigzagging the ridges below. They disappeared, and then it was another age before they reappeared close under the bulge of wall. She thrilled at sight of Sage King and Sarchedon. She got only a glimpse of them. They must pass round under her to climb a split in the wall and up a long draw that reached level ground back in the forest. But they were near, and Lucy tried to wait. Creech showed eagerness at first, and then went on with his campfire duties. While in camp he always cooked a midday meal. Lucy saw the horses first. She screamed out. Creech jumped up in alarm. Joel Creech, mounted on Sage King and leading Sarchedon, was coming at a gallop. The other horses were following. "What's his hurry?" demanded Lucy. "After climbing out of that canyon, Joel ought not to push the horses." "He'll get it from me if there's no reason," growled Creech. "Them horses is wet."
"Look at Sarch. He's wild. He always hated Joel."
"Well, Lucy, I reckon I ain't liking this hyar. Look at Joel," muttered Creech, and he strode out to meet his son. Lucy ran out, too, and beyond him she saw only Sage King. He saw her, recognized her, and whistled even while Joel was pulling him in. For once the King showed he was glad to see Lucy. He had been having rough treatment, but he was not winded, only hot and wet. She assured herself of that, then ran to quiet the plunging Sarch. He came down at once and pushed his big nose almost into her face. She hugged his great hot neck. He was quivering all over. Lucy heard the other horses pounding up. She recognized Two Face's high whinny like a squeal, and in her delight she was about to run to them when Creech's harsh voice arrested her, and sight of Joel's face suddenly made her weak. "What did you say?" demanded Creech.
"I'd a good reason to run the horses uphill, that's what,"
snapped Joel. He was frothing at the mouth.
"Out with it. Cordts and Hutch."
"What?" roared Creech, grasping the pale Joel and shaking him.
"Cordts and Hutch rode in behind me down at that cross canyon. They seen me, and they're after me hard."
Creech gave close and keen scrutiny to the strange face of his son. Then he wheeled away. "Help me pack. And you too, Lucy. We've got to rustle out of here." Lucy fought a sick faintness that threatened to make her useless, but she tried to help, and presently action made her stronger. The Creeches made short work of that breaking of camp, but when it came to getting the horses, there appeared danger of delay. Sarchedon had led Dusty Ben and Two Face off in the grass. When Joel went for them, they galloped away toward the woods. Joel ran back. "Son, you're a smart horseman," exclaimed Creech in disgust.
"Shall I get on the King and catch them?"
"No."
"Hold the King."
Creech went out after Plume, but the excited and wary horse eluded him. Then Creech gave up, caught his own mustangs, and hurried into camp.
"Lucy,
if Cordts gets after Sarch and the others, it'll be as well for us," he said. Soon they were riding into the forest, Creech leading, Lucy in the center, and Joel coming behind on the King. Two unsaddled mustangs carrying the packs were driven in front. Creech limited the gait to the best that the pack horses could do. They made fast time. The level forest floor, hard and springy, afforded the best kind of going. A cold dread had once more clutched Lucy's heart. What would be the end of this flight? The way Creech looked back increased her dread. How horrible it would be if Cordts accomplished what he had always threatened, to run off with both her and the King. Lucy lost her confidence in Creech. She did not glance again at Joel. Once had been enough. She rode on with heavy heart. Anxiety and dread and conjecture and a gradual sinking of spirit weighed her down. Yet she never had a clearer perception of outside things. The forest loomed thicker and darker. The sky was seen only through a green crisscross of foliage waving in the roaring gale. This strong wind was like a blast in Lucy's face, and its keen dryness cracked her lips. When they rode out of the forest, down a gentle slope of wind-swept grass to an opening into a canyon, Lucy was surprised to recognize the place. How quickly the ride through the forest had been made! Creech dismounted. "Get off, Lucy. You, Joel, hurry and hand me the little pack. Now I'll take Lucy and the King down in hyar. You go that way with the horses and make as if you was hiding your trail. But don't. Do you savvy?" Joel shook his head. He looked sullen, somber, strange. His father repeated what he had said. "You're wantin' Cordts to split on the trail?" asked Joel. "Sure. He'll catch up with you sometime. But you needn't be afeared if it does." "I ain't a-goin' to do that." "Why not?" Creech demanded slowly, with a rising voice. "I'm a-goin' with you." "What do you mean, Dad, by this move?" "You'll be headin' back for the Ford, and we'd get safer if we go the other way." Creech evidently controlled his temper by an effort. "I'm taking Lucy and the King back to Bostil." Joel echoed those words, slowly divining them. "Taking them both? The girl and giving up the King?" "Yes, both of them. I've changed my mind, Joel. Now, you—" But Creech never finished what he meant to say. Joel Creech was suddenly seized by a horrible madness. It was then, perhaps, that the final thread which linked his mind to rationality stretched and snapped. His face turned green. His strange eyes protruded. His jaw worked. He frothed at the mouth. He leaped, apparently, to get near his father. But he missed his direction. Then, as if sight had come back, he wheeled and made strange gestures, all the while cursing incoherently. The father's shocked face began to show disgust. Then part of Joel's ranting became intelligible. "Shut up!" suddenly roared Creech. "No, I won't!" shrieked Joel, wagging his head in spent passion. "An' you ain't a-goin' to take that girl home. I'd take her with me. An' you take the hosses home." "You're crazy!" hoarsely shouted Creech, his face going black. "They always said so, but I never believed it." "An' if I'm crazy, that girl made me. You know what I'm a-goin' to do. I'll strip her naked and I'll—" Lucy saw old Creech lunge and strike. She heard the sodden blow. Joel went down, but he scrambled up with his eyes and mouth resembling those of a mad hound Lucy once had seen. The fact that he reached twice for his gun and could not find it proved the breaking connection of nerve and sense. Creech jumped and grappled with Joel. There was a wrestling, strained struggle. Creech's hair stood up and his face had a kind of sick fury, and he continued to curse and command. They fought for the possession of the gun, but Joel seemed to have superhuman strength. His hold on the gun could not be broken. Moreover, he kept straining to point the gun at his father. Lucy screamed. Creech yelled hoarsely. But the boy was beyond reason or help, and he was beyond overpowering. Lucy saw him bend his arm in spite of the desperate hold upon it and fire the gun. Creech's hoarse entreaties ceased as his hold on Joel broke. He staggered. His arms went up with a tragic, terrible gesture. He fell. Joel stood over him, shaken and livid, but he showed only the vaguest realization of the deed. His actions were instinctive. He was the animal that had clawed himself free. Further proof of his aberration stood out in the action of sheathing his gun. He made the motion to do so, but he only dropped it in the grass. Sight of that dropped gun broke Lucy's spell of horror, which had kept her silent but for one scream. Suddenly her blood leaped like fire in her veins. She measured the distance to Sage King. Joel was turning. Then Lucy darted at the King, reached him, and leaping was half up on him when he snorted and jumped, not breaking her hold, but keeping her from getting up. Then iron hands clutched her and threw her like an empty sack to the grass. Joel Creech did not say a word. His distorted face had the deriding scorn of a superior being. Lucy lay flat on her back, watching him. Her mind worked swiftly. She would have to fight for her body and her life. Her terror had fled with her horror. She was not now afraid of this demented boy. She meant to fight, calculating like a cunning Indian, wild as a trapped wildcat. Lucy lay perfectly still, for she knew she had been thrown near the spot where the gun lay. If she got her hands on that gun, she would kill Joel. It would be the action of an instant. She watched Joel while he watched her, and she saw that he had his foot on the rope round Sage King's neck. The King never liked a rope. He was nervous. He tossed his head to get rid of it. Creech, watching Lucy all the while, reached for the rope, pulled the King closer and closer, and untied the knot. The King stood then, bridle down and quiet. Instead of a saddle, he wore a blanket strapped round him. It seemed that Lucy located the gun without turning her eyes away from Joel's. She gathered all her force, rolled over swiftly, again got her hands on the gun just as Creech leaped like a panther upon her. His weight crushed her flat. His strength made her hand hold like that of a child. He threw the gun aside. Lucy lay face down, unable to move her body while he stood over her. Then he struck her. Not a stunning blow, but just the hard rap a cruel rider gives to a horse that wants its own way. Under that blow, Lucy's spirit rose to a height of terrible passion. Still, she did not lose her cunning. The blow increased it. That blow showed Joel to be crazy. She might outwit a crazy man, where a man merely wicked might master her. Creech tried to turn her. Lucy resisted, and she was strong. Resistance infuriated Creech. He cuffed her sharply. This action only made him worse. Then, with hands like steel claws, he tore away her blouse. The shock of his hands on her bare flesh momentarily weakened Lucy, and Creech dragged at her until she lay seemingly helpless before him. And Lucy saw that at the sight of her like this, something had come between Joel Creech's mad motives and their execution.
Once he had loved her, desired her. He looked vague. He stroked her shoulder. His strange eyes softened, then blazed with a different light. Lucy divined that she was lost unless she could recall his insane fury. She must begin that terrible fight in which now the best she could hope for was to make him kill her quickly. Swift and vicious as a cat, she fastened her teeth in his arm. She bit deep and held on. Creech howled like a dog. He beat her. He jerked and wrestled. Then he lifted her, and the swing of her body tore the flesh loose from his arm and broke her hold. Lucy half rose, crawled, plunged for the gun. She got it, too, only to have Creech kick it out of her hand. The pain of that brutal kick was severe, but when he cut her across the back with the rope, she shrieked out. Supple and quick, she leaped up and ran. In vain. With a few bounds he had her again, tripped her up. Lucy fell over the dead body of the father. Yet even that did not shake her desperate nerve. All the ferocity of a desert-bred savage culminated in her, fighting for death. Creech leaned down, swinging the coiled rope. He meant to do more than lash her with it. Lucy's hands flashed up, closed tight in his long hair. Then with a bellow he jerked up and lifted her sheer off the ground. There was an instant in which Lucy felt herself swung and torn. She saw everything as a whirling blur. She felt an agony in her wrists at which Creech was clawing. When he broke her hold, there were handfuls of hair in Lucy's fists. She fell again and had not the strength to rise. But Creech was raging, and little of his broken speech was intelligible. He knelt with a sharp knee pressing her down. He cut the rope. Nimbly, like a rider in moments of needful swiftness, he noosed one end of the rope round her ankle, then the end of the other piece round her wrist. He might have been tying up an unbroken mustang. Rising, he retained hold on both ropes. He moved back, sliding them through his hands. Then with a quick move he caught up Sage King's bridle. Creech paused a moment, darkly triumphant. A hideous success showed in his strange eyes. A long cherished, mad vengeance had reached its fruition. Then he led the horse near to Lucy. Warily he reached down. He did not know Lucy's strength was spent. He feared she might yet escape. With hard, quick grasp, he caught her, lifted her, threw her over the King's back. He forced her down. Lucy's resistance was her only salvation because it kept him on the track of his old threat. She resisted all she could. He pulled her arms down round the King's neck and tied them close. Then he pulled hard on the rope on her ankle and tied that to her other ankle. Lucy realized that she was bound fast. Creech had made good most of his threat. And now, in her mind, the hope of death she had sought changed to the hope of life that was possible. Whatever power she had ever had over the King was in her voice. If only Creech would slip the bridle or cut the reins. If only Sage King could be free to run. Lucy could turn her face far enough to see Creech. Like a fiend, he was reveling in his work. Suddenly, he picked up the gun. "Look here,"
he called hoarsely. With eyes on her, grinning horribly, he walked a few paces to where the long grass had not been trampled or pressed down. The wind, whipping up out of the canyon, was still blowing hard. Creech put the gun down in the grass and fired. Sage King plunged, but he was not gun shy. He steadied down with a pounding of heavy hoofs. Then Lucy could see again. A thin streak of yellow smoke rose, a little snaky flame, a slight crackling hiss. Then, as the wind caught the blaze, there came a rushing, low roar. Fire, like magic, raced and spread before the wind toward the forest. Lucy had forgotten that Creech had meant to drive her into fire. The sudden horror of it almost caused collapse. Commotion within, cold and quake and nausea and agony deadened her hearing and darkened her sight. But Creech's hard hands quickened her. She could see him then, though not clearly. His face seemed inhuman, misshapen, gray. His hands pulled at her arms, a last precaution to see that she was tightly bound. Then with the deft fingers of a rider he slipped Sage King's bridle. Lucy could not trust her sight. What made the king stand so still? His ears went up, stiff, pointed. Creech stepped back and laid a violent hand on Lucy's garments. She bent, twisted her neck to watch him, but her sight grew no clearer. Still, she saw he meant to strip her naked. He braced himself for a strong, ripping pull. His yellow teeth showed deep in his lip. His contrasting eyes were alight with insane joy. But he never pulled. Something attracted his attention. He looked. He saw something. The beast in him became human. The madness changed to rationality. The devil to a craven. His ashen lips uttered a low, terrible cry. Lucy felt the king trembling in every muscle. She knew that was flight. She expected his loud snort and was prepared for it when it rang out. In a second he would bolt. She knew that. She thrilled. She tried to call to him, but her lips were weak. Creech seemed paralyzed. The king shifted his position, and Lucy's last glimpse of Creech was one she would never forget. It was as if Creech faced burning hell. Then the king whistled and reared. Lucy heard swift, dull, throbbing beats. Beats of a fast horse's hoofs on the run. She felt a surging thrill of joy. She could not think. All of her blood and bone and muscle seemed to throb. Suddenly the air split to a high-pitched, wild, whistling blast. It pierced to Lucy's mind. She knew that whistle. "Wildfire!" she screamed with bursting heart. The king gave a mighty convulsive bound of terror. He, too, knew that whistle. And in that one great bound he launched out into a run, straight across the line of burning grass. Lucy felt the sting of flame. Smoke blinded and choked her. Then clear, dry, keen wind sung in her ears and whipped her hair. The light about her darkened. The king had headed into the pines. The heavy roar of the gale overhead struck Lucy with new and torturing dread. Sage King, once in his life, was running away, bridleless, and behind him there was fire on the wings of the wind. End of chapter 16, part 2. Chapter 17 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. For the first time in his experience, Bostil found that horse trading palled upon him. This trip to Durango was a failure. Something was wrong. There was a voice constantly calling into his inner ear, a voice to which he refused to listen. During the 5 days of the return trip, the strange mood grew upon him. The last day he and his riders covered over 50 miles and reached the Ford late at night. No one expected them, and only the men on duty at the corrals knew the return. Bostil, much relieved to get home, went to bed and at once fell asleep. He awakened at a late hour for him. When he dressed and went out to the kitchen, he found that his sister had learned of his return and had breakfast waiting. "Where's the girl?" asked Bostil.
"Not up yet,"
replied Aunt Jane. "What?"
"Lucy and I had a tiff last night, and she went to her room in a temper."
"Nothing new about that."
"Holley and I have had our troubles holding her in. Don't you forget that."
Bostil laughed.
Well, call her and tell her I'm home."
Aunt Jane did as she was bidden. Bostil finished his breakfast, but Lucy did not come. Bostil began to feel something strange, and going to Lucy's door, he knocked. There was no reply. Bostil pushed open the door. Lucy was not in evidence, and her room was not as tidy as usual. He saw her white dress thrown upon the bed she had not slept in. Bostil gazed around with a queer contraction of the heart. That sense of something amiss grew stronger. Then he saw a chair before the open window. That window was rather high, and Lucy had placed a chair before it so that she could look out or get out. Bostil stretched his neck, looked out, and in the red earth beneath the window he saw fresh tracks of Lucy's boots. Then he roared for Jane. She came running, and between Bostil's furious questions and her own excited answers, there was nothing arrived at. But presently she spied the white dress, and then she ran to Lucy's closet. From there she turned a white face to Bostil.
"She's put on her riding clothes," gasped Aunt Jane.
"Supposing she did, where is she?"
"She's run off with Slone."
Bostil could not have been shocked or hurt any more acutely by a knife thrust. He glared at his sister.
"Aha! So that's the way you watch her."
"Watch her? It wasn't possible. She's as smart as you are. Oh, I knew she'd do it. She was wild in love with him."
Bostil strode out of the room and the house. He went through the grove and directly up the path to Slone's cabin. It was empty, just as Bostil expected to find it. The bars on the corral were down. Both Slone's horses were gone. Presently Bostil saw the black horse Nagger down in Brackton's pasture. There were riders in front of Brackton's. All spoke at once to Bostil, and he only yelled for Brackton. The old man came hurriedly out, alarmed.
"Where's this Slone?"
demanded Bostil. "Slone!" ejaculated Brackton. "I'm blessed if I know. Ain't he home?"
"No, and he's left his black horse in your field."
"Well, by golly, that's news to me. Bostil, there's been strange doin's lately." Brackton seemed at a loss for words. "Maybe Slone got out because of something that come off last night. Now, Joel Creech and Bostil waited to hear no more. What did he care about the idiot Creech? He strode down the lane to the corrals. Farlane, Van, and other riders were there, leisurely as usual. Then Holley appeared, coming out of the barn. He, too, was easy, cool, natural, lazy. None of these riders knew what was amiss, but instantly a change passed over them. It came because Bostil pulled a gun.
"Holley, I've a mind to bore you."
The old hawk-eyed rider did not flinch or turn a shade off color. "What fer?" he queried, but his customary drawl was wanting.
"I left you to watch Lucy, and she's gone."
Holley showed genuine surprise and distress. The other riders echoed Bostil's last word. Bostil lowered the gun.
I reckon what saves you is you're the only tracker that'd have a show to find this cussed Slone.
Holley now showed no sign of surprise, but the other riders were astounded.
Lucy's run off with Slone,
added Bostil. Well, if she's gone and if he's gone, it's a cinch, replied Holley, throwing up his hands. Boss, she double-crossed me same as you. She promised faithful to stay in the house.
Promises nothing, roared Bostil. She's in love with this wild horse wrangler. She met him last night.
I couldn't help that, retorted Holley, and I trusted the girl. Bostil tossed his hands. He struggled with his rage. He had no fear that Lucy would not soon be found, but the opposition to his will made him furious. Van left the group of riders and came close to Bostil. It ain't an hour back that I seen Slone ride off alone on his red horse.
What of that?
Demanded Bostil.
Sure she was waiting somewheres. They'd have too much sense to go together. Saddle up, you boys, and we'll...
Say, Bostil, I happen to know Slone didn't see Lucy last night, interrupted Holley.
Uh-huh. Well, you'd better talk out.
I trusted Lucy, said Holley, but all the same, knowing she was in love, I just wanted to see if any girl in love could keep her word. So about dark, I went down the grove and watched for Slone. Pretty soon I seen him. He sneaked along the upper end and I followed. He went to that bench up by the biggest cottonwood, and he waited a long time. But Lucy didn't come. He must have waited till midnight. Then he left. I watched him go back. Seen him go up to his cabin.
Well, if she didn't meet him, where was she? She wasn't in her room.
Bostil gazed at Holley and the other riders, then back to Holley. What was the matter with this old rider? Bostil had never seen Holley seem so strange. The whole affair began to loom strangely, darkly. Some portent quickened Bostil's lumbering pulse. It seemed that Holley's mind must have found an obstacle to thought. Suddenly the old rider's face changed. The bronze was blotted out. A grayness came, and then a dead white. Bostil, maybe you ain't been told yet that Creech rode in yesterday. He lost all his racers. He had to shoot both Peg and Roan. Bostil's thoughts suffered a sudden, blank halt. Then, with realization, came the shock for which he had long been prepared.
Uh-huh. Is that so? Well, and what did he say?
Holley laughed a grim, significant laugh that curdled Bostil's blood. Creech said a lot, but let that go now. Come with me. Holley started with rapid strides down the lane. Bostil followed, and he heard the riders coming behind. A dark and gloomy thought settled upon Bostil. He could not check that, but he held back impatience and passion. Holley went straight to Lucy's window. He got down on his knees to scrutinize the tracks. "Made more'n 12 hours ago," he said swiftly. "She had on her boots, but no spurs. Now let's see where she went." Holley began to trail Lucy's progress through the grove, silently pointing now and then to a track. He went swifter till Bostil had to hurry. The other men came whispering after them. Holley was as keen as a hound on scent. "She stopped there," he said, "maybe to listen. Looks like she wanted to cross the lane, but she didn't. Here she got to going faster." Holley reached an intersecting path and suddenly halted stock still, pointing at a big track in the dust. "My God, Bostil, look at that!" One writhing pang tore through Bostil, and then he was suddenly his old self, facing the truth of danger to one he loved. He saw beside the big track a faint imprint of Lucy's small foot. That was the last sign of her progress. and it told a story. "Bostil, that ain't Slone's track," said Holley ringingly.
"Sure it ain't. That's the track of a big man," replied Bostil.
The other riders, circling round with bent heads, all said one way or another that Slone could not have made the trail.
"And whoever he was grabbed Lucy up, made off with her?"
asked Bostil. "Plain as if we seen it done," exclaimed Holley. There was fire in the clear hawk eyes.
"Cordts!"
cried Bostil hoarsely. Maybe, but that ain't my idee. Come on." Holley went so fast he almost ran, and he got ahead of Bostil. Finally, several hundred yards out in the sage, he halted and again dropped to his knees. Bostil and the riders hurried on. "Keep back! Don't stamp round so close!" ordered Holley. Then, like a man searching for lost gold in sand and grass, he searched the ground. To Bostil it seemed a long time before he got through. When he arose there was a dark and deadly certainty in his face, by which Bostil knew the worst had befallen Lucy. "4 mustangs and 2 men last night," said Holley rapidly. "Here's where Lucy was set down on her feet. Here's where she mounted. And here's the tracks of a 3rd man. Tracks made this morning." Bostil straightened up and faced Holley as if ready to take a death blow.
"I'm reckoning them last is Slone's tracks."
"Yes, I know them," replied Holley.
"And them other tracks? Who made them?"
"Creech and his son." Bostil felt swept away by a dark, whirling flame, and when it passed he lay in his barn in the shade of the loft, prostrate on the fragrant hay. His strength with his passion was spent. A dull ache remained. The fight was gone from him. His spirit was broken, and he looked down into that dark abyss which was his own soul. By and by the riders came for him, got him up, and led him out. He shook them off and stood breathing slowly. The air felt refreshing. It cooled his hot, tired brain. It did not surprise him to see Joel Creech there, cringing behind Holley. Bostil lifted a hand for someone to speak, and Holley came a step forward. His face was haggard, but its white tenseness was gone. He seemed as if he were reluctant to speak, to inflict more pain. "Bostil," he began huskily, "you're to send the King and Sarch and Ben and Two Face and Plume to ransom Lucy. If you won't, then Creech'll sell her to Cordts." What a strange look came into the faces of the riders. Did they think he cared more for horse flesh than for his own flesh and blood?
"Send the King and all he wants. And send word for Creech to come back to the Ford. Tell him I said my sin found me out."
Bostil watched Joel Creech ride the King out upon the slope, driving the others ahead. Sage King wanted to run. Sarchedon was wild and unruly. They passed out of sight. Then Bostil turned to his silent riders.
"Boys, seeing the King go that way wasn't nothin'. But what crucifies me is, will thet fetch her back?"
"God only knows," replied Holley. "Maybe not. I reckon not. But, Bostil, you forget. Slone is out there on Lucy's trail. Out there ahead of Joel. Slone, he's a wild horse hunter, the keenest I ever seen. Do you think Creech can shake him on a trail? He'll kill Creech, and he'll lay for Joel going back. And he'll kill him. And I'll bet my all he'll ride in here with Lucy and the King."
"Holley, you ain't figuring on that red horse of Slone's riding down the King?"
Holley laughed as if Bostil's query was
the strangest thing of all that poignant day. No, Slone'll lay for Joel and rope him like he roped Dick Sears.
"Holley, I reckon you see clear'n me," said Bostil,
Plaintively.
"'Pears as if I never had a hard knock before. For my nerves broke. I can't hope. Lucy's gone. Ain't there anything to do but wait?"
That's all. Just wait. If we went out on Joel's trail, we'd queer the chance of Creech's being honest. And we'd queer Slone's game. I'd hate to have him trailing me.
End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva.
On the day that old Creech repudiated his son, Slone, with immeasurable relief, left Brackton's without even a word to the rejoicing Holley, and plodded up the path to his cabin. After the first flush of elation had passed, he found a peculiar mood settling down upon him. It was as if all was not so well as he had impulsively conceived. He began to ponder over this strange depression, to think back. What had happened to dash the cup from his lips? Did he regret being freed from guilt in the simple minds of the villagers? Regret it because suspicion would fall upon Lucy's father? No, he was sorry for the girl, but not for Bostil. It was not this new aspect of the situation at the Ford that oppressed him. He trailed his vague feelings back to a subtle shock he had sustained in a last look at Creech's dark, somber face. It had been the face of a nemesis. All about Creech breathed silent, revengeful force. Slone worked out in his plodding thought why that fact should oppress him. And it was because in striking Bostil, old Creech must strike through Bostil's horses and his daughter. Slone divined it by the subtle, intuitive power of his love for Lucy. He did not reconsider what had been his supposition before Creech's return, that Creech would kill Bostil. Death would be no revenge. Creech had it in him to steal the King and starve him, or to do the same and worse with Lucy. So Slone imagined, remembering Creech's face. Before twilight set in, Slone saw the Creeches riding out of the lane into the sage, evidently leaving the Ford. This occasioned Slone great relief, but only for a moment. What the Creeches appeared to be doing might not be significant, and he knew if they had stayed in the village that he would have watched them as closely as if he thought they were trying to steal Wildfire. He got his evening meal, cared for his horses, and just as darkness came on, he slipped down into the grove for his rendezvous with Lucy. Always this made his heart beat and his nerves thrill, but tonight he was excited. The grove seemed full of moving shadows, all of which he fancied were Lucy. Reaching the big cottonwood, he tried to compose himself on the bench to wait, but composure seemed unattainable. The night was still. Only the crickets and the soft rustle of leaves breaking a dead silence. Slone had the ears of a wild horse, in that he imagined sounds he did not really hear. Many a lonely night, while he lay watching and waiting in the dark, ambushing a water hole where wild horses drank, he had heard soft treads that were only the substance of dreams. That was why on this night, when he was overstrained, he fancied he saw Lucy coming, a silent, moving shadow, when in reality she did not come. That was why he thought he heard very stealthy steps. He waited. Lucy did not come. She had never failed before, and he knew she would come. Waiting became hard. He wanted to go back toward the house to intercept her on the way. Still he kept to his post, watchful, listening, his heart full. And he tried to reason away his strange dread, his sense of a need of hurry. For a time he succeeded by dreaming of Lucy's sweetness, of her courage, of what a wonderful girl she was. Hours and hours he had passed in such dreams. One dream in particular always fascinated him, and it was one in which he saw the girl riding Wildfire, winning a great race for her life. Another, just as fascinating but so haunting that he always dispelled it, was a dream where Lucy, alone and in peril, fought with Cordts or Joel Creech for more than her life. These vague dreams were Slone's acceptance of the blood and spirit in Lucy. She was Bostil's daughter. She had no sense of fear. She would fight. And though Slone always thrilled with pride, he also trembled with dread. At length, even wilder dreams of Lucy's rare moments, when she let herself go, like a desert whirlwind, to envelop him in all her sweetness, could not avail to keep Slone patient. He began to pace to and fro under the big tree. He waited and waited. What could have detained her? Slone inwardly laughed at the idea that either Holley or Aunt Jane could keep his girl indoors when she wanted to come out to meet him. Yet Lucy had always said something might prevent. There was no reason for Slone to be concerned. He was mistaking his thrills and excitement and love and disappointment for something in which there was no reality. Yet he could not help it. The longer he waited, the more shadows glided beneath the cottonwoods, the more faint, nameless sounds he heard. He waited long after he became convinced she would not come. Upon his return through the grove, he reached a point where the unreal and imaginative perceptions were suddenly and stunningly broken. He did hear a step. He kept on as before, and in the deep shadow he turned. He saw a man just faintly outlined. One of the riders had been watching him, had followed him. Slone had always expected this. So had Lucy, and now it had happened. But Lucy had been too clever. She had not come. She had found out or suspected the spy, and she had outwitted him. Slone had reason to be prouder of Lucy, and he went back to his cabin free from further anxiety. Before he went to sleep, however, he heard the clatter of a number of horses in the lane. He could tell they were tired horses, riders returning, he thought, and instantly corrected that, for riders seldom came in at night. And then it occurred to him that it might be Bostil's return, but then it might be the Creeches. Slone had an uneasy return of puzzling thoughts. These, however, did not hinder drowsiness, and deciding that the first thing in the morning he would trail the Creeches just to see where they had gone, he fell asleep. In the morning, the bright, broad day, with its dispelling reality, made Slone regard himself differently. Things that oppressed him in the dark of night vanished in the light of the sun. Still, he was curious about the Creeches, and after he had done his morning's work he strolled out to take up their trail. It was not hard to follow in the lane, for no other horses had gone in that direction since the Creeches had left. Once up on the wide, windy slope, the reach and color and fragrance seemed to call to Slone irresistibly, and he fell to trailing these tracks just for the love of a skill long unused. Half a mile out the road turned toward Durango. But the Creeches did not continue on that road. They entered the sage. Instantly Slone became curious. He followed the tracks to a pile of rocks where the Creeches had made a greasewood fire and had cooked a meal. This was strange. Within a mile of the ford, where Brackton and others would have housed them. What was stranger was the fact that the trail started south from there and swung round toward the village. Slone's heart began to thump, but he forced himself to think only of these tracks and not any significance they might have. He trailed the men down a bench on the slope, a few hundred yards from Bostil's Grove, and here a trampled space marked where a halt had been made and a wait. And here Slone could no longer restrain conjecture and dread. He searched and searched. He got on his knees. He crawled through the sage all around the trampled space. Suddenly his heart seemed to receive a stab. He had found prints of Lucy's boots in the soft earth, and he leaped up, wild and fierce, needing to know no more. He ran back to his cabin. He never thought of Bostil, of Holley, of anything except the story revealed in those little boot tracks. He packed a saddlebag with meat and biscuits, filled a canvas water bottle, and taking them and his rifle, he hurried out to the corral. First he took Nagger down to Brackton's pasture and let him in. Then returning, he went at the fiery stallion as he had not gone in many a day, roped him, saddled him, mounted him, and rode off with a hard, grim certainty that in Wildfire was Lucy's salvation. 4 hours later Slone halted on the crest of a ridge in the cover of sparse cedars and surveyed a vast, gray, barren basin yawning and reaching out to a rugged, broken plateau. He expected to find Joel Creech returning on the back trail, and he had taken the precaution to ride on one side of the tracks he was following. He did not want Joel to cross his trail. Slone had long ago solved the meaning of the Creech's flight. They would use Lucy to ransom Bostil's horses, and more than likely they would not let her go back. That they had her was enough for Slone. He was grim and implacable. The eyes of the wild horse hunter had not searched that basin long before they picked out a dot, which was not a rock or a cedar, but a horse. Slone watched it grow and hidden himself. He held his post until he knew the rider was Joel Creech. Slone drew his own horse back and tied him to a sagebrush amidst some scant grass. Then he returned to watch. It appeared Creech was climbing the ridge below Slone and some distance away. It was a desperate chance Joel ran then, for Slone had set out to kill him. It was certain that if Joel had happened to ride near instead of far, Slone could not have helped but kill him. As it was, he desisted because he realized that Joel would acquaint Bostil with the abducting of Lucy, and it might be that this would be well. Slone was shaken when young Creech passed up and out of sight over the ridge, shaking with the deadly grip of passion such as he had never known. He waited, slowly gaining control, and at length went back for Wildfire. Then he rode boldly forth on the trail. He calculated that old Creech would take Lucy to some wild retreat in the canyons and there wait for Joel and the horses. Creech had almost certainly gone on and would be unaware of a pursuer so closely on his trail. Slone took the direction of the trail, and he saw a low, dark notch in the rocky wall in the distance. After that he paid no more attention to choosing good ground for Wildfire than he did to the trail. The stallion was more tractable than Slone had ever found him. He loved the open. He smelled the sage and the wild. He settled down into his long, easy swinging lope, which seemed to eat up the miles. Slone was obsessed with thoughts centering round Lucy, and time and distance were scarcely significant. The sun had dipped full red in a golden west when Slone reached the wall of rocks and the cleft where Creech's tracks and Lucy's too marked the camp. Slone did not even dismount. Riding on into the cleft, he wound at length into a canyon and out of that into a larger one, where he found that Lucy had remembered to leave a trail, and down this to a break in a high wall, and through it to another winding canyon. The sun set, but Slone kept on as long as he could see the trail, and after that until an intersecting canyon made it wise for him to halt. There were rich grass and sweet water for his horse. He himself was not hungry, but he ate. He was not sleepy, but he slept. And daylight found him urging Wildfire in pursuit. On the rocky places Slone found the cedar berries Lucy had dropped. He welcomed sight of them, but he did not need them. This man Creech could never hide a trail from him, Slone thought grimly, and it suited him to follow that trail at a rapid trot. If he lost the tracks for a distance, he went right on, and he knew where to look for them ahead. There was a vast difference between the cunning of Creech and the cunning of a wild horse. And there was an equal difference between the going and staying powers of Creech's mustangs and Wildfire. Yes, Slone divined that Lucy's salvation would be Wildfire, her horse. The trail grew rougher, steeper, harder, but the stallion kept his eagerness and his pace. On many an open length of canyon or height of wild upland, Slone gazed ahead, hoping to see Creech's mustangs. He hoped for that, even when he knew he was still too far behind. And then, suddenly, in the open sandy flat of an intersecting canyon, he came abruptly on a fresh trail of 3 horses, one of them shod. The surprise stunned him. For a moment he gazed stupidly at these strange tracks. Who had made them? Had Creech met allies? Was that likely when the man had no friends? Pondering the thing, Slone went slowly on, realizing that a new and disturbing feature confronted him. Then, when these new tracks met the trail that Creech had left, Slone found that these strangers were as interested in Creech's tracks as he was. Slone found their boot marks in the sand, the hand prints
where someone had knelt to scrutinize Creech's trail.
Slone led his horse and walked on, more and more disturbed in mind. When he came to a larger, bare, flat canyon bottom, where the rock had been washed clear of sand, he found no more cedar berries. They had been picked up. At the other extreme edge of this stony ground he found crumpled bits of cedar and cedar berries scattered in one spot, as if thrown there by someone who read their meaning. This discovery unnerved Slone. It meant so much. And if Slone had any hope or reason to doubt that these strangers had taken up the trail for good, the next few miles dispelled it. They were trailing Creech. Suddenly Slone gave a wild start, which made Wildfire plunge. "Cordts!" whispered Slone, and the cold sweat oozed out of every pore. These canyons were the hiding places of the horse thief. He and two of his men had chanced upon Creech's trail, and perhaps their guess at its meaning was like Slone's. If they had not guessed, they would soon learn. It magnified Slone's task 1,000-fold. He had a moment of bitter, almost hopeless realization before a more desperate spirit awoke in him. He had only more men to kill. That was all. These upland riders did not pack rifles. Of that Slone was sure. And the sooner he came up with Cordts, the better. It was then that he let Wildfire choose his gait and the trail. Sunset, twilight, dusk, and darkness came with Slone keeping on and on. As long as there were no intersecting canyons or clefts or slopes by which Creech might have swerved from his course, just so long Slone would travel. And it was late in the night when he had to halt. Early next day the trail led up out of the red and broken gulches to the cedared uplands. Slone saw a black-rimmed, looming plateau in the distance. All these winding canyons and the necks of the high ridges between must run up to that great tableland. That day he lost two of the horse tracks. He did not mark the change for a long time after there had been a split in the party that had been trailing Creech. Then it was too late for him to go back to investigate, even if that had been wise. He kept on, pondering, trying to decide whether or not he had been discovered and was now in danger of ambush ahead and pursuit from behind. He thought that possibly Cordts had split his party, one to trail along after Creech, the others to work around to head him off. Undoubtedly Cordts knew this broken canyon country and could tell where Creech was going and knew how to intercept him. The uncertainty wove heavily upon Slone. He grew desperate. He had no time to steal along cautiously. He must be the first to get to Creech. So he held to the trail and went as rapidly as the nature of the ground would permit, expecting to be shot at from any clump of cedars. The trail led down again into a narrow canyon with low walls. Slone put all his keenness on what lay before him. Wildfire's sudden break and upflinging of head and his snort preceded the crack of a rifle. Slone knew he had been shot at, although he neither felt nor heard the bullet. He had no chance to see where the shot came from, for Wildfire bolted and needed as much holding and guiding as Slone could give. He ran a mile. Then Slone was able to look about him. Had he been shot at from above or behind? He could not tell. It did not matter, so long as the danger was not in front. He kept a sharp lookout, and presently along the right canyon rim, 500 feet above him, he saw a bay horse and a rider with a rifle. He had been wrong then about these riders and their weapons. Slone did not see any wisdom in halting to shoot up at this pursuer, and he spurred Wildfire just as a sharp crack sounded above. The bullet thudded into the earth a few feet behind him. And then over bad ground, with stallion almost unmanageable, Slone ran a gauntlet of shots. Evidently, the man on the rim had smooth ground to ride over, for he easily kept abreast of Slone. But he could not get the range. Fortunately for Slone, broken ramparts above checked the tricks of that pursuer, and Slone saw no more of him. It afforded him great relief to find that Creech's trail turned into a canyon on the left. And here, with the sun already low, Slone began to watch the clumps of cedars and the jumbles of rock. But he was not ambushed. Darkness set in, and being tired out, he was about to halt for the night when he caught the flicker of a campfire. The stallion saw it too, but did not snort. Slone dismounted and, leading him, went cautiously forward on foot, rifle in hand. The canyon widened at a point where two breaks occurred, and the less restricted space was thick with cedar and pinyon. Slone could tell by the presence of these trees, and also by a keener atmosphere, that he was slowly getting to a higher altitude. This campfire must belong to Cordts, or the one man who had gone on ahead. And Slone advanced boldly. He did not have to make up his mind what to do. But he was amazed to see several dark forms moving to and fro before the bright campfire, and he checked himself abruptly. Considering a moment, Slone thought he had better have a look at these fellows. So he tied Wildfire and, taken to the darker side of the canyon, he stole cautiously forward. The distance was considerable, as he had calculated. Soon, however, he made out the shadowy outlines of horses feeding in the open. He hugged the canyon wall for fear they might see him. As luck would have it, the night breeze was in his favor. Stealthily he stole on in the deep shadow of the wall and under the cedars until he came to a point opposite the campfire, and then he turned toward it. He went slowly, carefully, noiselessly, and at last he crawled through the narrow aisles between thick sagebrush. Another clump of cedars loomed up, and he saw the flickering of firelight upon the pale green foliage. He heard gruff voices before he raised himself to look, and by this he gauged his distance. He was close enough, almost too close. But as he crouched in dark shade and there were no horses near, he did not fear discovery. When he peered out from his covert, the first thing to strike and hold his rapid glance was the slight figure of a girl. Slone stifled a gasp in his throat. He thought he recognized Lucy. Stunned, he crouched down again, with his hands clenched round his rifle. And there he remained for a long moment of agony before reason asserted itself over emotion. Had he really seen Lucy? He had heard of a girl, now and then, in the camps of these men, especially Cordts. Maybe Creech had fallen in with comrades. No, he could not have had any comrades there but horse thieves, and Creech was above that. If Creech was there, he had been held up by Cordts. If Lucy only was with the gang, Creech had been killed. Slone had to force himself to look again. The girl had changed her position, but the light shone upon the men. Creech was not one of the three, nor Cordts, nor any man Slone had seen before. They were not honest men, judging from their hard, evil looks. Slone was nonplussed, and he was losing self-control.
Again he lowered himself and waited. He caught the word Durango and horses and fur enough in, the meaning of which was vague. Then the girl laughed, and Slone found himself trembling with joy. Beyond any doubt that laugh could not have been Lucy's. Slone stole back as he had come, reached the shadow of the wall, and drew away until he felt it safe to walk quickly. When he reached the place where he expected to find Wildfire, he did not see him. Slone looked and looked. Perhaps he had misjudged distance and place in the gloom. Still, he never made mistakes of that nature. He searched around till he found the cedar stump to which he had tied the lasso. In the gloom he could not see it, and when he reached out he did not feel it. Wildfire was gone. Slone sank down, overcome. He cursed what must have been carelessness, though he knew he never was careless with a horse. What had happened? He did not know. But Wildfire was gone, and that meant Lucy's doom and his. Slone shook with cold. Then, as he leaned against the stump, wet and shaking, familiar sound met his ears. It was made by the teeth of a grazing horse, a slight, keen, tearing cut. Wildfire was close at hand. With a sweep, Slone circled the stump, and he found the knot of the lasso. He had missed it. He began to gather in the long rope and soon felt the horse. In the black gloom against the wall, Slone could not distinguish Wildfire. "Phew!" he muttered, wiping the sweat off his face. "Good Lord, all for nothing." It did not take Slone long to decide to lead the horse and work up the canyon past the campers. He must get ahead of them, and once there he had no fear of them, either by night or day. He really had no hopes of getting by undiscovered, and all he wished for was to get far enough so that he could not be intercepted. The grazing horses would scent Wildfire, or he would scent them. For a wonder, Wildfire allowed himself to be led as well as if he had been old faithful Nagger. Slone could not keep close in to the wall for very long on account of the cedars, but he managed to stay in the outer edge of shadow cast by the wall. Wildfire winded the horses, halted, threw up his head. But for some reason beyond Slone, the horse did not snort or whistle. As he knew Wildfire, he could have believed him intelligent enough and hateful enough to betray his master. It was one of the other horses that whistled an alarm. This came at a point almost even with the campfire. Slone, holding Wildfire down, had no time to get into a stirrup, but leaped to the saddle and let the horse go. There were hoarse yells and then streaks of fire and shots. Slone heard the whiz of heavy bullets, and he feared for Wildfire. But the horse drew swiftly away into the darkness. Slone could not see whether the ground was smooth or broken, and he left that to Wildfire. Luck favored them, and presently Slone pulled him in to a safe gait and regretted only that he had not had a chance to take a shot at that camp. Slone walked the horse for an hour and then decided that he could well risk a halt for the night. Before dawn he was up, warming his chilled body by violent movements and forcing himself to eat. The rim of the west wall changed from gray to pink. A mockingbird burst into song. A coyote sneaked away from the light of day. Out in the open, Slone found the trail made by Creech's mustangs and by the horse of Cordts's man. The latter could not be very far ahead. In less than an hour Slone came to a clump of cedars where this man had camped. An hour behind him. This canyon was open, with a level and narrow floor divided by a deep wash. Slone put Wildfire to a gallop. The narrow wash was no obstacle to Wildfire. He did not have to be urged or checked. It was not long before Slone saw a horseman a quarter of a mile ahead, and he was discovered almost at the same time. This fellow showed both surprise and fear. He ran his horse, but in comparison with Wildfire, that horse seemed sluggish. Slone would have caught up with him very soon, but for a change in the lay of the land. The canyon split up, and all of its gorges and ravines and washes headed upon the pine-fringed plateau, now only a few miles distant. The gait of the horses had to be reduced to a trot and then a walk. The man Slone was after left Creech's trail and took a side cleft. Slone, convinced he would soon overhaul him and then return to take up Creech's trail, kept on in pursuit. Then Slone was compelled to climb. Wildfire was so superior to the other horse, and Slone was so keen at choosing ground and shortcuts that he would have been right upon him but for a split in the rock which suddenly yawned across his path. It was impassable. After a quick glance, Slone abandoned the direct pursuit, and turning along this gulch, he gained a point where the horse thief would pass under the base of the rim wall, and here Slone would have him within easy rifle shot. And the man, intent on getting out of the canyon, rode into the trap, approaching to within 100 yards of Slone, who suddenly showed himself on foot, rifle in hand. The deep gulch was a barrier to Slone's further progress, but his rifle dominated the situation. "Hold on," he called warningly. "Hold on yourself," yelled the other, aghast as he halted his horse. He gazed down and evidently was quick to take in the facts. Slone had meant to kill this man without even a word. Yet now, when the moment had come, a feeling almost of sickness clouded his resolve. But he leveled the rifle. "I got it on you," he called. "Reckon you have. But see here, I can hit you anywhere." "Well, I'll take your word for that." "All right. Now talk fast. Are you one of Cordts's gang?" "Sure. Why are you alone?" "We split down hyar." "Did you know I was on this trail?" "Nope, I didn't, sure, or you'd never ketched me. Red horse or no. Who are you trailing?" "Old Creech and the girl he kidnapped." Slone felt the leap of his blood and the jerk it gave the rifle as his tense finger trembled on the trigger. "Girl? What girl?" he called hoarsely. "Bostil's girl." "Why did Cordts split on the trail?" "He and Hutch went round for some more of the gang and to head off Joel Creech when he comes in with Bostil's hosses." Slone was amazed to find out how the horse thieves had calculated. Yet on second thought, the situation, once the Creeches had been recognized, appeared simple enough. "What was your game?" he demanded. "I was follorin' Creech just to find out where he'd hole up with the girl." "What's Cordts's game?" "After he heads Joel Creech, then he's goin' for the girl." Slone scarcely needed to be told all this, but the deliberate words from the lips of one of Cordts's gang bore a raw, brutal proof of Lucy's peril. And yet Slone could not bring himself to kill this man in cold blood. He tried, but in vain. "Have you got a gun?" called Slone hoarsely. "Sure." "Ride back the other way. If you don't lose me, I'll kill you." The man stared. Slone saw the color return to his pale face. Then he turned his horse and rode back out of sight. Slone heard him rolling the stones down the long, rough slope. And when he felt sure the horse thief had gotten a fair start, he went back to Mount Wildfire in pursuit. This trailer of Lucy never got back to Lucy's trail, never got away. But Slone, when that day's hard, deadly pursuit ended,
found himself lost in the canyons. How bitterly he cursed both his weakness in not shooting the man at sight and his strength in following him with implacable purpose. For to be fair, to give the horse thief a chance for his life, Slone had lost Lucy's trail. The fact nearly distracted him. He spent a sleepless night of torture. All next day, like a wild man, he rode and climbed and descended, spurred by one purpose, pursued by suspense and dread. That night he tied Wildfire near water and grass and fell into the sleep of exhaustion. Morning came, but with it no hope. He had been desperate, and now he was in a frightful state. It seemed that days and days had passed, and nights that were hideous with futile nightmares. He rode down into a canyon with sloping walls, and broken, like all of these canyons under the great plateau. Every canyon resembled another. The upland was one vast network. The world seemed a labyrinth of canyons among which he was hopelessly lost. What had become of Lucy? Every thought in his whirling brain led back to that, and it was terrible. Then he was gazing transfixed down upon the familiar tracks left by Creech's mustangs, days old, but still unfollowed. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. That track led up the narrowing canyon to its head at the base of the plateau. Slone, mindful of his horse, climbed on foot, halting at the zigzag turns to rest. A long, gradually ascending trail mounted the last slope, which, when close at hand, was not so precipitous as it appeared from below. Up there the wind, sucked out of the canyons, swooped and twisted hard. At last Slone led Wildfire over the rim and halted for another breathing spell. Before him was a beautiful, gently sloping stretch of waving grass leading up to the dark pine forest, from which came a roar of wind. Beneath Slone, the wild and whorled canyon breaks extended, wonderful in thousands of denuded surfaces, gold and red and yellow, with the smoky depths between. Wildfire sniffed the wind and snorted. Slone turned, instantly alert. The wild horse had given an alarm. Like a flash, Slone leaped into the saddle. A faint cry, away from the wind, startled Slone. It was like a cry he had heard in dreams. How overstrained his perceptions! He was not really sure of anything. Yet on the instant he was tense. Straggling cedars on his left almost wholly obstructed Slone's view. Wildfire's ears and nose were pointed that way. Slone trotted him down toward the edge of this cedar clump so he could see beyond. Before he reached it, however, he saw something blue moving, waving, lifting. "Smoke," muttered Slone, and he thought more of the danger of fire on that windy height than he did of another peril to himself. Wildfire was hard to hold as he rounded the edge of the cedars. Slone saw a line of leaping flame, a line of sweeping smoke, the grass on fire, horses, a man. Wildfire whistled his ringing blast of hate and menace, his desert challenge to another stallion. The man whirled to look. Slone saw Joel Creech and Sage King and Lucy, half naked, bound on his back. Joy, agony, terror, in lightning swift turns, paralyzed Slone, but Wildfire lunged out on the run. Sage King reared in fright and came down to plunge away, and with a magnificent leap cleared the line of fire. Slone, more from habit than thought, sat close in the saddle. A few of Wildfire's lengthening strides quickened Slone's blood. Then Creech moved, also awakened from a stupefying surprise. He snatched up a gun and fired. Slone saw the spurts of red, the puffs of white, but he heard nothing. The torrent of his changed blood, burning and terrible, filled his ears with hate and death. He guided the running stallion. In a few tremendous strides, Wildfire struck Creech, and Slone had one glimpse of an awful face. The impact was terrific. Creech went hurtling through the air, limp and broken, to go down upon a rock, his skull cracking like a melon. The horse leaped over the body and the stone, and beyond he leaped the line of burning grass. Slone saw the King running into the forest. He saw poor Lucy's white body swinging with the horse's motion. One glance showed the great gray to be running wild. Then the hate and passion cleared away, leaving suspense and terror. Wildfire reached the pines. There, down the open aisles, between the black trees, ran the fleet gray racer. Wildfire saw him and snorted. The King was 100 yards to the fore. "Wildfire, it's come! The race! The race!" called Slone. But he could not hear his own call. There was a roar overhead, heavy, almost deafening. The wind, the wind. Yet that roar did not deaden a strange shrieking crack somewhere behind. Wildfire leaped in fright. Slone turned. Fire had run up a pine tree, which exploded as if the trunk were powder. "My God! A race with fire! Lucy! Lucy!" In that poignant cry, Slone uttered his realization of the strange fate that had waited for the inevitable race between Wildfire and the King. He uttered his despairing love for Lucy and his acceptance of death for her and himself. No horse could outrun wind-driven fire in a dry pine forest. Slone had no hope of that. How perfectly fate and time and place and horses, himself and his sweetheart had met. Slone damned Joel Creech's insane soul to everlasting torment. To think his idiotic and wild threat had come true with a gale in the pine tops. Slone grew old at the thought, and the facts seemed to be a dream. But the dry, pine-scented air made breathing hard. The gray racer, carrying that slender, half-naked form, white in the forest shade, lengthened into his fleet and beautiful stride. The motion of Wildfire, so easy, so smooth, so swift, and the fierce reach of his head shooting forward. All these proved that it was no dream. Tense questions pierced the dark chaos of Slone's mind. What could he do? Run the King down, make him kill Lucy, save her from horrible death by fire. The red horse had not gained a yard on the gray. Slone, keen to judge distance, saw this, and for the first time he doubted Wildfire's power to run down the King. Not with such a lead. It was hopeless, so hopeless. He turned to look back. He saw no fire, no smoke, only the dark trunks and the massed green foliage and violent agitation against the blue sky. That revived a faint hope. If he could get a few miles ahead before the fire began to leap across the pine crests, then it might be possible to run out of the forest if it were not wide. Then a stronger hope grew.
It seemed that foot by foot Wildfire was gaining on the King. Slone studied the level forest floor sliding toward him. He lost his hope, then regained it again, and then he spurred the horse. Wildfire hated that as he hated Slone, but apparently he did not quicken his strides, and Slone could not tell if he lengthened them. He was not running near his limit, but after the nature of such a horse, left to choose his gait, running slowly but rising toward his swiftest and fiercest. Slone's rider's blood never thrilled to that race, for his blood had curdled. The sickness within rose to his mind, and that flashed up whenever he dared to look forward at Lucy's white form. Slone could not bear this sight. It almost made him reel, yet he was driven to look. He saw that the King carried no saddle, so with Lucy on him he was light. He ought to run all day with only that weight. Wildfire carried a heavy saddle, a pack, a water bag, and a rifle. Slone untied the pack and let it drop. He almost threw aside the water bag, but something withheld his hand, and also he kept his rifle. What were a few more pounds to this desert stallion in his last run? Slone knew it was Wildfire's greatest and last race. Suddenly Slone's ears rang with a terrible oncoming roar. For an instant the unknown sound stiffened him, robbed him of strength. Only the horn of the saddle hooking into him held him on. Then the years of his desert life answered to a call more than human. He had to race against fire. He must beat the flame to the girl he loved. There were miles of dry forest like powder. Fire backed by a heavy gale could rage through dry pine faster than any horse could run. He might fail to save Lucy. Fate had given him a bitter ride, but he swore a grim oath that he would beat the flame. The intense and abnormal rider's passion in him, like Bostil's, dammed up but never fully controlled, burst within him, and suddenly he awoke to a wild and terrible violence of heart and soul. He had accepted death. He had no fear. All that he wanted to do, the last thing he wanted to do, was to ride down the King and kill Lucy mercifully. How he would have gloried to burn there in the forest and for 1,000,000 years in the dark beyond to save the girl. He goaded the horse. Then he looked back. Through the aisles of the forest he saw a strange, streaky, murky something moving, alive, shifting up and down, never an instant the same. It must have been the wind, the heat before the fire. He seemed to see through it, but there was nothing beyond, only opaque, dim, mustering clouds. Hot puffs shot forward into his face. His eyes smarted and stung. His ears hurt and were growing deaf. The tumult was the rear of avalanches, of maelstroms, of rushing seas, of the wreck of the uplands and the ruin of the earth. It grew to be so great a roar that he no longer heard. There was only silence, and he turned to face ahead. The stallion stretched low on a dead run. The tips of the pines were bending before the wind, and Wildfire, the terrible thing for which his horse was named, was leaping through the forest. But there was no sound. Ahead of Slone, down the aisles, low under the trees spreading over the running King, floated swiftly some medium, like a transparent veil. It was neither smoke nor air. It carried faint pinpoints of light,
sparks that resembled atoms of dust floating in sunlight. It was a wave of heat driven before the storm of fire. Slone did not feel pain, but he seemed to be drying up, parching, and Lucy must be suffering now. He goaded the stallion, raking his flanks. Wildfire answered with a scream and a greater speed. All except Lucy and Sage King and Wildfire seemed so strange and unreal. The swift rush between the pines, now growing ghostly in the dimming light. The sense of a pursuing, overpowering force, and yet absolute silence. Slone fought the desire to look back, but he could not resist it. Some horrible fascination compelled him. All behind had changed. A hot wind like a blast from a furnace, blue light stinging particles into his face. The fire was racing in the treetops, while below all was yet clear. A lashing, leaping flame engulfed the canopy of pines. It was white, seething, inconceivably swift, with 1,000 flashing tongues. It traveled ahead of smoke. It was so thin he could see the branches through it and the fiery clouds behind. It swept onward, a sublime and an appalling spectacle. Slone could not think of what it looked like. It was fire, liberated, freed from the bowels of the earth, tremendous, devouring. This, then, was the meaning of fire. This, then, was the horrible fate to befall Lucy. But no. He thought he must be insane not to be overcome in spirit. Yet he was not. He would beat the flame to Lucy. He felt the loss of something, some kind of a sensation which he ought to have had. Still he rode that race to kill his sweetheart better than any race he had ever before ridden. He kept his seat. He dodged the snags. He pulled the maddened horse the shortest way. He kept the King running straight. No horse had ever run so magnificent a race. Wildfire was outracing wind and fire. He was overhauling the most noted racer of the uplands against a tremendous handicap. But now he was no longer racing to kill the King. He was running in terror. For miles he held that long, swift, wonderful stride without a break. He was running to his death. Whether or not he distanced the fire, nothing could stop him now but a bursting heart. Slone untied his lasso and coiled the noose. Almost within reach of the King, one throw, one sudden swerve, and the King would go down. Lucy would know only a stunning shock. Slone's heart broke. Could he kill her? Crush that dear golden head? He could not, yet he must. He saw a long, curved, red welt on Lucy's white shoulders. What was that? Had a branch lashed her? Slone could not see her face. She could not have been dead or in a faint, for she was riding the King, bound as she was. Closer and closer drew Wildfire. He seemed to go faster and faster as that wind of flame gained upon them. The air was too thick to breathe. It had an irresistible weight. It pushed horses and riders onward in their flight. Straws on the crest of a cyclone. Again Slone looked back, and again the spectacle was different. There was a white and golden fury of flame above, beautiful and blinding, and below, farther back, an inferno of glowing fire, black streaked, with trembling, exploding puffs and streams of yellow smoke. The aisles between the burning pines were smoky, murky caverns, moving and weird. Slone saw fire shoot from the treetops down the trunks, and he saw fire shoot up the trunks like trains of powder. They exploded like huge rockets. And along the forest floor leaped the little flames. His eyes burned and blurred till all merged into a wide, pursuing storm too awful for the gaze of man. Wildfire was running down the King. The great gray had not lessened his speed, but he was breaking. Slone felt a ghastly triumph when he began to whirl the noose of the lasso round his head. Already he was within range, but he held back his throw, which meant the end of all. And as he hesitated, Wildfire suddenly whistled one shrieking blast. Slone looked. Ahead there was light through the forest. Slone saw a white, open space of grass. A park? No, the end of the forest. Wildfire, like a demon, hurtled onward, with his smoothness of action gone, beginning to break. Within a length of the King, a cry escaped Slone, a cry as silent as if there had been no deafening roar, as wild as the race, and as terrible as the ruthless fire. It was the cry of life instead of death. Both Sage King and Wildfire would beat the flame. Then, with the open just ahead, Slone felt a wave of hot wind rolling over him. He saw the lashing tongues of flame above him in the pines. The storm had caught him. It forged ahead. He was riding under a canopy of fire. Burning pine cones like torches dropped all around him. He had a terrible blank sense of weight, of suffocation, of the air turning to fire. Then Wildfire, with his nose at Sage King's flank, flashed out of the pines into the open. Slone saw a grassy, wide reach inclining gently toward a dark break in the ground, with crags rising sheer above it, and to the right a great open space. Slone felt that clear air as the breath of deliverance. His reeling sense righted. There, the King ran, blindly, going to his death. Wildfire was breaking fast. His momentum carried him. He was almost done. Slone roped the King and, holding hard, waited for the end. They ran on, breaking. Slone thought he would have to throw the King, for they were perilously near the deep cleft in the rim. But Sage King went to his knees. Slone leaped off just as Wildfire fell. How the blade flashed that released Lucy! She was wet from the horse's sweat and foam. She slid off into Slone's arms, and he called her name. Could she hear above that roar back there in the forest? The pieces of rope hung to her wrists, and Slone saw dark bruises, raw and bloody. She fell against him. Was she dead? His heart contracted. How white the face! No, he saw her breast heave against his, and he cried aloud, incoherently, in his joy. She was alive. She was not badly hurt. She stirred. She plucked at him with nerveless hands. She pressed close to him. He heard a smothered voice, yet so full, so wonderful. "Put your coat on me," came somehow to his ears. Slone started violently, abashed, shamed to realize he had forgotten she was half nude. He blindly tore off his coat, blindly folded it around her. "Lin! Lin!" she cried. "Lucy! Oh, are you?" He replied huskily. "I'm not hurt. I'm all right. But that wretch Joel, he killed his father just a minute before you came. I fought him. Oh, but I'm all right. Did you?" Wildfire ran him down, smashed him. "Lucy, this can't be true. Yet I feel you. Thank God." With her free hand Lucy returned his clasp. She seemed to be strong. It was a precious moment for Slone, in which he was uplifted beyond all dreams.
"Let me loose a second," she said. "I want to get in your coat."
She laughed as he released her. She laughed, and Slone thrilled with unutterable sweetness at that laugh. As he turned away, he felt a swift wind, then a strange impact from an invisible force that staggered him, then the rend of flesh. After that came the heavy report of a gun. Slone fell. He knew he had been shot. Following the rending of his flesh came a heart agony. It was in his shoulder, high up, and the dark, swift fear for his life was checked. Lucy stood staring down at him, unable to comprehend, slowly paling. Her hands clasped the coat round her. Slone saw her, saw the edge of streaming clouds of smoke above her, saw on the cliff beyond the gorge 2 men, one with a smoking gun half leveled. If Slone had been inattentive to his surroundings before, the sight of Cordts electrified him.
"Lucy, drop down, quick!" "Oh, what's happened? I've been shot. Drop down, I tell you. Get behind the horse and pull my rifle." "Shot!" exclaimed Lucy blankly. "Yes, yes. My God, Lucy, he's going to shoot again."
It was then Lucy Bostil saw Cordts across the gulch. He was not 50 yards distant, plainly recognizable, tall, gaunt, sardonic. He held the half-leveled gun ready as if waiting. He had waited there in ambush. The clouds of smoke rolled up above him, hiding the crags.
"Cordts!"
Bostil's blood spoke in the girl's thrilling cry.
"Hunch down, Lucy!" cried Slone. "Pull my rifle. I'm only winged, not hurt. Hurry! He's going—"
Another heavy report interrupted Slone. The bullet missed, but Slone made a pretense, a convulsive flop, as if struck.
"Get the rifle, quick!"
he called. But Lucy misunderstood his ruse to deceive Cordts. She thought he had been hit again. She ran to the fallen Wildfire and jerked the rifle from its sheath. Cordts had begun to climb round a ledge, evidently a short cut to get down and across. Hutchinson saw the rifle and yelled at Cordts. The horse thief halted, his dark face gleaming toward Lucy. When Lucy rose, the coat fell from her nude shoulders, and Slone, watching, suddenly lost his agony of terror for her and uttered a pealing cry of defiance and of rapture. She swept up the rifle. It wavered. Hutchinson was above, and Cordts, reaching up, yelled for help. Hutchinson was reluctant, but the stronger force dominated. He leaned down, clasped Cordts' outstretched hands, and pulled. Hutchinson bawled out hoarsely. Cordts turned what seemed a paler face. He had difficulty on the slight footing. He was slow. Slone tried to call to Lucy to shoot low, but his lips had drawn tight after his one yell. Slone saw her white, rounded shoulders bent, with cold, white face pressed against the rifle, with slim arms quivering and growing tense, with the tangled golden hair blowing out. Then she shot. Slone's glance shifted. He did not see the bullet strike up dust. The figures of the men remained the same. Hutchinson straining. Cordts. No, Cordts was not the same. A strange change seemed manifest in his long form. It did not seem instinct with effort, yet it moved. Hutchinson also was acting strangely.
yelling, heaving, wrestling, but he could not help Cordts. He lifted violently, raised Cordts a little, and then appeared to be in peril of losing his balance. Cordts leaned against the cliff. Then it dawned upon Slone that Lucy had hit the horse thief. Hard hit. He would not, he could not let go of Hutchinson. His was a death clutch. The burly Hutchinson slipped from his knee hold, and as he moved, Cordts swayed. His feet left the ledge. He hung, upheld only by the tottering comrade. What a harsh and terrible cry from Hutchinson! He made one last convulsive effort, and it doomed him. Slowly he lost his balance. Cordts' dark, evil, haunting face swung round. Both men became lax and plunged and separated. The dust rose from the rough steps. Then the dark form shot down. Cordts falling sheer and straight. Hutchinson headlong with waving arms, down and down, vanishing in the depths. No sound came up. A little column of yellow dust curled from the fatal ledge and, catching the wind above, streamed away into the drifting clouds of smoke. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. A darkness like the streaming clouds overhead seemed to blot out Slone's sight and then passed away, leaving it clearer. Lucy was bending over him, binding a scarf round his shoulder and under his arm. "Lin, it's nothing," she was saying earnestly. "Never touched a bone." Slone sat up. The smoke was clearing away. Little curves of burning grass were working down along the rim. He put out a hand to grasp Lucy, remembering in a flash. He pointed to the ledge across the chasm. "They're gone," cried Lucy, with a strange and deep note in her voice. She shook violently, but she did not look away from Slone. "Wildfire, the King," he added hoarsely. "Both where they dropped. Oh, I'm afraid to look. And Lin, I saw Sarch, Two-Face, and Ben and Plume go down there." She had her back to the chasm where the trail led down, and she pointed without looking. Slone got up, a little unsteady on his feet and conscious of a dull pain. "Sarch will go straight home, and the others will follow him," said Lucy. "They got away here where Joel came up the trail. The fire chased them out of the woods. Sarch will go home, and that'll fetch the riders." "We won't need them if only Wildfire and the King." Slone broke off and grimly, with a catch in his breath, turned to the horses. How strange that Slone should run toward the King while Lucy ran to Wildfire. Sage King was a beaten, broken horse, but he would live to run another race. Lucy was kneeling beside Wildfire, sobbing and crying, "Wildfire! Wildfire!" All of Wildfire was white, except where he was red, and that red was not now his glossy, flaming skin. A terrible muscular convulsion, as of internal collapse, grew slower and slower, yet choked, blinded, dying, killed on his feet. Wildfire heard Lucy's voice. "Oh, Lin! Oh, Lin!" moaned Lucy. While they knelt there, the violent convulsion changed to slow heaves. "He run the King down, carrying weight with a long lead to overcome," Slone muttered, and he put a shaking hand on the horse's wet neck. "Oh, he beat the King!" cried Lucy. "But you mustn't. You can't tell Dad." "What can we tell him?" "Oh, I know. Old Creech told me what to say."
A change both of body and spirit seemed to pass over the great stallion.
Wildfire! Wildfire!
Again the rider called to his horse with a low and piercing cry, but Wildfire did not hear. The morning sun glanced brightly over the rippling sage which rolled away from the ford like a gray sea. Bostil sat on his porch a stricken man. He faced the blue haze of the north where days before all that he had loved had vanished. Every day, from sunrise till sunset, he had been there, waiting and watching. His riders were grouped near him, silent, awed by his agony, awaiting orders that never came. From behind a ridge puffed up a thin cloud of dust. Bostil saw it and gave a start. Above the sage appeared a bobbing black object, the head of a horse, and then the big black body followed. "Sarch!" exclaimed Bostil. With spurs clinking, the riders ran and trooped behind him.
More horses back,
said Holley quietly.
"Thar's Plume!"
exclaimed Farlane.
"And Two Face,"
added Van.
"Dusty Ben,"
said another. "Riderless," finished Bostil. Then all were intensely quiet, watching the riders come trotting in single file down the ridge. Sarchedon's shrill neigh, like a whistle blast, pealed in from the sage. From fields and corrals clamored the answer, attended by the clattering of hundreds of hoofs. Sarchedon and his followers broke from trot to canter, canter to gallop, and soon were cracking their hard hoofs on the stony court. Like a swarm of bees, the riders swooped down upon the racers, caught them, and led them up to Bostil. On Sarchedon's neck showed a dry, dust-caked stain of reddish tinge. Holley, the old hawk-eyed rider, had precedence in the examination.
"Well, that's a bullet mark, plain as day,"
said Holley. "Who shot him?" demanded Bostil. Holley shook his gray head.
"He smells of smoke,"
put in Farlane, who had knelt at the black's legs.
"He's been running fire. See that? Fetlock's all singed."
All the riders looked, and then with grave, questioning eyes at one another. "Reckon there's been hell," muttered Holley darkly. Some of the riders led the horses away toward the corrals. Bostil wheeled to face the north again. His brow was lowering, his cheek was pale and sunken, his jaw was set. The riders came and went, but Bostil kept his vigil. The hours passed. Afternoon came and wore on. The sun lost its brightness and burned red. Again dust clouds, now like reddened smoke, puffed over the ridge. A horse carrying a dark, thick figure appeared above the sage. Bostil leaped up. "Is that a gray horse, or am I blind?" he called unsteadily. The riders dared not answer. They must be sure. They gazed through narrow slits of eyelids, and the silence grew intense. Holley shaded the hawk eyes with his hand. "Gray he is, Bostil. Gray as the sage. And so help me God if he ain't the King." "Yes, it's the King!" cried the riders excitedly. "Sure, I reckon no mistake about thet. It's the King." Bostil shook his huge frame. He rubbed his eyes as if they had become dim, and he stared again. "Who's that up on him?" "Slone. I never seen his like on a hoss," replied Holley. "An' what's he packin'?" queried Bostil, huskily. Plain to all keen eyes was the glint of Lucy Bostil's golden hair. But only Holley had courage to speak. "It's Lucy. I seen that long ago." A strange, fleeting light of joy died out of Bostil's face. The change once more
silenced his riders. They watched the King trotting in from the sage. His head drooped. He seemed grayer than ever, and he limped. But he was Sage King, splendid as of old, all the more gladdening to the rider's eyes because he had been lost. He came on, quickening a little to the clamoring welcome from the corrals. Holley put out a swift hand. "Bostil, the girl's alive. She's smiling," he called, and the cool voice was strangely different. The riders waited for Bostil. Slone rode into the courtyard. He was white and weary, reeling in the saddle. A bloody scarf was bound round his shoulder. He held Lucy in his arms. She had on his coat. A wan smile lighted her haggard face. Bostil, cursing deep like muttering thunder, strode out. "Lucy, you ain't bad hurt?" he implored, in a voice no one had ever heard before. "I'm all right, Dad," she said, and slipped down into his arms. He kissed the pale face and held her up like a child, and then, carrying her to the door of the house, he roared for Aunt Jane. When he reappeared, the crowd of riders scattered from around Slone, but it seemed that Bostil saw only the King. The horse was caked with dusty lather, scratched and disheveled, weary and broken, yet he was still beautiful. He raised his drooping head and reached for his master with a look as soft and dark and eloquent as a woman's. No rider there but felt Bostil's passion of doubt and hope. Had the King been beaten? Bostil's glory and pride were battling with love. Mighty as that was, it did not at once overcome his fear of defeat. Slowly the gaze of Bostil moved away from Sage King and roved out to the sage and back, as if he expected to see another horse. But no other horse was in sight. At last his hard eyes rested upon the white-faced Slone. "Been some hard riding?" he queried, haltingly. All there knew that had not been the question upon his lips. "Pretty hard, yes," replied Slone. He was weary, yet tight-lipped, intense. "Now, them creatures," slowly continued Bostil. "Dead." A murmur ran through the listening riders, and they drew closer. "Both of them?" "Yes. Joel killed his father, fighting to get Lucy. And I ran Wildfire over Joel, smashed him." "Well, I'm sorry for the old man," replied Bostil, gruffly. "I meant to make up to him. But that fool boy and Slone, you're all bloody." He stepped forward and pulled the scarf aside. He was curious and kindly, as if it was beyond him to be otherwise. Yet that dark, cold something, almost sullen, clung round him. "Been bored, eh? Well, it ain't low, and that's good. Who shot you?" "Cordts." "Cordts!" Bostil leaned forward in sudden, fierce eagerness. "Yes, Cordts. His outfit run across Creech's trail, and we bunched. I can't tell now, but we had hell, and Cordts is dead. So's Hutch, and that other part of his. Bostil, they'll never haunt your sleep again." Slone finished with a strange sternness that seemed almost bitter. Bostil raised both his huge fists. The blood was bulging his thick neck. It was another kind of passion that obsessed him. Only some violent check to his emotions prevented him from embracing Slone. The huge fists unclenched and the big fingers worked. "You mean to tell me you did for Cordts and Hutch what you did for Sears?" he boomed out. "They're dead. Gone, Bostil. Honest to God," replied Slone.
Holley thrust a quivering brown hand into Bostil's face. "What did I tell you?" he shouted. "Didn't I say wait?" Bostil threw away all that deep fury of passion, and there seemed only a resistless and speechless admiration left. Then ensued a moment of silence. The riders watched Slone's weary face as it drooped, and Bostil as he loomed over him.
"Where's the red stallion?"
queried Bostil. That was the question hard to get out. Slone raised eyes dark with pain, yet they flashed as he looked straight up into Bostil's face. "Wildfire's dead!"
"Dead!"
ejaculated Bostil. Another moment of strained, exciting suspense.
"Shot?"
he went on.
No.
"What killed him?"
The King, sir. Killed him on his feet."
Bostil's heavy jaw bulged and quivered. His hand shook as he laid it on Sage King's mane, the first touch since the return of his favorite.
"Slone, what is it?"
he said brokenly, with voice strangely softened. His face became transfigured.
Sage King killed Wildfire on his feet. A grand race, Bostil. But Wildfire's dead. And here's the King. Ask me no more. I want to forget."
Bostil put his arm around the young man's shoulder.
"Slone, if I don't know what you feel for the loss of that grand horse, no rider on earth knows. Go in the house. Boys, take him in, all of you, and look after him."
Bostil wanted to be alone, to welcome the King, to lead him back to the home corral, perhaps to hide from all eyes the change and the uplift that would forever keep him from wronging another man. The late rains came, and like magic, in a few days the sage grew green and lustrous and fresh, the gray turning to purple. Every morning the sun rose white and hot in a blue and cloudless sky. And then soon the horizon line showed creamy clouds that rose and spread and darkened. Every afternoon storms hung along the ramparts, and rainbows curved down beautiful and ethereal. The dim blackness of the storm clouds was split to the blinding zigzag of lightning, and the thunder rolled and boomed like the Colorado in flood. The wind was fragrant, sage-laden, no longer dry and hot, but cool in the shade. Slone and Lucy never rode down so far as the stately monuments, though these held memories as hauntingly sweet as others were poignantly bitter. Lucy never rode the King again, but Slone rode him, learned to love him, and Lucy did not race any more. When Slone tried to stir in her the old spirit, all the response he got was a wistful shake of head, or a laugh that hid the truth, or an excuse that the strain on her ankles from Joel Creech's lasso had never mended. The girl was unutterably happy, but it was possible that she would never race a horse again. She rode Sarchedon, and she liked to trot or lope along beside Slone while they linked hands and watched the distance. But her glance shunned the north, that distance which held the wild canyons and the broken battlements and the long, black, pine-fringed plateau.
"Won't you ever ride with me out to the old camp where I used to wait for you?" asked Slone. "Some day," she said softly. "When we come back from Durango," she replied, with averted eyes and scarlet cheek. And Slone was silent, for that planned trip to Durango, with its wonderful gift to be, made his heart swell. And so on this rainbow day, with storms all around them
and blue sky above. They rode only as far as the valley, but from there, before they turned to go back, the monuments appeared close, and they loomed grandly with the background of purple bank and creamy cloud and shafts of golden lightning. They seemed like sentinels, guardians of a great and beautiful love, born under their lofty heights in the lonely silence of day, in the star-thrown shadow of night. They were like that love, and they held Lucy and Slone, calling every day, giving a nameless and tranquil content, binding them true to love, true to the sage and the open, true to that wild upland home.
End of chapter 20. End of Wildfire by Zane Grey.